Chapter 5136. Fenghua, don't say a few words. Brother Liuya waited for me, but gave up the great Tao of universe. Brother Lucro, at this time it is not the time for internal fighting. It is estimated that Zhan Wuyang has already arrived. Although we are safe in the temple, but on the path of cultivation, how can we keep retreating? We still need to stand firm against strong enemies first. That's right. While everyone was still arguing, in addition to the great wilderness Buddha and Zhan Wuyang, a number of large forces reached the edge of the great wilderness, one after another. In the depths of the great wilderness, Zhan Wuyang sat cross-legged in the void, and he was the only one in the Dayside domain, but one person was enough. The Fourth Order Emperor was at his door again. He had nothing to worry about. The only change was the disappearance of the Temple of Qixin. In the Wangu era, he drove all the emperors to the depths of the great wilderness. He rummaged through all places in Desiu, but failed to find the legendary Temple of God. At first, he suspected that the Temple of Qixin was recognized by a certain emperor. He entered the depths of the great wilderness and killed all the Dayan immortals obtained in the Temple of Qixin, together with the emperor. He rose at the end of the Wangu era and had no chance to contact the Temple of Qixin. 18 emperors blocked the news of the Temple of Qixin. He also learned that there was a Temple of Qixin in their Dayside domain when he got the inheritance of Jinwu. The inheritance also describes where the Temple of Qixin came from, and even records the very mysterious Tao of the gods. He didn't describe too much about the Qixin, but there was one thing Zhan Wuyang was convinced that it was true to enter the Qixin temple to become an emperor. At the end of the Wangu era, as his strength continued to grow, he also knew that in addition to the big division domain, there were other domains. In other domains, the existence of emperors was very rare. There were several domains around, and only their big division domain was in one. The era has more than a dozen emperors. In addition, after obtaining the Tao of Zhan Wuyang, he became more and more convinced that there was a big secret hidden in the Qixin temple. The way of the gods, the mystery of the emperor. Even the legendary Lord of the Universe is involved. In order to find the truth, he launched a large-scale killing outside the territory, killing everyone in the town, just to find the Temple of the Gods. But the final result is that everyone has been killed without finding the Temple of Qixin. After many years, he was relieved, and he didn't deliberately seek the Temple of Qixin. This matter was crushed in the bottom of his heart. Until now, the resurrection of the Emperor of Wangu era and the birth of the Temple of Qixin made him recall the memories of his past. If only those emperors recover, he would not care at all. He was a Fourth Order Emperor in the Wangu era. Now, in the past hundreds of millions of years, his strength has already reached the Fourth Order peak. If it were not for the sudden birth of the Qixin Temple, he would have planning to leave the original universe. Primitive universes, help to the Emperor, is already very small. If you want to go further, you can only go to the long river of time and space. Where is the place for the Emperor to go? The places with great opportunities are also dangerous. Even if he is the Fourth Order peak Emperor, he also has the risk of falling. Now that the Temple of Qixin appeared again, he didn't know if it was a great opportunity. If the only opportunity before him, then he would go all out. Stepping into the top of the universe, it is incumbent for the monks of my generation. Zhan Wuyang opened his eyes, and his consciousness had been locked in the Temple of Qixin that was floating in the void. He can't go now. He has to wait until the other strong people arrive. If he goes alone, who knows whether those Wangu emperors will directly carry the far shield of the Temple of Difference. He didn't have the confidence to leave this Temple of Qixin alone, so he had to wait for other emperors to come, suppress the Temple of Qixin together, kill the old guys of the ancient age, and then go to the emperor's battle in other realms. Unpredictable on one side, but unpredictable life and death on the other. Jian Wushuang and the young novice Huiqing are still facing the life and death enemy Xiang Bingyan. No matter how subtle the stick method is, even if it is not leaking, the strength gap will be difficult to bridge after all. It is just a few breaths, and the little novice Huiqing will again be difficult for Binjian's offensive. The axe is the pinnacle of power. One force breaks 10,000 magic. Even if the defense is perfect, it will be broken when it encounters absolute power. Jian Wushuang thought of the giant man he had encountered in the starry sky. He also held an axe in his hand. The giant axe could open the sky in his hand. That scene seemed to have passed for a long time. Jian Wushuang thought about it carefully. Whoa! The little novice monk couldn't hold on any longer. Fa Tianxiang began to collapse, but his figure had been standing in front of Jian Wushuang, never stepping back. Even his body was broken. Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief. The injuries on his body have recovered 7 or 88, but his mental strength need time to slowly accumulate. However, Jian Wushuang's current state of mind has undergone qualitative changes under successive dangers. This is of great help to the heart sword world of the 5th level of Ultimate Sword Du. Especially Ji Dao also needs mental blessing. In the starry sky, he has actually mastered Ji Dao Billion. For thousands of years, it was only ascending to the 3rd level. The 1st level was his state when he realized the extreme realm. The 2nd level was what he realized on the stars. And the 3rd level was the complete mastery of the extreme realm. With only 3 levels mastered, Jian Wushuang's one-year universe can fight the 9-turned consummation Immortal, which is considered extremely powerful. Ordinary trails, you can realize the 6th level when you reach the 3rd round of Immortal. The 7th floor reaches the 6th round of Immortal. The 8th floor reaches the 9th round of Immortal. The 9th floor reaches the 9th round of Great Immortal. And the 10th floor it is that Hadao succeeded in becoming the emperor. Although the emperor who mastered this kind of ordinary avenue was better than Immortal, it was not much stronger. He was the lowest level among the emperors, and even the status was not as good as some of the emperors of the 9th rank. Only by comprehending a Tao to its peak can you become the emperor, which shows how weak this trail is. He Dao succeeded, and Dao has been fully understood. I have been trapped in a first-order emperor all his life. This type of emperor is the most useless, but this type of emperor is the most in the universe. If it is subdivided, the countless avenues of Hanoi in time and space can be divided into 5 levels. The 5th class is the first-order emperors who blocked the road. They are the weakest of the same level at that stage. But that's it, they can rely on time to make this simple and stable step by step. The avenue came to an end. Compared with the 5th class avenue, it can be said that there are qualitative changes. Many Immortals also walked this avenue. If they succeed in coordination, they still have further hope. Once they understand the whole way, the strength will reach the 2nd-order emperor. In the 2nd-order monarch, they can control a low-level world. With the blessing of the world, in their own dojo, their strength can reach the peak of the 2nd-order monarch. They have the advantage of the dojo and are not afraid of some 3rd-order monarchs. But now the lower worlds in the universe have been divided up by the major forces. If there is no background identity, there is no chance to control the world and become a Taoist ancestor. Chapter 5137. The first 2 ways are currently the most born emperors in the universe. Although Jian Wushuang didn't know much about the emperor, according to what he found from some relics, the stronger the emperor's way, the more difficult it would be to improve. Although life is infinite, if the mastery of the Tao has been stopped, it will affect the state of mind and eventually fall into a madness, and the consciousness will also collapse. Many of those who have entered the great wilderness are like this. Many cultivators have realized a Tao that belongs to them at the level of immortality. At first, they are still ignorant and can't distinguish the level of Tao at all. But the Emperor, the Holy Sun, and the Daozi cultivated by some powerful forces are all for them to understand some of the 1st-class Tao, that is the 3rd-class Tao. This path is currently the one that evolves the most. At the evolving level, most of the Tianjios are mastered. If it is advanced to the evolving realm, then the status and strength will skyrocket. Because when this Tao reaches its peak, one can control the middle world and become a 3rd-order emperor. The 3rd-order emperor, that is the man in the universe who controls a world or builds a huge power to reach the peak of power. This is the pursuit of a large number of Tianjiao. But these Tianjiao are stuck in the realm of Yanxian when they are on the 4th floor, and when they are on the 8th floor, they are stuck in the 9th rank perfect Dayan. Many of the Nineth rank perfect Dayan immortals have survived endless years, has been stuck there. As for the Tianjiao who is stuck in the realm of Yanxian, either he was expelled from the sect or abandoned himself, and his mind was destroyed. Too many shocking arrogances have fallen on this road. If it is said that the 3rd-class Tao is the destination of Tianjiao, then the 2nd-class Tao is the goal of the great emperors. There will be so few dazzling characters in every era, except for the real Wuyang of Desiyu, of course. The rise of Zhen Wuyang would be a real Ichi Juechen. At the same time, at the level of the Dayan Immortal, there were still a few people who were comparable to him, and they were all 2nd-class avenues. But those few people stayed at the level 9 forever, and even the level 9 Dayan Immortal could not even be able to step in. Only the way of Zhenwing travels unimpeded all the way, and after entering the Emperor, he can go further in a short time and become a 4th-order Emperor. Now, in the past hundreds of millions of years, Zhen Wuyang's strength has reached the top of Tier 4, which is comparable to the masters of some higher worlds. If the higher worlds are further opened up, the strength will have a greater improvement. The 2nd-class road can reach its peak to become a 5th-order Emperor. Although countless stunning arrogances have fallen on this road, and the accumulation of countless generations, a number of emperors have been born, but these emperors have already left the original universe, went to the mysterious long river of time and space. After all, it is unrealistic to want to go further in the primitive universe, and the various relics and treasures in the primitive universe are of little help to them, and there is no need to leave them. The 5th-order emperors looked at the entire time and space river. They were the top existences. Where could they fight against the peak emperors of the universe to go one step further and seek the top of the universe? This is also in the primitive universe today. There is only one 5th-order emperor, the ancestor of the ancient gods. If it is said that taking the 2nd-class road is a shocking arrogance and worthy of serious cultivation by a large force, then a practitioner who can realize the ultimate path is the darling of the entire universe. Not only the major forces will go wild, but even the universe will give him all kinds of opportunities, giving him great luck in the ultimate way, and practitioners who can realize the ultimate way, every one of them has great luck. To be able to get so many benefits, there will naturally be great resistance. After all, even the supreme rule of the universe cannot look down on wanting to help. This is obviously a violation of the balance of the supreme rule. Although the supreme rule does not have any emotions, consciousness is like a weapon. It's cold, but it can adjust the balance in the universe by itself. In its view, the ultimate way is not a so-called genius, but a poor person who is teased by fate. Therefore, the supreme rule adds luck to these practitioners. Since Jian Wushuang realized the ultimate kendo, the opportunities have been constant, and he has naturally obtained the luck given by the supreme rules of the universe. From the galaxy, lakes and seas on the 4th level of the ultimate path to the heart sword world on the 5th level, he was accidentally rescued by the monk head of the world of Tongtian Buddhism. He realized the perverted road of Jidao. There are still records of the ultimate way, but the ultimate way is not only the first time Jian Wushuang has heard of it, but he has not even heard of the secret method of inheritance. Only with the 3rd rank Dayan Immortal, he can use the domain rich in great avenues like Yin Yen Universe, and the power of his mind surpasses the existence of many emperors. Today's Jian Wushuang contains 3 great roads in his body. The farthest one is the ultimate kendo, reaching the 5th level. The second is mental strength. Now, his mental strength level has reached the 4th level unknowingly. The mental strength and kendo complement each other to make the ultimate kendo reach the 5th level of the heart sword world. The ultimate kendo naturally feeds back the heart power and directly raises the mental strength level to the 5th level floor. The last one is the extreme way that you just mastered. Although a Kanshu, calm is only the 3rd level, it is able to perform such a perverted secret of the universe. This is also Jian Wushuang's biggest hole card now, and the second is the Heart Sword World. Now the physical body has been completely repaired from the state of being on the verge of collapse, and the power of mind and mind has also been greatly improved. Jian Wushuang guessed in his heart that every time he encounters a major crisis, it is a test of his state of mind and power of mind, as long as he passes it steadily. These two avenues will be promoted, but this is only the first time to improve. Jian Wushuang is still not sure. If it is true, then he will become stronger with the war until he reaches the top of the universe, or he is in the next crisis. What? Xiang Bingyan rounded his arms again and smashed the giant axe at the little novice monk. The blood axe rolled like a dragon, tearing apart the void and exploding the energy in the surrounding void, like a violent storm and black clouds rushing straight into the little novice monk. Under the powerful pressure, the little novice monk did not change his face, but the speed of his body collapsed even faster. Now his Yanli divine body has been burned by half. If there is a loss, then his strength will drop again. At that time he can only follow like a few masters. He chose to blew himself up, exhausted his strength, and fought to the last moment. The golden secret text on the brown long stick faintly flickered, and the little novice changed his face. His eyes widened with a roar, and he tried his best to display the last stick. But his divine body has lost half, and his strength has naturally declined severely, and he is unable to use the stick anymore, but he still gritted his teeth and desperately used the strongest stick. It's a pity that this strongest stick still can't resist Xiang Bingyan. Even if he casts this stick in his peak state, he can only achieve a tie. Humph, break it for me. Xiang Bingyan's body tumbling. Yanli poured the giant axe again. Boom! Chapter 5138. The axe collided with the long stick. After the secret text on the brown long stick flickered again and again, it was completely unable to hold on, and it flew out directly from the little novice monk. Without the secret script blessing, the long stick is just a harder stick. Only the secret script blessing. Talent can be regarded as a treasure. The little novice who did not have any weapons in both hands did not retreat. Facing the giant axe, he actually used both hands to catch it. Chi, chi, chi. The sound of the blood axe tearing the flesh and blood was terrible. The little novice was gritted his teeth, his face was pale, and his eyes were full of evil spirits. Eventually, blood stains flowed out of his teeth, and his body could no longer hold it. Good man. The little novice spit out 2 words from his teeth with difficulty, and then tried to leak a smile, and then said hoarsely, Hui Qing is going to follow the footsteps of the master. Good man, take care. After saying this, the little novice monk, regardless of his whole body injuries, his aura skyrocketed again. Countless cracks in his flesh began to spread, and the corners of Xiang Bingyan's eyes trembled violently. He knew that the little bald donkey was about to explode. Call! Jian Wushuang took a deep breath of Xianhuang and opened his eyes suddenly. At the moment the eyes opened, the breath of the whole body began to rise, and a breath that alarmed the ages emanated from the body. This was the ultimate power. Snapped! As soon as his body moved, Jian Wushuang approached the little novice monk and patted him on the shoulder. Jian Wushuang fisted the blood axe and Xiang Bingyan back. Don't worry, it's not a dead end. Leave the rest to me. Jian Wushuang gave a soft comfort and then instilled the power of the body into the little novice monk's divine body on the verge of collapse. The golden rays of light bathed the broken body of the little novice monk, and he quickly repaired the broken body of the little novice monk, but he needed to recover what was consumed in his body. Good man, no. The little novice wanted to be the main player. After all, there are still strong enemies at this time. How can Jian Wushuang help him recover from his injuries? Jian Wushuang faintly smiled and said, It's okay, you can regain your strength here, and he will leave it to me. Wow! Jian Wushuang's figure flashed, and before Xiang Bingyan stood still, the broken divine sword behind him pulled out again. Chang! The divine sword was pulled out, and a dazzling light flashed. Although the sword body was broken, it had the blessing of the ultimate way. Even a tree branch with such terrifying power blessing can cut the sky with a sword. Puff! You, how dare you? Xiang Bingyan whispered in a trembling voice. Although his body was not stable yet when he saw Jian Wushuang's sword, he quickly twisted his body. But the power of that sword was too powerful, and he tore his body directly. One arm was cut off, and he was silent, floating in the void. This was just damage to the physical body. The sword just now contained mental strength. At this time, he vomited brown blood in his mouth, and his heart sank. The original calm mood was broken, and his strength dropped by 30% in a short time. Xiang Binjian's body was trembling. After coughing a few times, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said with a trembling voice, "How can you recover so fast? Your body has clearly reached the point of breaking. How can it be less than a stick of incense? Time will be restored, and even the second-grade avenue will not be able to recover so quickly." In his opinion, even if Jian Wushuang was the peerless arrogant of a certain world, he would not be able to recover so quickly after realizing a certain second-rank Tao. According to Deceu's understanding of Tao in the Wango era, it was divided into 5 classes, just like Jian Wushuang's analysis. The main road in Xiang Binjian's mouth was the second-class main road. As for himself, he was only the third-rank avenue, which was bestowed to him by the Lord of Heaven. He abandoned the original ordinary avenue and inherited this third-rank avenue. He also used his military exploits in the Wango era to climb to the 9th rank to reach the perfect Dayan Immortal, which is also contemporary. Heavenly Court highly valued the 9 ranks consummation Dayan Immortal, although the chance of success in the combination is very small. But if it succeeds, then he will have the strength of a second-order emperor. As long as he controls a world, he can go one step further and become a third-order emperor. This is what he has been pursuing all the time. Although the third stage Tao is not a rare Tao in the universe, he was also a dozi of a certain sect in the age of Wangu, and he was also a goddess who surprised countless people. But now, compared with the 2 young novices, Jian Wushuang, he is an ordinary 9-ranked immortal, and his strength is average. Jian Wushuang is the rank 3 Dayan Immortal, and the little novice monk has a 9th rank in 1 step because of the Zen moment in his heart. After he stabilizes, his strength is the rank 6 Dayan Immortal, 1 rank 3 and 1 rank 6, but he was able to fight the consummation Dayan Immortal for a few breaths, especially Jian Wushuang, 3rd rank Dayan Immortal. But now he was able to hurt Xiang Bingyan with a single sword. Although Xiang Binjian's current strength has not reached its peak, he has such a proud record, let alone a certain high world. Even the emperor of some superpowers in the universe may not be able to make such a leap. Xiang Binjian's mood was broken, and a retreat was born. He didn't dare to go on fighting now. In case that little bald donkey also recovers completely, he is really not necessarily the opponent of these 2 people alone. You reading www.okanshu.com. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold, and the sword just squandered all the mental strength he had just promoted. Although Xiang Binjian's strength had dropped by 30%, he was still not an opponent in the face of a head-on. Now I'm playing against you. Although he is not an opponent, he now expects the sense of crisis very much, and only from the sense of crisis can he become stronger. There is no bottleneck for him from the 3rd rank to the 6th rank. He can feel that as long as he keeps fighting, he will be able to advance to the 6th rank in no time. At that time, his mind and thought power will also increase by leaps and bounds. Mind power is like the scabbard of the ultimate kendo, and his ultimate kendo has also improved extremely fast under the support of his heart power. As long as you can become stronger, keep fighting. Life extends wirelessly because of battle. Jian Wushuang stood in the void, with no wind in his hair, and the breath on his body continued to rise. At this moment, his heart was like still water, just thinking about it. You 2 lunatics! Xiang Binjian's eyes kept twitching. Not only are these 2 powerful men, but they are also crazy when they start their hands. Are they the real arrogance? Zhenliang seemed to stand out from the Wangu era in this way. Damn it, planted in the hands of Zhen Wuyong back then. And now he can't kill one of the emperors he started. Xiang Binjian's expression was filled with sorrow. His mental state was damaged and his will was loosened, and there was endless hostility in his heart. Vent. This is the importance of the state of mind. Although most practitioners cannot develop mental strength if the state of mind is usually stable, even if they do not develop mental strength, they can rely on the strength of the state of mind to not be afraid of any mental strength practitioners, and they will be more able to practice later on, calmly confronting all kinds of dangers. This is the advantage of a stable mood. Chapter 50:139. The state of mind is like the strength of the mind. It is invisible and invisible. It seems useless. In reality, the state of mind is needed everywhere. If Xiang Binjian's mood was stable, he would not be broken by Jian Wushuang's sword, and his strength would drop by 30%. This may be the shortcomings of their recovery powerhouses, their minds extinguished by anger. The two are full of fighting spirit, and the other is resigned but unwilling. The top and bottom are very clear. Xiang Bingyun couldn't hold on any longer. At this time, he also recalled Gu Yuan's end, and quickly slapped a palm on his chest, making him sober. "Rebel, do you dare to mistake me?" Xiang Bingyun roared, but his figure kept moving backwards. He really didn't want to go on fighting now, and he had been away for too long. After all, he was close to Desai. Domain, I am afraid to return at any time at the speed of Zhen Wuyong. These two people must be the emperor of a certain force, especially Jian Wushuang, who has the aura of Zhen Wuyong, although it is now gone. But in case it is Zhen Wuyong sitting down, with the temperament of Zhen Wuyong, if it comes, Da Huang will definitely find him. If he is alone, he will definitely fall. He didn't expect that Zhen Wuyong would have arrived in the great wilderness a long time ago, and he also knew about their affairs, but he didn't bother to care about it. In Zhen Wuyang's eyes, there was only absolute power, and no emperor heavenly court could pass the cloud. But Xiang Bingyun was not clear about all this, and he made up his mind at this time. Go. Xiang Bingyun retreated, and then disappeared into the void. After a wave of space fluctuations, he disappeared. Gone. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised, so he left. Just after Xiang Bingyun left, the void where the two Jian Wushuang were in a twisted change. The figure of the majestic figure was looming, and then it became solid in an instant. At the last moment, these majestic existences were still far away from the two, but the figure and coercion had already arrived here, and then the flesh came. Ooh, a burst of Buddhas. Sound was utterly empty. This is... Jian Wushuang was extremely surprised. Each of these majestic existences gave him the feeling that Zhen Wuyong had a unique aura, which was a characteristic unique to the emperor. So many emperors. Jian Wushuang's whole person felt bad, but he was as smart as he could react. These existences didn't come here to see him. It should be because of the mysterious ancient temple and the resurrected existence. However, even if the resurrected person is also an emperor, it is impossible to attract so many emperors to come. However, astonishment turned astonishment. Respect for the strong must be held in place. Jian Wushuang immediately bowed and kowtowed. Junior, to see you, Jian Wushuang. As soon as he opened his mouth, it attracted the eyes of the emperors present. Although it was just a look, he still gave Jian Wushuang a lot of pressure, and then he said after a sigh of relief, "See you." Every emperor. Goodness! It was the Tongtian Buddha and his party headed by them. The towering body of Tongtian Buddha exudes endless golden luck, and he looked at Jian Wushuang with a faint smile and said, "Little good man, no need to be polite." "Thanks, monarch." Jian Wushuang ran across countless realms and had seen many big scenes, but it was the first time that he saw so many emperors. Emperor Dongyan, who was standing next to the Tongtian Buddha, dismissed it and even despised the hypocrisy of Tongtian Buddha in front of the juniors. In his opinion, Tongtian Buddha liked the so-called etiquette the most, and he wanted everyone to worship him. The little novice monk who had been slowing down from the gods also woke up at this moment, hurriedly folded his hands, and slightly lowered his head. "Buddha Lord!" Immeasurable Buddha's eyes rounded at this time, and he looked at the little novice monk in surprise and said, "Hui Qing, have you realized the ultimate way?" The young novice monk has been on Mount Wuliang since he was a child, although there are hundreds of millions of monk heads living on the mountain. As the emperor, the head of the monk who lives in his dojo is familiar to him. Yes. The little novice monk looked calm at this time, and his obsession with Buddhism disappeared in his heart. Instead, the Zen motives in his heart made him realize the Tao. This is great kindness. Although the little novice is a person of Mount Wuliang, as a person of Buddhism, he is the sacred place through the heaven and the Buddha realm. The little novice has realized the ultimate way, and it is also his luck for Buddhism. Yeah, for many years, the 3,000 worlds have not found the ultimate way again. Emperor Dong Yen also saw at a glance that the little novice monk had strong luck, and the avenue in his body was even more aura, obviously some kind of ultimate, the way, and it seems that this ultimate way is still a long way away. After watching the immeasurable Buddha carefully, he also discovered that the ultimate path in the little novice monk had gone a long way. It's really the same as I thought, Tusk. The surface of boundless Buddha was filled with joy, but his heart was secretly murderous. 30 million years, I have cultivated the ultimate way to the 6th floor. Hui Qing will return to the 3,000 worlds this time. You can come to my Tongtian mountain to choose any emperor's unique knowledge. After Tongtian Buddha praised him, he looked at Wuliang and said, "Infinite Hui Qing's qualifications can be established as the emperor's son." He was originally a novice monk under the immeasurable family, but the Buddha said all the good things. Dong Yen shook his head. However, no matter who the disciple of the 3,000 worlds is, there can be a practitioner of the ultimate path, Yu. Okanshu. Calm, they should all be happy. Dong Yen looked at the little novice monk with a milder look. He could feel that the little novice's disposition was not like immeasurable or Tongtian, but a natural disposition. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. Looking at this young junior, he couldn't help thinking of his former disciple. That disciple was his pride, and he reached the 7th level of the ultimate path after practicing for millions of years. He was the most genius Dayan Immortal in the history of the 3,000 great worlds. Millions of years, the 7th level of the ultimate path, the 9 turns of the cultivation realm, and the great development of the immortal. If it was before, even Jian Wushuang would not dare to be sure that he could reach the 7th level of the ultimate path for 1,000,000, and dare not master him. Now I have the confidence to reach the 7th level in 1,000,000 years. It is a pity that this talented Tianjiao was finally hurt by love and broke his mind. When the mood was unstable, he hurriedly went to the Tao, and finally failed in the Tao, and there was no chance to advance to the emperor. Love, Tao, and all were lost, and eventually self-destruction of consciousness completely fell. Emperor Dong Yen didn't accept his disciple since then. The reputation of that disciple may be forgotten by many people now, but he has always remembered it in his heart. Tianji Daojun. The eyes of many emperors were on the young novice monk, and no one was in charge of Jian Wushuang for a while, but he also stayed idle. Everyone thought that it took 30 million years for the little novice to cultivate the ultimate way to the 6th level. Only Jian Wushuang's little novice has stepped into the ultimate path, one step at a time. He has to be one level higher. But the little novice did not want to say. Jian Wushuang would naturally not mention it. "So, this little good man saved you." Boundless Buddha smiled and looked at Jian Wushuang. "Yes," the little novice monk replied softly. Chapter 5140. Jian Wushuang heard about it and knew that the little novice had hidden a lot of truth, and the little novice was also looking at him with a smile at this time. The younger generation and Hui Qing supported each other all the way to repel the enemy. It was not my work alone. Although he had been on the sidelines and didn't know the distribution of forces in the 3,000 great worlds, he could roughly hear that, although both Tongtian Buddha and Wuliang were Buddhists, they did not belong to the same power. The Emperor Dongyan was not a person of Buddhism, and the two Buddhists of Wuliang Tongshan were not very good at dealing with them. This time they should come together only for the main hall. With such a group of bigwigs, he has to be more careful. Cause and effect cycle. It's hard to calm thoughts. Boundless Buddha waved his hand, and a stream flowed down smoothly. This thing should have some fate with you, and copying it in the future will help the mood. Thank you, Senior. Jian Wushuang's heart trembled after seeing the item clearly, and he hurriedly bowed to thank him. The treasure in the streamer is a short piece of wood, which coincides with the short piece of wood he got, isn't it? Jian Wushuang's heart trembled, and now he understood that the truncated wood was bestowed by the immeasurable Buddha. If so, wouldn't the immeasurable Buddha know that he is a spiritual practitioner and the existence of Chishan Temple, so he also knows the original realm of the little novice monk? But he didn't dare to have any doubts about all of this, with surprises on the surface and surprise hidden in his heart. Yes, he should be the one who is chasing you too. Boundless Buddha stretched out his arm and grabbed directly into the void, randomly stretched his arm for hundreds of millions of miles, breaking through the endless void, and directly grabbing Xiang Bingyan, who had escaped. Came back. The emperors were very calm. Even the novice monk was very calm. Only Jian Wushuang was surprised. No way, there are only a few emperors he knows, and the ones he has really seen are even rarer. He has also seen Zhenwiang take a few shots, but there is no sense of shock like the immeasurable Buddha. What? Xiang Bingyan, who was suddenly caught from the void, looked surprised, and then saw the majestic figures of the emperors above the void. His eyes straightened. How is this possible? I'm obviously already far away from here. Even the emperor can't catch me back at such a distance. Xiang Bingyan was shocked and frightened at this time. There are so many emperors, and I am afraid that these emperors are definitely not here for him, but for the master's plan. Predecessors! I am the commander of the heavenly court in the ancient times of Desiyuang, my patriarch. Xiang Bingyan, who was still thinking about dealing with things, was squeezed by the big hand of the immeasurable Buddha. Smashed. The dust returns to the dust, the soil returns to the earth. With a wave of the immeasurable Buddha, countless tiny bones floated from the palm of his hand. They shouldn't appear in this world. The immeasurable Buddha put his hands together, regaining his original benevolent eyebrows. Emperor Dongyan curled his lips and muttered in his heart, "Vengeance is revenge." Whatever dust returns to dust, if they don't recover. The secret of Chishan Temple may never be born. With a wave of his hand, he raised a 9th row perfect Dayan Immortal. Jian Wushuang was shocked in his heart, but on the surface he was respectful. Such a strong man can only look up and maybe annihilate him at a certain moment. The two of you will wait here for a while, and then the Dayan Immortal of the heavenly Buddha realm will pick you up. The emperors came and went quickly. As soon as their voices fell, their lofty figures disappeared, and then they completely disappeared in front of them. After a few breaths, Jian Wushuang exhaled heavily after the emperor's breath in the void disappeared. The feeling of relief also improved his mood, but the improvement was very small. The little novice monk also recovered from his physical injuries at this time. He turned around and looked at him with a faint smile and said, "Good man, thank you just now. Everyone has a secret, no need to say it." Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. He just wants to leave the great wilderness now. But the road to Desiu is blocked by those corpses. It is estimated that there will be a big battle when these emperors go there. He will not be able to go back in a short time. He can only go to the fairy, heavenly Buddha realm. However, he just met with the big brothers in the world of Tongtian Buddhism, and his favorability for the world of Tongtian Buddhism was almost zero. Since Tongtian Buddha asked him to be the Dayan Immortal in the world of Tongtian Buddha, then he should wait and find a chance to leave later. Now that he has broken through to become Dayan Immortal, He has the ability to go to other worlds, and he has a headache when he thinks that it will take tens of thousands of years to cross the entire Great Famine. In the Temple of Qixin, hey, Fenghua, the great commander Xiang Bingyun you sat down seems to have fallen. Lu Crow controlled the Dahuang heavenly Tao and naturally knew everything that happened in the Great Desolation. He felt it when Xiang Bingyun was just killed. Xiang Bingyun followed Emperor Fenghua in the battle all his life, and his personality was very similar to Fenghua. Emperor Fenghua naturally valued this subordinate very seriously, thinking that he had the appearance of an emperor, but now he has just recovered and died. Lu Crow didn't deal with Fenghua at all. At this time, he couldn't help adding fuel to the fire. It seems that he was killed because he was chasing and killing a few dying immortals. It's really a waste. In the end, he couldn't kill those two boys. Kill, I will fall by then. You. Fenghua was furious, but when he thought that the great wilderness was under the control of the 6 crows, his anger was suppressed, and he could only say coldly, I will avenge him personally, is now focusing on the overall situation. Haha, revenge. Do you know who killed it? Lu Yi sneered. Who else can anyone besides Zhenguang? Kill him sooner or later for a shame. Don't you forget that he once humiliated you severely. Fenghua gritted his teeth. The other emperors were closing their eyes and thinking carefully, and they all sighed when they heard the dialogue between the two. All of you here have not been humiliated by Zhenguang, who drove them out of the Dayside domain like a bereavement dog. The strength is not enough and can only endure, but who would have thought that Zhenguang's strength progressed so fast, from the 3rd Order Emperor to the 4th Order in less than 10,000 years, and directly killed in the Great Wilderness in order to get the whereabouts of the Qixin Temple, humiliated them in every possible way, and finally all killed in the Great Wilderness. They even took their corpses as the road to the bones of immortality. Humph! Lu, you didn't want to mention the past, so he stopped targeting Fenghua and told the truth calmly. What? The people in the world of Tongtian Buddhism have arrived. Several emperors were shocked. How could they know the Temple of Qixin? Shouldn't it? Lu Crow! When did they come? How many emperors came? And what is their strength? A series of questions came out. The people who were originally ambitious and wanted to inherit the Tao of Qixin and become the master of the universe suddenly panicked. Lu Yi looked at everyone at this time and felt that his choice was the right one. Fortunately, he had a long-term vision. Since he was suppressed, he has turned to cultivate wasteland. When he recovered, he also recovered with the Great Wasteland. Chapter 50-141. From the Wangu era, he felt that the mood of the people had changed a lot. So lofty. This is regarded as Lu Crow's view of these people, and the gods given to them by the Qixin Temple make them too proud. In the ancient times, they could have shared with Zhenguang. As long as Zhenguang was attracted to explore the Temple of Qixin, they would not fall into what they are now. When they saw the potential of Zhenguang, they were afraid that Zhenguang would pick the peaches, so they decided to blockade the Temple of Qixin. Even if they died, they would not hand over the Temple of Qixin. The angry Zhenguang frantically searched for the Temple of Qixin in Desiu, and then killed them all in the Great Wilderness. Greed, arrogance, jealousy. How could such a character inherit the way of devouring the gods? The strongest among them is only the 8th level, and the strength is about the 4th level. The Qixin's way is endless. Even if they cultivate to the 10th level, they may not be able to control the universe and become the master of the universe. It is better to step back and study the ways of the 3 great gods early. Now he has stepped into the 8th level of Huangdao, controls the great Huangdao, and already has the strength of a 4th Order Emperor. It's no worse than cultivating Qixin Dao, and he can feel that since he has taken control of the Dao Huangdao, he has a deeper understanding of the Dao Dao. It will not take long before he can cultivate the Dao to the 9th level, and then raise the Dahuang Dao to the 9th level. In the higher world, he will be able to step into the 5th order and look down upon the entire universe. The stronger the strength, the more generous the gift of the temple of the gods. Although he inherits the way of the 3 gods, the gift will be relatively small, but it can be less. Lu Yi stroked his left arm. This was a gift he got after he took control of the great wilderness and increased his strength, a section of his arm. This arm is not known to be the broken arm of the Mighty One. Without refining, it has surpassed the power of the treasure. Since receiving it, the power has increased several times. Even now, he has absolute power against Jinwuyang. Confidence. As for the many emperors in the hall, each one is his opponent. After hundreds of millions of years, 5 of the 18 emperors of them have third-order strength, and 11 are still second-order emperors. Then it was Dao Gong who was able to contend with the existence of Zhan Wuyang in the Wangu era. If it weren't for Dao Gong's Tier 3 strength back then, Zhan Wuyang would still need to drive them to the Great Wilderness and destroy them all in the Great Division. It is a pity that Dao Gong did not break through his strength until his death. After this recovery, his strength barely reached the Tier 4 level, which could not threaten him at all. Everyone, I said that I will guard the Temple of Qixin. This is your direction. Lu Yi looked around the entire hall, and then continued. But you have to understand that this world has always spoken by strength. Nowadays, many emperors have come to the Great Wilderness, not only the world of Tongtian Buddhism, but also emperors of other great worlds. Some of them are not weaker than Zhan Wuyang. Dao Gong, who has always been in the first seat of the hall, opened his eyes and said, Lu Crow, you can tell me if you have anything. Yes, let's talk about it. We have accumulated hundreds of millions of years, and our strength has also been improved. With the gift of the Temple of Qixin, we are not what we used to be. They instilled hundreds of millions of Dayan immortals along with their own blood into the Temple of Qixin in the suspended animation that year, just to stimulate the power of the Temple of Qixin. But no one thought that they would wait for hundreds of millions of years for the Temple of the Qixin to feed them back. Their consciousness has been trapped in the Qixin Temple for hundreds of millions of years, and they have been struggling to practice the Qixin Dao. Naturally, their strength has been greatly improved, and they have obtained a lot of treasures from the sacred altar of the Qixin Temple. Although many emperors have come, but it wouldn't be as unbearable as in the Wangu era, even without the strength to resist. Okay, then I will put the ugly words on the front. I now control the Great Wilderness. Let's set the battlefield in the Great Wilderness. It's okay. This is natural. Everyone nodded. If you are going to fight, everyone will follow my command. This is fine. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the hall began to decrease, and everyone kept silent and did not respond. Lu Crow, don't go too far. We are all gods who have inherited the Tao of Qixin. Although you are now a replacement god, you are not qualified to order me to wait. It was Emperor Fenghua who spoke, and he could endure the 6 crows, but the only thing he couldn't bear was that the 6 crows raised their heads. Since inheriting Qixin Avenue, they didn't look down on Guyu. Now let them look at Lu Ya's face and act. If they can be subdued, they hope that the ancient times would have gone to win Zhan Wuyang long ago. Then it will be his Lu Ya's turn. Everyone, don't you understand now? Lu, you didn't try to be tough this time. He was very clear about the temperament of these people. The harder he was, the more they opposed it. It doesn't work to be hard. You can only persuade them by lip service. Zhan Wuyang, the thief, should have announced the Temple of Qixin. The announcement, I said, is that everyone in the entire primitive universe knows. It is very likely that in the near future, even strong people in different universes will know the existence of the Temple of Qixin. Lu Crow took a deep breath and then said, even the terrifying existence in the long river of time and space will come to the primitive universe because of the Temple of Qixin. Doesn't say that far, just say that now, in the Great Wilderness, I feel it. There were 5 fourth-order emperors who arrived, and this was less than a day. 5 fourth-order emperors. Everyone took a breath. Originally, they thought it was really Wuyang alone or plus a few emperors from the world of Tongtian Buddhism. The Tongtian Buddha of the world of Tongtian Buddha, the Zhenmiang of Desiu, and 2 other are strange faces. In addition to these 4 emperors, There are also 7 third-order emperors, 16 second-order emperors, and those of the Dian Immortal level. Stop talking. Lu Crow sat on the throne again and finally said, "It doesn't matter to me. This is a great wasteland with endless corpses. As long as they condense them into one body, they can't do anything with me. I will guard the Temple of Qixin. But if you think it's okay to be here, if I save my life, I won't have much." The Qixin Temple is divided into inner and outer halls. They can only rely on the altar to connect with the inner hall. The outer hall they are in is not powerful, otherwise they would not be killed by Zhenming town back then. Now, Lu Crow has become Taoist ancestor in control of the great wilderness, and is not afraid of those foreign emperors, but they are not Taoist ancestors, and the strongest are only ordinary fourth-order emperors. There is no place to hide, and it is too late to escape. This Zhen Wuyang, isn't he afraid that the Qixin Temple will fall into the hands of the masters of those different universes? It's so despicable he can't help us alone now, but if he recruits a large number of emperors, he hasn't changed at all. It's still as shameless as before. Everyone, now we need to unite as one to fight against foreign enemies. Dao Gong stood up. He understood Lu Ya's intentions. Although he knew he would suffer, he had to stand up now. Chapter 5142. Deep in the wilderness. The first few major forces that entered the great wilderness gradually gathered together. Zhen Wuyang, how much do you know about the Temple of Qixin? A golden armored emperor with a noble face looked at Zhen Wuyang arrogantly. Emperor Donglin, there's so much information I know about the Qixin Temple, and it has all been sent to you. Zhen Wuyang smiled faintly, still sitting cross-legged in the void with composure. Don't think of me as a fool. The Temple of Qixin is floating in the long river of time and space. Who knows what's wrong in it? You are so generous in spreading the location of the Temple of Qixin. You want me to wait for you? Let's take the lead. The Golden Armor Emperor glared at Zhen Wuyang. He is the only ruler among the many surrounding worlds, and he controls the higher world. How can he be a for Zhen Wuyang? The emperors of the world of Tongtian Buddhism also appeared around Zhenming, and the strange movement of the great wilderness Tongtian Buddha had long been known. When Zhenming came out of the Temple of Qixin, he directly brought all the emperors and many Dian immortals. Brother Jinwu, the Temple of Qixin is very important. Since I will not hesitate to cross many realms to come here, I have to give it to us. Emperor Dong Yen took the lead in speaking, and didn't care about the leading Tongtian Buddha. I said, I know so much. If you don't dare, then don't go. Go back to the Tao of Enlightenment as soon as possible. I also wish you an early ascent to the top of the universe. Zhen Wuyang sneered. Not dare to bear any danger. Just dreaming of the great avenue of the universe. He spread the news of the Temple of Qixin to attract the strong from all sides and then fish in troubled waters. At this time, these people wanted to ask him for an explanation, or just want him to take the lead. How can one be a reckless person who can become the ruler of a big power if he had been beheaded so early? There is the secret of becoming the Lord of the universe in the Temple of Qixin. But how can it be safe? The 18 gods alone are comparable to a big power. Zhen Wuyang, don't know what's good or bad, am willing to come, because I have trusted you. Now you don't want to share the information of the Temple of Fortune. Don't blame me for waiting. Jean Jiadajin threatened. I heard you, the Big Siu has expanded to the extreme. I wonder if it has caught up with my Donglin realm. As soon as the Golden Armor Emperor's voice fell, a terrifying aura broke out instantly, and a golden flood dragon sprang out from the palm of his hand, and the dragon surged extremely fast. The Emperor's might can break through the void in the great wilderness at will. As soon as this terrifying flood dragon appeared, he saw the void as nothing, and rushed directly to the Desai domain. Although Desiu has expanded to the extreme, because this great wasteland is not big, because the origin has been disintegrated in the Wangu era, it is difficult to expand the territory. Even if Zhenliang is powerful, it will at most open up this great wasteland. If Xiang de Siyu goes further, he can only improve his avenue. The higher the Tao level, the stronger the world that can be mastered. Zhan Weiyang has opened up the realm to the extreme over the years, which is equivalent to the Tao, has also reached the extreme. If there was no such thing as a great wasteland, he would have elevated the de Siyu to the peak of the medium world. Now the Emperor Jinjia uses a flood dragon to spy on his great Siyu. How could he agree? Even if he can't spy anything, but the power of the Emperor, even if this flood dragon enters the big Siyu, it will destroy countless small realms and deplete him the origin of the big division domain. I don't care about the East Forest realm yet, and my de Siyu has no turn to give you advice. Zhen Weiyang said coldly. Great division domain, heavenly court. Zhen Weiyang's deity appeared, looking at the great wilderness, pointing to the void. Hum, hum. The dull air explosion sounded to the depths of the great wilderness, and the flood dragon ran aground on the edge of the great wilderness before it reached the border of the Desai region. The golden flood dragon that was originally alive was like a portrait in the void, hanging motionless in the void. Jin Jia Denung snorted, trying to withdraw his magical powers, but he couldn't recall the golden dragon. Void tore the void with his claws and hands, and reached out to grab the dragon, but couldn't catch it. The dragon is like being carved in the void, moving slowly with the breath, but not moving forward. Zhan Weiyang slowly got up at this time, beckoning a golden dragon scissors to fly out of the void crack, and then the void crack closed. Donglin, don't you think that you will be so arrogant in front of me if you control a higher world and become a master? I have killed more emperors than you in the East Forest realm. Click. Zhan Weiyang directly smashed the Jiaolong. The dignified treasure is like gravel in Zhan Weiyang's hands, scattered in the void at will. You. Emperor Donglin opened his eyes full of anger, but Zhan Weiyang's strength is indeed very strong. If he is in his own dojo, he will naturally not be afraid. But now this is a great wilderness. Although this is not Zhan Weiyang's dojo, he really wants to fight. Now he has nothing to do with Zhan Weiyang. Moreover, there are several emperors of the East Forest world behind him, whose strength is only the second-order emperor. Once they fight against Zhan Weiyang, they will be killed by Zhan Weiyang's strength at will, and they will lose a lot by then. Their main purpose is the Temple of Qixin, or Khonshu. There is no need for Calm to go head-to-head with Zhan Weiyang. Donglin, this is the great wilderness. Although there are Taoist ancestors in this place now, this is after all the area jointly managed by my Tongtian Buddhist realm and de Siyu. You have to go crazy, otherwise. He nodded meaningfully towards Zhan Weiyang. Tongtian Buddha thought that the matter was not big enough, so he stood in line with Zhan Weiyang directly. What he meant was that if you really Weiyang do something, I will follow it. We are on the same boat. But how would Zhen Weiyang know the character of this adjacent Tongtian Buddha? He stood in line at this time, and even said that Da Huang was jointly managed by the two realms, and the implication was still the temple of the gods. Zhan Weiyang was a bit big for a while, and these emperors could survive to this day and become powerful beings in the universe. Naturally, they would not go straight to the Temple of Qixin with a simple message. This was a problem he had overlooked. Everyone, I was negligent. However, I don't know much about the specific information in the Temple of Qixin. Now the Temple of Qixin is there. If you are willing to explore together, then go together. If you look forward to the future generations, you want to rely on more people. Fish in troubled waters, then you can go back now. Zhan Weiyang knows that he will not take these people to the Temple of Qixin at this time. When more emperors come, he will look for him. It is better to take these emperors to try their luck now. Tongtian Buddha put his hands together and smiled slightly. Goodness! Many emperors scattered, and when they reappeared, it was the ancient road where Jian Wushuang desperately wanted to escape. The towering temple is hundreds of thousands of miles high, and the bronze temple contains powerful secret texts that are looming, and its own power always suppresses the void. Huh. Dozens of figures appeared outside the Qixin temple. It was Zhan Wuyang and the others. Chapter 5143. Dao Gong, Lu Crou, Feng Hua. Zhan Wuyang appeared ordinary among the emperors, but he spoke with unusual domineering. The junior came here to visit a few seniors, specially. Said it was to meet, but with a large group of emperors the water around the temple of Qixin could not be drained. Dong Yen, your God Yen formation can be arranged. Zhan Wuyang turned his head and said with a smile. Just now he said that he was coming to see him, and he turned his head and let Dong Yen set up the formation. Zhan Wuyang's shamelessness made the emperor who met him for the first time to be ashamed. It is worthy of being able to destroy the glorious existence of the entire De Siwang ancient era. In the past, everyone who killed himself was cruel, but now that he is cooperating with this person, Emperor Donglin sighed in his heart, not knowing whether it was good or bad. The Yenshin Great Formation was created by Emperor Dongyan himself. It is very famous in the surrounding domains. Once the Great Formation is formed, the void blockade cannot be teleported even by the emperor. The formation. Emperor Dong Yen waved and raised the formation flag, and a formation that was comparable to a small world fell from the sky, and 1/3 of the void in the entire great wilderness was suppressed by the formation. After the formation was set up, Zhan Wuyang's scruples dissipated. At least the old guys in ancient times could not escape. In addition to the Yenshin formation to guard, the Tongtian Buddha also took out the most precious 1,000 treasure robes. As the name suggests, the Qianbao cassock is composed of thousands of treasures. The golden cassock turns into a river and surrounds the entire temple of the gods. All the emperors in the temple of the gods from the outside can see clearly, and they are not idle, and immediately activate the power of the temple of the gods. Boom! The Yenshin array buzzed in the void, and every component of the huge array was accelerating and spinning. Although the power of the Qixin temple was strong, the emperors could not be fully utilized, and relying on the Qixin temple, it was only slightly able to counter many emperor. Lu Crou, get ready to do it! Dao Gong shouted angrily. His figure appeared outside the gate of Qixin temple, and the ancient majestic aura rose into the sky. The secret text on the outside of the Qixin temple lit up instantly. Daegong's eyes were dazzling, and he rushed towards Dong Yen in the Yenshin array. An army of corpses from the outside surrounds the temple of Qixin, blocking it at the outermost periphery. But when a divine power swept over, those unconscious corpses turned into powder and floated along the ancient road to the temple of Qixin. The 2 ninth turn consummate Dayan immortals, waiting outside the hall, suddenly opened their eyes. They waited for this moment for too long. This is the Lord 6 Crow calling them. Arrangement. Lu Crow's eyes turned, and his left hand lightly pressed. The arm suddenly exploded, and this force affected hundreds of millions of Dayan immortals. Welcome, my lord. 36 9-turned, perfect Dayan immortals appeared behind Lu Crou instantly. These 9th-turned, perfect Dayan immortals regarded the corpses of hundreds of millions of Dayan immortals as flesh bodies. Infinite Dayan immortals finally turned into these 36 great Yangxians. Yangxians, flesh and blood. They are now accurately beyond the scope of Dayan immortal. Each of them has the power of the emperor, but the avenue in the body has withered when the flesh is condensed, and now they are all like the living dead. Get up! Lu Crou shouted again. The big formation gradually rose, and a towering figure with the size of the Qixin temple appeared outside the Qixin temple. This is the necromantic formation based on the 6 crows. The formation method was obtained by Lu Crou from the Qixin temple. In the ancient times, he pursued the Qixin Tao with all his heart and never practiced. It was not until the rise of Zhan Wuyang that he began to practice. In order to achieve the perfection of this great formation, he did not hesitate to develop it by hundreds of millions Xian accompanies him to die together. Now the recovery has to be turned into a part of his body to fight for him. Dao Gong, kill Dong Yin quickly and break the big formation, and the others will suppress the Tongtian Buddha together and leave the rest to me. Lu Crow dominates the entire undead formation, and the human form that the big formation transforms into is also his own. Face. Boom. Dao Gong is not the one who cultivated the Qishan Dao to the 8th level. Although the void was blocked, his speed was much faster than Emperor Dong Yen, but he reached the eye of Dong Yen in an instant. The blockade of the big formation is two-way, and Dong Yen himself can't use teleport, only relying on the big formation at the front of the formation and Dao Gong. I heard that you are the leader of the great Siuang era. Today I will meet you well. Although Dong Yen has not reached Tier 4, there is a defensive array blessing at the front of the eye. The old guy who entered the ranks, he is still more confident. The old man happened to be here to meet you guys from other worlds, to see if your Dao is stronger or my Dao is better. As soon as Daegong's voice fell, he started directly. The leader of the Wango era was a 3rd Order Emperor as early as the Wango era, and now he has become a 4th Order Emperor and has been bestowed by Qishan, and his strength has reached the level of Zhenwiang in the Wango era. The Emperor Dong Yen, at the moment, he really didn't take it seriously. A whisk appeared in his hand. With just a light wave, hundreds of millions of white feathers surrounded the entire seat, and then suddenly tightened. The pressure of the whisk was like the palm of a giant, and Emperor Dong Yen, who was held in the eye of the battle, did not panic at all. Okanchu, calm, will firmly guard the large array of the front eye. Under the tremendous pressure, the operation of the eye suppressor sped up rapidly. No, it won't last long. Emperor Dong Yen was shocked and quickly transmitted his voice to the Tongtian Buddha. Dao Gong has Tier 4 strength. I can't resist it. Let Feng Mo save me quickly. Tongtian Buddha, Zhenwiang, Donglin God Emperor, plus Feng Mo for 4th Order Emperors. The 16 gods of the temple will use the Qishan temple to suppress the Tongtian Buddha, saying that the suppression is actually staring at him. It is best for neither of them to shoot, and just wait for the others to decide the victory or defeat. The strongest Lu Crow in Qishan temple, he alone resisted the 3 4th Order Emperors. After all, Da Huang is the dojo of 6 crows. Although Feng Demon is strong, it is only a newly promoted 4th Order Emperor. Without Dao Gongchang, Wu Yang is really strong enough to compete with him. As for the Donglin Divine Emperor, he was protecting the many ordinary monarchs in the rear. In battles of this level, those ordinary monarchs could not get involved at all. Instead, they became a burden and wasted the battle power of a Tier 4 monarch in vain. The power blessing in the dojo, coupled with the necromantic formation. At this time, Lu Crow has the top level of Tier 4. No matter how strong Zhenwiang is, it will not get any benefit from him. Zhenwiang, I originally thought that you would come to the great wilderness by yourself, just like the Wango era. I didn't expect you to bring so many helpers. It really disappointed me. Lu Ye said while doing it. The huge shadow of the fist fell like a falling star, blasting madly at Feng Demon Emperor. On the other side, Zhenwiang, he was always rounding around, grabbing the weakest one. This is his dojo. He will only fight more and more. Strong, mobilize the Dao of the great wilderness. He is the Dao ancestor of this world. Even though it is only a middle world level, the power that can be given to him can still make the wind demon body he fights shatter. Chapter 5144. Damn it! Zhenwiang yelled angrily. The current situation is not very friendly to them. Dong Yan's side is almost unable to hold it, and Feng Mo can't raise his head again. He can't perform real in a short time. Strength. This is the dojo of 6 crows, where he is fighting with 6 crows, has been rejected by the Da Huang Heavenly Dao, and his strength has been suppressed by 30%. The Tongtian Buddha is at the top, but he is at ease, and the power of the 1,000 treasures robes is enough to rival the 16 generals of the temple. Among them, there are only a few of Tier 3. If it weren't for the Temple of Qishan, Tongtian Buddha would be able to kill them instantly. Wuliang, Dong Yen is going to be dying. Quickly bring people to support. Tongtian Buddha sat firmly in the void, And at this time he was still leisurely and elegantly let a third-order emperor of Wuliang go to deal with the fourth-order Daogong emperor. The temptation of Qixin is too great. Only a few pieces of information from Zhanwiang can cause chaos in the primitive universe. They are only the first group of people. He has never thought of breaking the Qixin temple now. He has to wait and wait. Everyone gathered together and then delved into the temple of Qi. From the initial stage of the primitive universe, I came to the temple of the gods of Desiu. It is not that simple. Behind all this, there is probably someone in the layout. Although he guards the heavenly realm all year round, his information is very well informed. Those fifth-order emperors have left the primitive universe to go to the long river of time and space. There are even greater secrets in the primitive universe. The origin of the primitive universe began to dissipate since its birth. Knowing how many epochs of chaos, the origin is almost consumed. Inside the primitive universe is a taboo demon who suppressed the long river of time and space. If the source is exhausted, the forbidden demon master will be born, and then the primitive universe can only be forced to migrate. Forbidden demon masters are powerful beings bred in the long river of time and space. They will appear in every reincarnation era. The last time they appeared in their primitive universe, the forbidden creatures that swallowed the entire universe were suppressed by the supreme rules to the core of the primitive universe. This matter is known to very few people, and only those fifth-order emperors and a few fourth-order masters know about it. The person who created Buddhism left the original universe after the heaven was broken, leaving behind this reincarnation secret text when he left. That existence deduced the future and used the eye of heaven to see the future of the primitive universe. The primitive universe in the future is a seamless, starry sky. The entire universe is swallowed by taboo creatures. The emperor in the universe takes Dian to escape the long river of time and space, and the rest life is gone. Even if the future is foreseen, that existence will leave the original universe. For that existence, this universe will soon perish, and it is not worth his stay here. Taboo creatures in the long river of time and space are terrifying existences that make all the strong fearful. For the universe, without the master of the universe, it even represents destruction. Now that the Temple of Qixin is suddenly born, will it be a chance that the supreme rules will be lowered to let the primitive universe survive this catastrophe? Thinking of this, Tontian Buddha glanced at the many emperors in the Qixin temple, and then looked at Daogong and Lu Crow. At last he shook his head when he saw it. Everyone in this group is like a savior. What Tontian Buddha didn't know was that the Buddhism leader who foresaw the future was eventually killed by the Supreme Rule and then reincarnated. Fate was shackled, and the Supreme Rule left a vitality. In the end, the Temple of Qixin wandered through countless reincarnations in the long river of time and space and came to the primitive universe. This great gift is a vitality given to the primitive universe by the Supreme Rules. If you grasp it, a Cosmos Lord will be born in this era, and if you can't help me, then prepare to flee. The gleam of vitality left by the Supreme Rule, except for the Lord of the Universe, no one can drive away the taboo demon lord. Then there is a high possibility that a universe lord will appear in this era. The Tontian Buddha, who understood all of this, squinted his eyes, and from his eyes, all the people present, only Zhanwiang had a chance with him. No matter how they looked at it, they were not the existence of the great Tao of achievement. Everything has its own days. It must be impossible for the Qixin temple to leave the original universe, so there is no need for him to guard it. But watching the tiger fight from the top, he was also happy and leisurely. It would be good if the little shrimps at the bottom died a little bit, and those who fished in troubled waters would be saved. The many emperors outside the Qixin temple could only watch a few fourth-order emperors fighting under the protection of Donglin. He never expected that even the third-order emperors would not be able to get involved in the current battle. As for Tontian Buddhas saying that they were to rescue Emperor Dongyan, everyone thought they hadn't heard it. Who would be so stupid to fight with the fourth-order emperor now? Even if Dao Gong is the bottom of the Fourth Order Emperor, these Third Order Emperors are far from opponents. Lu Kuo, as the Dao ancestor of the Great Wilderness, has been staring at him. Not only is the one-handed wind demon on the verge of collapse, but also has spare capacity to deal with Zhen Wuyang. If they dare to show their heads, they may be instantly killed by Lu Kuo. In the distance, Emperor Dong Yin could not hold it anymore. The power of Fuqin seemed to be wireless, and it was rising steadily. At first, he was very relaxed, but as he went to the back, the power of Fuqin increased, but his power was slightly reduced. Compressed, changed, and he soon couldn't hold on. The defense formation at the front of the battlefield had begun to shatter, and he lost the protection of the battle formation. He couldn't hold on for a few breaths under Dao Gong. The Yenshin array has 9 eyes, and he hides in one of them, but Da Huang has Dao ancestors after all. Lu Kuo directly found his position and asked Dao Gong to come and kill him. Just kill him and others. The eyes are naturally extinct. The current Emperor Dong Yen can't wait to break the Yenshin formation so that he can teleport and escape. He never expected that he would eventually be trapped by his own big formation, and he built a tomb for himself. Boom! The front eye defense was broken, and Emperor Dong Yan's real body appeared. As soon as he was about to open his mouth to beg for mercy, he was covered in dust all over his body. Those who peeped into the temple of Qi Dai. Dao Gong yelled angrily. The power of the whisk soared again, and Emperor Dong Yen, who had no defensive formation, was crushed instantly like thin paper. This is the power gap. Although Dong Yen had the top strength of Tier 3, he could not fight back against the monarch of Tier 4, even the bottom Dao Gong of Tier 4. Fighting higher levels will appear in the Dian Immortal level, but will never appear in the Emperor. In Dian Immortal, there may still be battles because of the existence of some external treasures. However, after becoming an emperor, strength depends on the perception of Tao. Being able to fight beyond the ranks in the emperor, at least in the primitive universe, hasn't heard anyone do it. Perhaps the former ancestor of the ancient gods could do it, but when the old guy became the emperor, he was a Fourth Order Emperor. There was no Fifth Order Emperor in the primitive universe at that time. Chapter 5145. With the unwilling roar, Emperor Dong Yen completely fell. This being who could rank among the top 3 in the 3,000 great worlds just fell. Emperor Dong Yen followed the path of evolution. He was not good at fighting at all, and he did not have a clone yet. This fall is a true fall. In the world of Tongtian Buddhism, Dong Yen still had too little knowledge of the Fourth Order Emperor because he belonged to the same world. Although the primitive universe is big, there are still a few Third Order Emperors, and now one has fallen in less than a cup of tea. The birth of the Temple of Qixin is the beginning of a great era, and this era will be the node of the entire primitive universe. Good. Tongtian Buddha put his hands together, lowered his eyebrows, and meditated silently to save the dead soul Dong Yen. Dao Gong, go to crack the big formation, quickly. Lu Yaqiang was throbbing in his heart. As soon as the great formation opened, he was about to slaughter, accumulating hundreds of millions of years of anger. He wanted to turn the great wilderness into a Shura field and behead all those who peeped at the temple of discrimination. The magnificent road descended from the sky, and the fall of an emperor made his necromantic array stronger. If it is to kill a Fourth Order Emperor, his power can be increased. Lu Ye shook his left hand towards the void, and a death aura instantly invaded the entire void. The wind demon, who had been suppressed and beaten, seemed to be afraid of being beaten, and before Dao Gong went to break the formation, he himself immediately broke the Yenshin Great Formation. He wants to escape. Zhen Wuyang's trash can't stop the 6 crows. Tongtian Buddha is not doing anything above the void, and Dong Lin is going to protect the group of trash from doing anything. He now starts to suspect that these guys are working together to calculate him. Wind demon, don't! Zhen Wuyang shouted angrily. Once the Great Formation is broken, they will die faster and the void will be unblocked. Not only can they teleport, but the 6 crows themselves can also teleport. What an idiot! Zhan Weiyang cursed in a low voice. The situation is gone. It doesn't matter if he arrives alone. Other people are miserable. The world of Tongtian Buddhism has all come out. Now Dong Yen has fallen. I am afraid that more will fall in the future. Donglin God Emperor's eyelids throbbed. And if he didn't do anything at this time, the men he brought this time would probably die in the Great Wasteland. At this time, he had to do it. Lu Crow, your opponent is me. God Emperor Donglin flickered, and 6 purple diamond-shaped crystals appeared behind him. Wow! The huge white stone throne appeared at the feet of the Emperor Donglin. Donglin held the throne firmly, and the purple diamond crystal flew into the god's seat instantly behind him. This was obtained from a relic in the long river of time and space, and it was the amethyst throne left by ancient civilization. Boom! 6 purple rays of light shot out from above the throne, and the speed was so fast that the 6 crows had no chance to resist, and the purple rays of light directly passed through the large array of undead spirits controlled by the 6 crows. The light was invincible, and 6 holes exuding death aura appeared on the large array of undead spirits controlled by the 6 crows. The flesh body, condensed by the endless great evolving immortal, was instantly pierced by the purple light, which made Lu Crow stunned for a moment. But he with endless evolving power was nothing at all. The hole was instantly patched up, and his body was 1 step faster. Before Wind Demon could teleport, he squeezed Wind Demon's body. Wind Demon, where are you going? Lu Crow sneered, and then suddenly used force. Call! The Wind Demon, held by him, turned into a black smoke, and then disappeared. This is... Lu Crow was shocked. This great wasteland was his dojo. This Wind Demon was able to transform his body under his nose, and what he was holding was actually an energy clone. After discovering that he had been tricked, Lu Crow roared, and the towering figure disappeared in an instant. The moment he was stunned, he had lost the time to chase and kill the Wind Demon, and now he had to deal with the weak emperors. Flee separately! Donglin roared angrily. He has the most subordinates. Most of the Buddhist monarchs in the world of Tongtian Buddhism have clones, and they lose at most 1 flesh and some treasures when they die. Few of his subordinates have clones. If they die, they're really dead. Donglin Realm is a rare higher world, but its foundation is not as strong as other higher worlds. He is the only 4th Order Emperor in the East Forest Realm, and there are only a few 3rd Order Emperors under his hand. This time the Chishan Temple was born, he did not want to bring too many emperors. But these emperors did not want to go further. He wanted can't stop it. After all, in front of the avenue, the strong must fight. Who would give up such a great opportunity? Who would give up because of danger? If they were afraid of death, they would not stand out from the billions of dying immortals. None of you can escape. Lu Crow figure appeared behind many emperors, and there was also a death sickle in his hand. Teleportation also requires an instant world. It is this extremely short time that Lu Crow waved his sickle in his hand, and several emperors fell instantly. Some emperors who responded quickly only left half of their bodies, but the other half of their bodies appeared in another place in the great wilderness. The sickle that exudes silence, everything that is contaminated will be swallowed up by life. The emperor, who also had a different body, fell in wailing and unwillingness. Many of the remaining emperors had already teleported for most of the time, but the emperors of the heavenly Buddha realm did not choose to escape, and their figures were hidden in the 1,000 treasures robes. Boundless Buddha turned his head and glanced at the Temple of Qi for the last time, disappeared into the Qianbao robes. He has fought with Tongtian Buddha for countless years, and now he understands that if Tongtian were to kill him, he would have died long ago. Donglin Divine Emperor's eyes were red, and his disciples and clansmen among the fallen emperors were all dead at this time. Dao Gong, who had already gotten away, stopped in front of him, and he couldn't save it if he wanted to. It's better not to think about it. It's good for you and me. Dao Gong sneered and sneered. The battle ended with a complete victory. The Tongtian Buddha above the void also slowly lowered his figure and came to the crowd. Everyone talk about it. Tongtian Buddha put away the Qianbao robes surrounding the Qixin temple and smiled faintly. Talk. Dao Gong also squinted the corners of his eyes. Talk. Tongtian Buddha's voice was firm. Zhen Wuang stood on the outermost periphery. Talk? If there is talk, these old things will not die. Even if they figured out and wanted to talk, they wouldn't talk to him. The enmity is too deep, and they have no more to talk about. Tell me about your conditions. Dao Gong said casually. At this time he turned the offensive, and the right to speak was in his hands. Although Lu Kuo is the strongest combat power and the Taoist ancestor of this world, the emperors in the Qixin temple have already pushed out Dao Gong and let Dao Gong represent them. Now I can only stand aside and let Dao Gong negotiate. Tongtian Buddha glanced at Zhen Wuang in the distance, and then at Donglin. Resolve him first. Yao Yao pointed at Tongtian Buddha with a smile on his face. Donglin God Emperor looked shocked, and then angrily said, Tongtian, you are crazy. You have to join forces with them to deal with me. Zhan Wuang was also taken aback in the distance, and he secretly asked what the Tongtian was doing. Chapter 5146. The finger of the Tongtian Buddha made the Donglin divine emperor tremble. Now the remaining Tier 4 monarchs on the scene are 3-on-2, and even if they are lost, they can still retreat. Those monarchs will die if they die, and there is still no major problem with protecting their lives. Now that the master Tongtian came out, his part-time job was killing him. Tongtian, you are crazy. Cooperate with them. The Emperor Donglin was also a little panicked. He is the master of the higher world. Although there is a clone, what is here in the great wilderness is his strongest main battle clone, and the treasures he carries are of great value. If this clone falls here, plus the lost emperor, then it will be difficult for the East Forest realm to gain a foothold in the surrounding area. Donglin, you killed Dong Yen by protecting the reputation of those emperors, and I have to avenge such a grievance. Tongtian Buddha rarely revealed a vicious face. Dong Yen is the emperor of my 3,000 great worlds, and even the Tao ancestor of Dong Yen realm. Now he followed me to the great wilderness to seek opportunities, but was killed by you. How do you tell me to go back? The fierce light gradually rises in the eyes of the Tongtian Buddha. Luya looked at all this and thought about countermeasures. He couldn't guarantee that some of Tongshin's words were true. Dong Yan's death was indeed related to Donglin, but Tongtian did not rescue him at the critical moment. In his opinion, this Tongtian Buddha is just a smiling tiger. This is to use their power to weaken the combat power on the scene. If they lose, I am afraid it is them who are under siege now. Why don't you plan to do it? Tongtian hesitated. At this time they were fighting in their nests. Lu Kuo and Dao Gong couldn't help him. After all, they were all here for the Temple of Qixin. If they were to kill a Tier 4 emperor at this time, they might be able to shock many Xiao Xiao. After all, there is only one fifth-order emperor in the original universe, and the ancient gods are very far away from the great wilderness. Even if the treasure is used to move it again and again, it will take a long time. Most of the emperors and Dayan immortals around who can rush to this place now. First, deal with these people. Let the necromancers swallow the death aura and reach the perfect state. By then, with the power of the Qixin temple and the blessing of the great desolate heaven, even if the fifth-order emperor comes, they will be able to deal with it. Dao Gong first glanced at Zhen Wuang in the distance, and then nodded towards Luya. Do it, boom! Dao Gong took the lead, and Fuqin instantly covered the sky and the sun, so that the Emperor Donglin had nowhere to escape. I'm going to stop Zhen Wuang, and you too will quickly kill the clone of Donglin. In the fourth-order emperor on the field, only Dao Gong is close to strength. The other emperors are of the fourth-order normal level, especially the Tongtian Buddha, who inherited the origin of the higher world. Although the dojo is only the middle world, the origin of the higher world still allows him to Tao is extremely powerful. Tong Tian, you shameless villain! Donglin Divine Emperor couldn't escape, facing the two top-ranking emperors of Lu Kro and Tongtian Buddha. The divine body was quickly defeated, and the armor on his body was even more impressive. Torn by Lu Kro, Dao Gong in the distance suppressed Void while blocking Zhan Weiyang's path. Zhan Weiyang, don't worry, it will be your turn later. Dao Gong sneered. When Tongtian Buddha talked to them, he secretly informed them that as long as they jointly killed Donglin, he would help them deal with Zhan Weiyang. This is why they cooperated with Tongtian Buddha. Even if Tongtian Buddha used some conspiracy and tricks, their combat power on the scene was not weaker than that of each other, and Donglin was not far from death in the current situation. As long as they kill Donglin, even if Tongtian repents, they can use the Temple of Qixin to contain Tongtian, and Lu Kro and him can besiege Zhan Weiyang, first slaying the feared clone of Zhan Weiyang to avenge the enemies of the year. Dao Gong, you are as stupid as before. Zhan Weiyang let out an evil smile. In the distant void, the Emperor Donglin was unbearable, and directly detonated the clone of fear of divine power. The self-detonation of the Fourth Order Emperor is very terrifying. The endless white air waves roll. Even if the Third Order Emperor falls into it, he will be instantly strangled. As a Tier 4 Emperor, Lu Kro relied on the great desolate way to reach the top threshold of Tier 4 in front of the necropolis, but didn't dare to resist and quickly retreated to the rear. Tongtian, it's time to close the net. Zhan Weiyang's eyes were cold, and the breath in his body rose to the sky. The Lord of the Heavenly Buddha's 1,000 treasures, robes protected his body. His body was unscathed after hearing Zhan Weiyang's transmission. He sighed, "Goodness!" In the void hundreds of thousands of miles away from the battlefield, the young novice monk and Jian Wushuang are talking with Dayan Immortal in the world of Tongtian Buddhism. Suddenly, a horrible breath came from the direction of the distant Temple of God. Boom! The air wave rolled all the way, shattering all the void in the core area of the great wilderness, and countless terrifying space cracks could not be healed for a long time. Is this the Emperor's method? Jian Wushuang was shocked. From hundreds of thousands of miles away, he could be injured by that breath. Fortunately, the weakest people present were 9-rank Dayan Immortal. As for Jian Wushuang and Little Novice, both were the ultimate ways. They were no weaker than 9-rank Dayan Immortal, and they could withstand this aura fluctuation. This is too horrible. A 9th-rank Dayan Immortal in the East Yen world couldn't help exclaiming. Originally, they gave the Emperor the guidance to come to the depths of the great wilderness to find the opportunity to become an emperor. When Yu read www.okanshu.com, they were very excited and looked forward to the opportunity of the Temple of Qixin. Now that they feel that breath fluctuates, they all have a bad premonition. Sure enough, the opportunity for Dayan Xian to be promoted to emperor is not that simple. Why? Brother Jiyu is scared. The speaker was the first emperor from the East Yen realm, who had the strength of the 9th rank of the great Yen Immortal, and was also one of the most powerful Day Yen Immortals in this group of great Yen Immortals. In addition to a few emperors in the Eastern Yen realm, his status is the highest, and he is the most promising talent in the Dong Yen realm for hundreds of millions of years to become an emperor. His avenue is still the 3rd rank avenue. As long as the combination is successful, he will have the strength of the 2nd order emperor. Nowadays, there are still many worlds in the 3,000 great worlds that are no masters. He is a local practitioner. After becoming an emperor, he can naturally control a big world. Then he will have his own dojo. With his understanding of heaven, he can quickly become a 3rd order emperor, become the pinnacle powerhouse in the universe. If you are afraid, you won't be here. Ju, you whispered with cold eyes. His foreign trade is somewhat similar to that of the Beijing Sengshu Jian Wushuang has seen, but his strength is very different. When he first met this group of people, the little novice secretly gave him a voice transmission, and don't provoke the first 9 universe in the world of Tongtian Buddhism. Hundreds of millions of years have passed since this chief Buddhist disciple on the Tongtian mountain has achieved the 9th revolution consummation. Legend has it that he has realized the 9 great avenues, and the strength of each one has risen to the 9th revolution consummation level. It is said that he has cultivated a certain special secret method. Once the secret method is completed, he can go to the Tao. As long as the Tao is successful, his Tao can be comparable to the ultimate Tao. Chapter 5147. Tick. The crisp sound of raindrops gradually sounded. The raindrops gradually became denser, changing from drizzle to torrential rain. For a while, there was heavy rain in the entire great wilderness, which made some monarchs or dying immortals in the periphery feel strange. Isn't this a great wasteland? How can it rain? A woman in gray said in surprise. Jian Wushuang and others raised their heads to look at the void. The rain turned out to be golden. Many people exclaimed. Could it be that Jian Wushuang followed a drop of rain with his hands and moved his eyes slightly? He actually saw a straight, broken road from the rain. Yanli mobilized the rain around him, and a huge raindrop gathered in an instant. Jian Wushuang watched carefully, and there was still a broken road in the rain. When other people saw Jian Wushuang doing this, they all looked at Brother Wushuang, but what did they find? The woman in gray asked curiously, "This is the emperor." Juyu is an ancient fairy who has lived countless times in the Chaos era. He received a cloud of rain and pinched a magic seal with both hands. The broken avenue in the rain was actually stripped out by him, and the others were surprised to see it. Master Juyu is right. This is the emperor's fall, and only the fall of the emperor will make a world of golden rainfall. Jian Wushuang said with emotion. He once saw such a record in an ancient, secret text. In the endless years of Desiu, the last time the emperor fell was when Zhen Weong killed dozens of emperors in the Wango era, causing golden rain to rain in the Desiu. However, the rain recorded at that time was not as great as this time. This shows that the number of emperors who have fallen in the great wilderness this time exceeds the number that Zhen Weong killed in Wango, or that a certain top emperor has fallen, comparable to dozens of emperors. Brother Wushuang is indeed very knowledgeable. This is indeed the emperor. I was fortunate to have seen it in the Wango era of your Desiu. Juyu was a little bit sorrowful. The scene of the last time he saw the emperor is still vivid. At that time he was the Dayan Immortal with the 9th rank consummation, and now it is Dayan Immortal bye-bye. However, he also became more affirmed of his own way. Weak strength will only be beheaded and turned into rain. Only strong strength can eternal immortality. He didn't pay much attention to the emperors of the 5th rank and 4th rank avenues, and he didn't even care about the 3rd rank avenue. He became famous early, and many of his contemporaries, Jinghong Tianjiao, became emperors, but they were all ordinary emperors, and they were not considered to be strong among the gods. He was the strongest of the same rank in the world of Tongtian Buddhism, since he was weak, and it was not until Dayan Xian met the heavenly Ji Daojun of Dongyan realm that he understood the gap of the Great Avenue. At that time, he was the 9th Renaissance Yenxian on the 3rd stage Dao, and he met the 3rd level de Yenxian Tianji, Dao of the Ultimate Road. One of them is the shocking Tianjiao of the Tongtian Buddha realm, and the other is the strongest emperor of the Dongyan realm. Even the emperor came to watch the battle between the two, and the heavenly Ji Daojun of the 3rd rank Dayan Immortal faced Jiu of the 9 rank Dayan Immortal. The two of them ended in a tie at that station. 3 turns to 9 turns, and finally a tie. This result made the arrogant Juyu unacceptable, and waited until his 9th turn to complete the challenge to the heavenly mystery Daojun again. In that battle, he completed his 9th turn, and heavenly Ji Daojun's 9th turn. There was no tie this time, and he was completely defeated. Tianji Daojun just used one move to defeat him. From then on, he began to deposit, and for many years he has been comprehending a secret method of ancient civilization on Tongtian Mountain. 10,000 ways are one. Ju, you whispered secretly. The ultimate way can't be realized by comprehension alone. According to the words of the Buddha Master Tongtian, he has no life. After that, the Buddha of Tongtian couldn't bear to see him fall forever, so he bestowed the secret law of unity of 10,000 ways to him. After embarking on the road of unity of 10,000 ways, he realized the feeling of strength that surpassed the strength of the same rank by countless times. He can feel that this way is not worse than the ultimate way, but it is more difficult to succeed than the ultimate way. So far, no one in the primitive universe can become the emperor of the unity of 10,000 ways. Maybe this secret method is only available to a few people. Maybe this way is impossible to succeed at all. But even if no one succeeded, he would go all the way. Even if he couldn't become an emperor, he didn't want to be an ordinary emperor. It turns out that the emperor will also fall. The gray-clothed woman looked at the golden rain in the sky with surprise in her eyes. She is just an ordinary rank 9 Dayan Immortal, and the way she walks is only the 4th rank avenue. Not even Daozi, at most she is an elite in their big world. In his opinion, as long as it is an emperor, it is the supreme being, and now it seems that she is short-sighted. Everyone had a lot of insights when looking at the golden rain, especially the broken avenue, which was of great help to their practice. This time they were not in vain. Beyond the edge of the wilderness, the group of people in the big dream world stopped. Taozu, what is this golden rain? Is it unique in the great wilderness? A big dream girl bathed in the rain and asked in surprise. Except for a few emperors who knew the truth, the other Dayan Immortals didn't know what was going on. After all, it was too difficult for the emperor to fall. Some emperors had never seen the scene of the emperor's fall in their lives until they were beheaded. This is the emperor. Damang Daozu looked into the depths of the great wilderness, and he could feel that a terrifying battle had taken place there. Even he might have fallen in that battle. Outside the great wilderness at this time, many forces have gathered, but when they saw the emperor's fall, they all stopped. Even the 4th Order Emperor did not dare to act rashly. Slowly, all forces began to gather and form a temporary alliance. The alliance was formed for 2 purposes only. One is the Temple of Fortune, which is also the goal of many people here, and the other is to contend against the ancient gods and several other pinnacle forces. The primitive universe, the 5 pinnacle forces, all have 5th Order Emperors. Although the deity of the 5th Order Emperor has gone to the long river of time and space, but with the 5th Order Emperor's clone, he still has the combat power of the 5th Order threshold. And these kinds of strength are simply not what they can contend. And now those 5th Order Emperors who are going to the long river of time and space are all rushing back. If they don't hug each other, they won't take any advantage in the Temple of Chishan. The role of the temporary alliance is to hold a group to keep warm, so as to compete with those 5th Order Emperors and then share a piece of the pie. In 3 days, most of the forces in the eastern region, where the Great Division region is located, arrived, and the people from the Ion Tower, the strongest force in the eastern region, finally arrived. The Ion is the pinnacle power in the primitive universe. This power is formed by several higher worlds. Today, the power of the Ion is the personal disciple of the 5th Order Emperor, Zhutian the Great. The 4th Order Emperor has several digits, and the 5th Order Emperor can't come out. He is one of the most powerful people in the entire primitive universe. Chapter 5148. Emperor Zhutian has already become a 5th Order Emperor, and he has walked out of the primitive universe and traveled to the long time and space of Hanoi. Now that the Temple of the Gods is born, the power of the Ion has notified the Master as soon as possible. But even the 5th Order Emperor wants to go from time to time. It will take millions of years to drive back to the original universe in the Long River. Only let them go to the Temple of Fortune to explore the way first. The Wind and Rain Demon Lord. In the base camp of the Provisional Alliance, an old man with a terrifying aura flashed, and he went outside the Ion Tower. The origin of the name of the pinnacle force Ion is the towering tower in front of the old man. This is the eternal treasure obtained by the 5th Order Emperor Zhutian from time and space-long Hanoi, and it is also refined by the legendary master of the universe. This kind of treasure will be jealous even if it is a fifth-order emperor, because it is made by the legendary master of the universe and contains the cosmic avenue inside, which can understand one's own avenue and suppress all things. The tower is divided into 9 floors, and the fourth-order emperor's wind and rain dominates, and can only display the strength of the 8th floor, and only the Emperor Zhutian can fully use the power of the Ion. Qi Shui, are you going to be an enemy of our Ion Tower? In the 8th floor of the Ion Tower, the wind and rain ruler in the blue robe shouted angrily. She is a rare female emperor among the fourth-order emperors. Her delicate face often changes, and the weak emperor can't even see her real face. No way! A group of little guys look at the old man, and they have to pull me to be fair for them. The old guy, I can only stand up. Qi Shui traveler smiled lightly. A lone traveler in the eastern region. His hometown world has long been shattered, and he has mastered a secret realm. Although he has not mastered the realm, his strength is a genuine tier 4 top emperor. Oh, if that's the case, it's going to be my enemy. Feng Yu Demon Lord's face gradually became cold. The reason why she was called the Demon Lord was also created by ruthless means. Back then, the emperors of the eastern region sprung up like bamboo shoots after a rain, and began to look for higher territories to take the opportunity to control. An emperor who achieved the second-tier road directly controlled a higher world within the Ion Tower's sphere of influence, and also killed the guards of the Ion Tower over there. In that era, the fifth-order emperors stepped into the long river of time and space. The peak power was no longer guarded by the fifth-order emperor. Many powerful masters or emperors began to leave the Ion. At that time, the wind and rain demon was only a master of the higher world, and his strength was the fourth order is also commonplace, and the many strong inside the Ion are very dissatisfied, since she was a direct disciple of Emperor Zhutan. Although some people did not dare to make trouble on the surface, no one would follow her secretly. The peak strength did not have the fifth-order emperor personally suppressed, and it was on the verge of defeat in an instant. Internal pressure and external intrusions urgently needed the certification of her strength. It also happened that the Tier 3 top emperor appeared, giving her an object of power. The third-order emperor first killed the second-order emperor who guarded the higher world, and then he began to control the higher world. Although there were many emperors in that era, there were still few emperors who were able to succeed in the second-class combination. Therefore, many of the higher worlds were without owners. As the pinnacle power, the Ion naturally took a fancy to the potential of the higher world. Take control of the surrounding high-level worlds in his own hands, and in the future have the control of the emperor within his own power. The third-order emperor is also extremely arrogant. After taking control of the higher world, he directly stepped into the fourth-order emperor and became the master. He believed that it was not bad for the wind and rain demon, and began to provoke the Ion. In his own dojo, the fourth-order emperor who dominated the high world was already the ceiling at that time, and even in the Ion there were only 3 masters. But wind and rain demon Lord alone manipulated the Ion Tower to enter the higher world. No one knew what happened inside, but when wind and rain demon Lord came out, the interior of the higher world was in ruins. So don't destroy a higher world. Since that time, no one in the Ion Tower dared to make a second, and the wind and rain ruler has also become the wind and rain demon. In the era of chaos in the eastern region, the emperor who died in her hands was no less than double digits. On the other hand, Qi Shui Walker is a lone ranger from the Eastern Territory turmoil era to the present. There is nothing to come up with. Although his strength has reached the top of Tier 4, his prestige and fame are not great, but he is famous for sneak attacks. He has nothing to do with him. Concerned, there are hundreds of special lives in the secret realm that he controls, not even a family member, so he has always been aimless and happy. He has many enemies, but most of them will not seek revenge on him. After all, Barefoot is not afraid of wearing shoes. Even if some superpower suffers a dark loss in his hands, he can only swallow this breath. However, This time Qi Shui became the leader of the temporary alliance and directly provokes the peak strength, which still surprised the wind and rain demon lord. Qi Shui Walker was barefoot, wearing a tattered robe like an old beggar, but no one dared to look down on his strength. Wind and rain, don't speak so absolutely. The birth of the Temple of Qishan is a gift of the supreme rule. No one can enjoy it exclusively. Even the Fifth Order Emperor can't. Qi Shui Traveler changed his normal, and his face was serious. In the Ion Tower, the Lord of Wind and Rain stood in front of the tower window, looking at the proud and empty Scarlet Water Walker, frowning. Qi Shui, this old immortal thing. A Third Order Emperor's teeth tickled. They are among the pinnacle forces, the closest to here. They have the most hope for this opportunity of the Temple of the Gods. At this time, a temporary alliance has suddenly appeared, gathering half of the superpowers in the eastern region, even if they are the pinnacle forces. But before the Fifth Order Emperor returned, they couldn't take advantage of the temporary alliance. In the turbulent times, this old guy was lobbying around alone, causing a lot of wars, and now there are people who believe him. You think those people are fools. They are just using each other. The temporary alliance gathered half of the powerhouses in the eastern region, and all of them were human spirits. There were more than 10 Fourth Order emperors alone. With so many powerhouses, they elected Qi Shui as the leader, obviously because they were afraid that the Fifth Order emperors would return in the future. Implicated in yourself. Qi Shui is different. He is a lone traveler. It's a big deal to wait for the return of the Fifth Order emperor. He just lifts his pants and runs away. His lone ranger doesn't need any territory, and he can mix in that universe. Forget it. At the moment, it is still dominated by the Temple of Qishan. If we drag on the other powerhouses, they will come together, but it will be even more unfavorable for us. The Wind and Rain ruler made up his mind, and his figure appeared outside the Ion in a flash. Everyone in the tower didn't dare to say anything. Fenyu Demon Lord was no longer the little girl who lived in the shadow of the master before. Qi Shui, I don't want to go to war with you, so let those who are acquainted with you. Let us explore together. Chapter 5149. Many powerhouses in the Provisional Alliance are also paying attention to this negotiation. If they are not hugged together, the Wind and Rain Demon Lord will care about them. Maybe the Ion will directly block the Great Wilderness, so that they can't get in. After talking for a while, the 2 top-tier 4 experts returned to their respective camps. Brother Qi Shui, how about it? Did Wind and Rain Demon Lord agree? Many emperors asked one after another. After all, this time the chance was bigger than anything else. In the turbulent era, the battle is for territory, but now it is the opportunity to be promoted to the Lord of the Universe. If you really become the Lord of the Universe and control the primitive universe, let alone invincible in the primitive universe, it is the existence of legends in the long river of time and space. Everyone, Fenyu has agreed to explore the Temple of Qishan together. As for the chance, each has his own ability. Qi Shui Xingzhe said with a smile. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard it, and they were also afraid that the Ion Tower would stand head-on. Fortunately, Brother Qi Shui waited for me. Otherwise Wind and Rain Demon Lord wouldn't be able to let me explore the Temple of Qishan together. The goal of everyone was achieved, and Qi Shui Walker was also the superficial leader, and they complimented a few words. Everyone, set out now and enter the great wilderness. Qi Shui Walker waved his hand, and a huge palace rose from the ground and appeared behind him. This palace is an ordinary treasure palace, which is good for everyone to gather together. It's not that they don't have a more powerful palace, but that no one dared to enter other people's supreme palace rashly. In case the supreme might be mobilized to suppress them all, it would be a big joke. If they are separated and they appear to be scattered, Qi Shui Traveler knows them best and takes the initiative to take out an ordinary treasure palace. Even a Tier 1 Emperor can easily break the palace defenses. This will bring everyone together and look like a force. However, this palace also has shortcomings, that is, it is not enough. The huge palace can only follow behind the Ayan. After entering the great wilderness together, the many powerful men in the eastern region felt extremely desolate, even a little cold. After the baptism of the emperor, countless distracting thoughts breed in the void, and these distracting thoughts have formed many unconscious ghosts. The strength of these ghosts is not strong, and most of them are at the Dayan immortal level. How many emperors have to die before so many distracting thoughts will appear? Qi Shui Walker manipulated the hall, standing at the highest point looking at the ghosts formed by distracting thoughts. He has survived from the turbulent times and has seen many big scenes. But this time the Temple of Qishan was just born. They just gathered, and before they went to explore, there was a terrifying battle inside, and it seemed that many emperors died. If all the emperors of the primitive universe came to this great wilderness, how many emperors would have to die? Brother, Qi Shui, just got the news that the emperor of the East Forest realm was annihilated, and even the main battle clone of the East Forest ruler has fallen. Oh, yes, the wind demon was killed by a mysterious man after severely wounding the far shield. Wind demon. Qi Shui Walker thought of this person and replied, I remember this little guy just broke through Tier 4 and didn't have a clone. Yes, this fall really fell. His world collapsed because of its deep fusion with his Tao, and countless lives fell. In the fight for opportunity, everyone is thinking about the benefits, and no one has ever thought about the fate of failure. The world collapsed and countless people fell. This is the loser. Although the chances of the Temple of Qishan are great, there are a few people who can succeed in the end. You will be successful. This sentence is the most accurate, no matter if it is applied to any strong person. The success of a strong person is bound to have many losers. These emperors, which one of them did not come out of the sea of blood in the Corpse Mountain. The truth is clearer than anyone else. But after tasting the benefits of being strong, they became more eager to be strong and became the Tao ancestor, thinking of becoming a master. After becoming the ruler, they wooed people around to form forces. Holding a group to keep warm is just an external rhetoric. It is true that each one needs what he needs. Now that they have the opportunity to reach the sky in one step, how can they not try their best to break through? The strong on both sides scan the great wilderness with mixed feelings in their hearts. After the emperor's baptism, Jian Wushuang encountered big troubles. Even though those distracting thoughts are only at the level of Dayan Immortal, they can't hold back the large number. Among them, there are many more perfect Dayan Immortals. Everyone protect Brother Wushuang and Hui Qing. I have told the Lord Buddha that there will be an emperor coming to rescue us. Juyu is the strongest among them, and the seniority is also the highest. Now he directly ordered everyone to set up a simple and large formation to resist those ghosts. Jia Jia. Countless distracting thoughts crawled out of the void. Their bodies were twisted and shaped like little ghosts, wandering in the void in illusory robes. Once they met a practitioner, they would surge up wildly. The lowest level of Dayan Immortal present was rank 9, and there were over 1,000 people. Half of the 3,000 world's elites were here, and each of them was better than the veteran of Desiu. If the great Siyu in the ancient times was enough to disregard all the medium worlds in the universe, as for now, except Xinwuyang, everyone can be obtained. Brother Wushuang, you follow me. The gray-clothed woman beckoned. They only knew that Jian Wushuang was from Desiu and saved little novice Hui Qing halfway. The emperors told them to take good care of these two people, especially to protect Hui Qing. However, Hui Qing was a rank 6 Dayan Immortal, but was saved by Jian Wushuang, a rank 3 Dayan Immortal. This made them a little puzzled, but it was not easy to ask them face to face. After all, they saved the 3,000 worlds. People. Jian Wushuang was a little funny in his heart. The woman in gray clothes in front of him was only a 4th rank 9th rank Dayan Immortal, and she took the initiative to protect him. But he couldn't shirk other people's kindness, and nodded and stood behind the gray-clothed woman. I will trouble Luo Shui, Dao friends later. Jian Wushuang smiled slightly, and then retreated behind Luo Shui. Luo Shui is an elite in the East Jian world, and in the sect he is also a veteran, but he is not very old, and he has practiced for only 60 million years. For many ninth rank Dayan Immortals, this is just a simple retreat. That's it. Jian Wushuang stood behind a woman. Even if the other Dayan Immortals were polite, they still rolled their eyes at his actions. But he didn't care about all of this. As long as he had the opportunity, he would be ready to slip away and leave the great wasteland early. In today's great famine, he has a hunch that if he doesn't leave, he might not be able to leave. After taking a deep breath, Jian Wushuang took a closer look at Fairy Luo Shui in front of him. Judging from the back, Fairy Luo Shui has a graceful figure, but this gray linen is too loose, and she won't be able to see it if she doesn't look carefully. With a white neck and some unwound hair, it can be seen that Luo Shui is definitely a rare beauty. Chapter 5150. It's a pity. Jian Wushuang shook his head, secretly. If these people didn't leave, Bakong would have to die here. This kind-hearted Luo Shui fairy with mediocre strength, not even as good as Gu Yuan, is also the bottom of their group. Otherwise, she wouldn't be allowed to stay with Jian Wushuang either. Little novice Huiking's eyes turned, just to look at Jian Wushuang, and nodded with a slight smile. Since he stepped into the Tao, Jian Wushuang felt that the little novice monk had changed a lot, and his personality, mood, and strength had undergone earth-shaking changes. The heart of killing shall not be leaked, and the heart of defense shall not be lost. Now when he recalled the scene when the young novice monk's strength exploded, he couldn't believe it. If a person can burst out of potential in a dangerous situation, increase his strength by 30% to 50%, or directly break through the original realm, just like he suddenly became a Dayan Immortal, this can also be explained. But the little novice's original strength was at most an ordinary fairy cultivator. From the ordinary fairy, cultivator stepped into the Nineth rank Dayan fairy, although he fell to the realm later. But the 6th rank Dayan fairy was genuine. There are so many such temporary breakthroughs, not to mention that he hasn't seen it before, and he hasn't even thought about it. He thought it was because of himself when Da Huang had changed. Now it seems that the little novice monk is more like the protagonist. There are too many secrets behind all of this. The sudden emperor fall and the terrifying white wave of air all show that the emperors and the resurrected existence have already handed over the hands of the real Wuyang, Tongtian Buddha. I just don't know who won and who has fallen. People at this level can't get involved at all, and staying in the wilderness is even more burdensome. Jian Wushuang slowly closed his eyes. No matter what, it is important to restore his strength first. While restoring his mind and mind power leisurely, Juyu and others outside the crowd desperately slayed ghosts. There is no way there are too many. Just after killing one batch, another batch emerged from the crack. Brother Juyu, it's no way to go on like this. Yeah, there are too many ghosts. We can't kill them at all. Everyone was comfortable at first, but these ghosts were unaware, fearless to death, and extremely powerful, and several of them possessed the strength of the 9 ranks consummation Dayan Immortal. After Jiyu killed the nearby 9-ranking Dayan Immortal level ghosts, he glanced around, sinking in his heart. Not good. At the same time, on the other side of the wilderness, the temporary formation of the Qishui Alliance and the Ion Tower are extremely easy, with a large number of emperors and powerful people opening their way, and there is no need for Dayan Immortal to work hard. This great wasteland is so dangerous. The girl from the Great Dream Realm lay on the hallway of the main hall, looking at the ghosts that were shattered by the Emperor's aura. You girl, if we don't have ancestors, we're faced with so many ghosts, let alone looking for the temple of the gods. It is extremely difficult to live here. A middle-aged Dayan Immortal frowned. He didn't know if the ancestors did it right, let them, like the Dayan Immortal who had been living in the Great Dream Realm, come to look for the Temple of Qishan in this great wilderness. Whether it is Dayan Immortal or Monarch, after entering the great wilderness, the mood began to change slightly. In the rift of the void, Chi, a snake wandered in the void, with black horns on the top of the snake's head, and his huge eyes turned a few times and continued to swim forward. There are still not enough people. A black smoke suddenly appeared on the top of the snake's head. After the smoke disappeared, a middle-aged Taoist stood on the top of the snake's head. He wears a white robe, a high crown, and a purple eye on the center of his brow. He peeped from afar when the great wilderness first waved, but he was not in this universe yet. Are all the people in this election so useless? 18 gods will all be killed. The strongest gods are only the level of a fourth-order emperor, and the master's face has been lost by this group of people. The middle-aged Taoist stood, muttered to himself on the head of the big snake. Hey, Chi Snake, your mental strength is getting more and more interesting. The middle-aged Taoist touched the horns of the big snake, and the purple eyes at the center of his eyebrows kept turning. Since I'm awake, why don't you come out to see me? The middle-aged Taoist shouted angrily at a dark corner in the void. There was dead silence in the dark corner. As soon as the middle-aged Taoist's voice fell, a hunched old man walked out of it, and he was still holding a light lantern in his hand. I am the servant of the old master. Not your servant. You have to be clear. The humpbacked old man walked staggeringly in front of the middle-aged Taoist, holding the Ming lantern. There are too many secrets revealed in this question and answer. But unfortunately, in this gap, there is no one other than the two of them, even the fifth-order emperor. It is impossible to conceal the two of them. You dog minion, secretly reviving the temple. I thought you could make the group of waste take a few steps, and the result was that most of them died as soon as they recovered. The middle-aged Taoist looked down on the humpbacked old man and said sarcastically, he followed the Temple of Chishin from the long river of time and space to the original universe. At that time, he was seriously injured and has been deposited in the void. Until now, his injuries have not completely recovered. Originally thinking of letting those gods inherit the way of the gods, come to get some benefits from the Temple of the Gods, he came forward to kill those inheritors and seize the treasures. But I didn't expect these people to be too wasteful, and it was almost a reincarnation to inherit the Temple of Chishin, and there was not even a fifth-order emperor. You must know that the threshold for inheritance of the Chishin Temple is very high. The so-called 18 gods are just the watchdog of the outer hall. Only after the fifth-order emperor can he enter the inner hall to select treasures. It is a pity that none of these wastes reach the fifth-order emperor. Okay, a few nonsense. I am the only living disciple of the God of God. His treasure should belong to me. Let's talk about how many treasures you get from the inner temple. I don't want too much. It is enough to restore my strength. The middle-aged Taoist said in a cold voice. Selfishness and greed spread from the outside to the inside, and he was extremely domineering, and did not save any face to the humpbacked old man. Yuzuo, I am not here to give you treasures, but to inform you that you have been removed from the Temple of Chishin. The hunched old man said slowly, his expression unchanged. Exclusion? You are worthy of removing my name. You are just a lingering slave. The middle-aged Taoist named Wu couldn't help but roar. Wu had a foreboding in his heart, but he still couldn't believe it. After all, he had nothing now. If the Temple of Chishin had removed him, how could he profit? The calmness on the face of the hunched old man gradually disappeared, replaced by a breath of death, which made the folds of the ravines tremble slightly. Wu stepped back involuntarily for a moment. I don't have the right to remove you, but the true spirit in the Chishin temple can. The humpbacked old man's voice was cold, like a sharp blade in the cold wind, piercing Wu's chest one after another. Chapter 5151. Hearing the word true spirit, Wu had a meal, and then he was shocked. How could it be that the true spirit was injured more severely than me? How could it be able to wake up? I have brought the words. You are not qualified to know the rest. As soon as the humpbacked old man said, his figure slowly retreated to the corner of the crack. Before leaving, the humpbacked old man seemed to think of something. "By the way," Zhenling said, "for the sake of the old master, I will give you another chance. You can accept the trial of the Temple of Difference with other practitioners." After leaving this sentence, the humpbacked old man completely disappeared in the void. "Take the trial together." Wu's expression changed. He was once a registered disciple of the god of Qi, and was very familiar with the trials of the Temple of God of Qi. The trial of Qixin Temple does not depend on how strong you are to get the benefits. The threshold is set high, and the requirements for potential are also extremely high. He touched the sixth order threshold at the peak of his strength, and now the divine body injury has not been resolved. He only has the top level of the fifth order. Although pretentious, he also knows that he has no potential anymore. In ancient times, as a disciple of Qixin, he had heard the preaching of the starry sky overlord of Qixin, and his strength was still stuck in the fifth order emperor. His Tao is extraordinary. It is a special road in the second rank, and it is a fusion of two ordinary second-rank roads. It is expected to reach the top in the future, but it is a pity that he has been stuck in the fifth order emperor. With the help of the gods, he has realized the sixth order rules, but it is difficult to control. Behind the Qixin fell. The starry sky was silent. His strength was not obvious among the Qixin disciples. He was only a named disciple, but survived that catastrophe and followed the Qixin temple to the primitive universe. That's okay, the waste is used sparingly. Wu's face was sullen. With his strength, he is not afraid of any strong in the original universe, and his talent potential. Except for the ultimate emperor, he can ask no one to surpass him. After all, there are too few ultimate emperors. In ancient times, the status of ultimate emperors was extremely high, and even the gods favored them. Most of the ultimate emperors who appeared in the many universes of Hanoi in the long time space at that time worshipped the gods. However, these people have fallen as powerful as three masters. An existence that controls the universe of one side has been extinguished. Wow! Wu tore through the void, and he was not hiding and heading directly towards the Temple of Qixin. The true trial of the true spirit resurrecting the Qixin Temple will begin. As for the inheritance accepted by the great Sayawenga era, it is only the ordinary inheritance of the outer temple. At that time, the true spirits did not recover, and the treasures they got were limited. Now the true spirits recover, and the inner hall is opened. This is the true inheritance of the Qixin Temple. Countless treasures, powerful inheritance. Qixin has collected all the treasures of endless years in the inner temple. Outside the Temple of Qi at this time, a towering tower slowly came to a halt, and it was the eternal tower that entered the wilderness. The size of the two is not much different, but the breadth is like a huge difference. The Ion is like a battleship in the vast ocean. It is huge and has the momentum to conquer the entire sea, and the breadth of the Temple of Qixin is like the entire wilderness, taking over everything. As for the temporarily formed Qi-Shui alliance, like a sea turtle, following the battleship, wandering in the ocean. These people's movements are really fast. Tongtian Buddha sat in the void and glanced lightly at the hall of the Ion Tower and Qi-Shui alliance. Lu Crow's eyes were red, and he didn't mean to pay attention to Tongtian Buddha. Thinking back to the battle just now, he is in a daze now. At first, Tongtian Buddha cooperated with them to kill the Emperor Donglin. Everything went well. Zhen Huiang couldn't make any move under the control of Dao Gong. He and Tongtian Buddha, plus the emperors of Qixin Temple, forced Donglin to explode. But when he thought that the situation had been reversed, Tongtian Buddha suddenly wrapped the entire Temple of Qixin with 1,000 treasures robes, and he used the Qianbao robes to enter the interior of the Temple of Qixin. This made Lu Ye a little unprepared, while returning to the Temple of Qi while the low-end, white, terrifying air wave. The same was true on Daogong's side. Zhan Huiang suddenly broke out, directly crushing Dao Gong, and after blasting them both, Zhan Huiang also followed the Qianbao robes and entered the Temple of Qixin. Then there was a sudden rise in Qixin Temple's breath, and then the emperor fell. The changes in the Qixin temple made him and Daogong both surprises and worries. After the skyrocketing, the Qixin temple exudes the atmosphere of a sacrificial platform, which is obviously different from the past. But the two of them couldn't get in at all, and the entire Qixin temple was wrapped in 1,000 treasures robes. Just when they were both anxiously turning around, Jinwu Yang and Tong Tian, who entered the Qixin temple, were suddenly teleported out. The two of them were still stained with brown blood. It is conceivable that everyone inside might be dead. Losing the protection of the Qixin temple, a group of second-tier and third-tier emperors faced Jinwu Yang and Tong Tian, and they were completely slaughtered. Although they have practiced the devouring Tao of the Qixin, each of them is extremely strong in the same rank, but they can't resist the two top emperors of the fourth rank. When Tong Tian and Zhen Ying just left the Temple of Qi, did not do anything, they sat cross-legged in the void, which made Liuya and Daogong very puzzled. This confrontation, it's really slow enough. Zhen Wuang was a little impatient. After the two of them entered the hall, they directly killed the emperors, and then no matter how they tried to refine the hall, they were unsuccessful, and there was no treasure in it. Just when the two were about to forcibly break the sacrificial platform, an ancient aura radiated from it, condensing a powerful, true spirit. The two of them could not move in front of the true spirit, and then they were sent out in the dark. Temple of Qi. However, the true spirit also left a word for both of them. The trial is about to begin, waiting for the others to arrive. Now it seems to be waiting for these people. He still knew that the Ion Tower was the pinnacle power. As for the so-called Qi Shui alliance, he didn't know most of the other emperors except the Qi Shui Walker. But it seems that almost all the powerhouses in the eastern region of the primordial universe have arrived. Laugh. The Ion Pagoda slowly landed and stopped on the Xingu Road, and many emperors inside jumped out. Are you the real Wuyang of Desiyu? The Master of Wind and Rain glanced at Qixin Temple, and then asked, with a very domineering tone. When she left, she collected information about the great wilderness, which was regarded as the realm of Zhen Wuyang. And the Temple of Qixin also appeared in the Daisai domain at first, and the news was also sent by Zhen Wuyang himself. Now comes, naturally ask Zhen Wuyang first. It's under. Zhen Wuyang slowly got up, put away his fierceness, and replied calmly. The name of the Wind and Rain Demon Lord. He knew after he became an emperor. He studied under the Fifth Order Emperor Zhutian and controlled the Ion, the first power in the eastern region. Chapter 51-52. If the power of the Ion Tower is mobilized, Fengyu Demon Lord's strength has reached the Fifth Order threshold, far surpassing everyone present. The powerhouses near Desiyu once thought that the Emperor Donglin was the first powerhouse, followed by the Master Fengma of the Tongtian Buddha and himself. However, after this battle, both he and Tongtian Buddha's strengths have reached the top of Tier 4, which is stronger than the average master. Especially the supreme treasure robes of the Tongtian Buddha has reached the pinnacle level. Few of the Fourth Order emperors have it, and these treasures plus their own strength are enough to rank in the top 10 of the eastern region. The strength is good. Let's talk about the Temple of Qixin. Fengyu Demon Lord didn't talk nonsense, and came here all the way. Naturally, everything is dominated by the Temple of Qixin. Without waiting for Zhen Wuyang to reply, Tongtian Buddha turned away and said, Great Wind and Rain Demon Lord, here are two inheritors from the Temple of Qixin. After I came here, we confronted him. Unfortunately, we were not strong enough and didn't get it from them. Any useful information? Tongtian Buddha clasped his hands together with a harmless face of humans and animals. It was not at all aware that he was still doing a big killing here, and the Six Crows and Daogong couldn't change hands. When Zhen Wuyang heard this, he didn't know how to say it for a while, and to the extent of shamelessness, he only now understood the gap with the other party. Siege of Donglin, and let the Emperor of Qixin Temple put down his guard can be thought of, and now he has poured dirty water on Lu Crow and Daogong. Knowing all this, Zhenwiang is now a little admired by the sky. Even he couldn't bear it anymore. After all, Luya and Dao Gong said they were his old predecessors. They came from to see you together, and they were more or less unbearable. Zhenwiang's expression sank. He glanced at Tongtian Buddha and finally said firmly, Tongtian is right. Luya and Daogong's faces flushed, and they stood up and prepared to speak. Unexpectedly, he was drowning in the red-water traveler in the distance, and he couldn't lift his head under the pressure. Yes, the aura is very consistent with the exudation in the Qixin temple. It seems that these two are the inheritors. Qishui traveler felt that there was no danger, and his figure appeared in front of Fengyu demon in a flash, and he squeezed it, Christina's neck. It's just that this strength is too weak, and it hasn't even reached the ordinary level of Tier 4. Qishui Walker is a little disgusted. This is a little different from the powerful inheritance he imagined. They have been framed by Tongtian and Zhenwiang, and now they are dismissed for their weak strength. This is the strongest Taoist who has comprehended the Tao of the Qixin. His face is flushed with anger, and his strength is not enough. If he can retreat from the whole body this time, he vowed to testify to the temple of Taoism and wash away today's shame. Lu Crow was very scheming, and he didn't expect to have a Tongtian Buddha who was more shameless than Zhenwiang. But fortunately, this is a great wasteland, his dojo, and his strength is barely able to reach the top level. Enough, this is my dojo. If you want to get the Temple of Qixin, go ahead and talk about it. Originally, he still wanted to be a little domineering and let these people step on his body to enter the Temple of Qixin. But when he thought of Tongtian Buddha and Zhenwiang could enter the Temple of Qixin under his nose, and he didn't have the guts to say such a thing again. Qishui Walker and Fengyu Demon Lord gave him the feeling that it surpassed Zhenwiang and Tongtian Buddha. Either one of these two can crush him and even threaten to fall. Oh, forget you! Qishui Walker captured Dao Gong. As the number 1 player on the scene, she naturally couldn't fall. The eternal tower of unlimited power shrank instantly, becoming the size of a palm, directly suppressing the 6 crows under the tower. Okay, let's talk now. There were more than 100 emperors present, and there were thousands of rank 9 Dayan Immortals. Many of them were elites in Dayan Immortal, and the weakest were the 9 rank Dayan Immortals who entered the 4th stage avenue. At this time I saw wind and rain. The Demon Lord and Qishui Traveler casually suppressed the 4th Order Emperor, and both leaked unprecedented respect. Is this the 4th Order peak powerhouse? Suppress the same level at will. Dao Gong didn't say anything, an emperor who crossed the 4th Order threshold. But Lu Crow touched a top-level emperor, and was unexpectedly suppressed. The distance between Zhenwiang and the Tongtian Buddha unknowingly narrowed a lot. The two of them were on the same boat at this time. Although their strengths were both at the top level of Tier 4, they did not resist much against these 2 peak Tier 4 emperors. All are sure can only hold a group for warmth. Since Tongtian and Zhenwiang entered, Dao Gong and I can't enter anymore. It's useless if you kill both of us. Lu Yin knew what a general situation was irreversible, and at this time he was also subdued. He was also telling the truth. He didn't know the changes in the Qixin temple either. Only Tongtian and Zhenwiang knew about it. After the 2 of them entered the Qixin temple, Fenghua and others fell one after another. The entire Qixin temple was wrapped in 1,000 treasures robes and could not be broken at all. Now these 2 people have pushed everything to his head, and he is also having a terrible headache. Qishui had already reached the level of Minghua's original mind, and he could tell at a glance that it didn't look like a lie. But if it was as Lu Crow said, then it would be troublesome. The treasure is at your fingertips, but he can't move. The power of the temple of Qixin surpassed any treasure they saw. Even if all the emperors present together cannot shake the temple of Qixin at all, it is like there is no void in it. Although it can be seen and touched, it can't get in. Wind and rain, God Emperor Zhutian can be notified about the affairs of Qixin Temple. Qishui is now anxious, and it is useless, so he can only ask Fengyu Majuan in a side-by-side manner. He may not know the answer Fengyu Majuan, but her master, Zhutian Divine Emperor, as a fifth-order emperor, has been walking in the long river of time and space for many years, and he must have more knowledge than these emperors who do not often go out of the universe. The reputation of the Qixin Temple is very big in the long river of time and space. There are various legends. Some experts even believe that the Qixin Temple is related to ancient civilizations. This is also the same. The atmosphere of the Qixin Temple is indeed very similar to that of ancient civilizations. However, the Temple of Qixin has only appeared once or twice in the long river of time and space. Every time they appear, countless monarchs will come to watch, but there is no way for this temple of the gods to enter. There are also people who try to suppress and subdue them. In the end, they can't even touch them. In the end, they can only watch, flying towards the endless starry sky with Qixin Temple. Some of these legends, Qi Shui Walker also knew a little, but it was the first time he saw the Temple of Qixin, and the Temple of Qixin actually stood there. It doesn't look like it can run, and now the inheritors of the Temple of Qixin have also confirmed that they have accepted the inheritance inside, so they still have a great chance. Especially the fifth-order emperors in the primitive universe are all in the time and space of Hanoi. Now, he still has the qualification to speak. If he waits until the fifth-order emperors return, he can only follow behind. At that time, he has no right to speak at all. Chapter 51-53. Regardless of the fact that many forces have taken refuge in him and formed the Qi Shui Alliance, once a fifth-order emperor appears, these people are faster than running. Now, he just wants to fight with his strength. He has no ethnic group or power, and he has no race or power. Only if the strength is strong will it be respected by all the forces. After all, his ability alone is limited, and he is better controlled. If he succeeds, he will be selected first. Anyway, the number of people will divide the result. Most of the forces in the Qi Shui Alliance think this way. Even if Qi Shui wants to swallow them alone, they have the strength to resist. Qi Shui Traveler, who has always been known as the most conspiracy and trickery, is also on the thief ship this time. He has no choice but to bite the bullet. If there is no one peak power at this time, even if he is a tier 4 peak emperor, he won't get any benefit from so many strong people. Only by drawing one power can compete with other peak powers. He understood that the two sides used each other. But in the end, when it comes to dividing the treasures, I am afraid that there will be a big melee. There will be no allies by then, and everyone in front of them can be killed. In the crevice of the pitch-black void, Wu sat cross-legged on top of the black snake. This black snake was the puppet given to him by the god when he became the sixth-order emperor. It's a pity that there are a lot of internal damages now, without the strength of the past if he can repair it at the peak of strength. But the damage of the divine body is too serious to restore the strength of the sixth stage in the peak period. A lot of treasures are needed. These treasures are not to be found in the universe. Even in the long river of time and space, he can only hope in the Temple of Qixin. Being able to participate in the trial together this time is considered not to be removed in vain. Once the strength is restored to the peak, few people in this river area are his opponents, and he can also rely on the inheritance of the gods to aspire to the peak of the universe. Seeing these aboriginal monarchs quarreling constantly, he was also a bit funny, but they could break the temple of the god of God, just a bunch of ants. When Qixin Temple was refining, he had seen several masters under the Qixin's command destroy a universe, pulled away from its origin, and injected it into the Qixin Temple. The origin of a universe, how strong that kind of energy is. Even the Lord of the Universe needs several people to pull it away. If it is destroyed, the Lord of the Universe can do it. The difficulty is that it does not destroy it. Take it out next. The power of the origin is the core of the universe, and the core of the Temple of Qixin is also an origin. The power of this origin surpasses the universe and is comparable to several beautiful universes. Those emperors from the Great Siu entered only an outer hall, and there were no treasures in it. The only useful thing about that outer hall is probably its origin. There are many outer halls of the Temple of Qi, and every outer hall has a small origin. These origin powers are all hatched from the core origin of the Qixin Temple, and the origin also contains the Qixin Dao. In Wu's view, directly practicing the Qixin Dao is the most stupid way. What's more, these people claim to be 18 gods, 108 messengers, which is really ignorant to Wuzhou. The Temple of Qi was indeed guarded by 3 major gods, 18 gods, and 108 messengers. But if you want to get the inheritance of these people, you must at least have the strength of a 5th-order emperor. Now the envoys who have been entrusted by these natives are all 9 ranks consummation, and there are even many 9 ranks Dayan immortals. They have inherited the origin contained in the outer hall, and enlightenment of the envoys of the great gods and envoys who sit in the seat and try to reach the top is simply ridiculous. If it is really possible to achieve the top of the universe with the devouring avenue that contains only some fur of the gods in the outer hall, I am afraid that the gods will marvel at this person's understanding, but it is a pity that he has fallen. When the people quarreled, they didn't realize that in the gap between the void, there was a super strong man laughing at them, and this super strong was the only living disciple of this god. Wind and rain, don't say it so absolutely. The Emperor Zhutian has been away for so long. Even if he rushes back now, even if he teleports all the way, it will take 1,000,000 years. If the treasure is used to teleport, it will take thousands of years. Let's go in now. That is also for the Divine Emperor to explore the way in advance. Now, if you don't say some useful information, if I wait for danger in it, this is also a great loss to the Divine Emperor. Wu's was suppressed his voice, turning his eyes and whispering, or, the Emperor God gave you news about the Temple of Qixin, but you kept it private. The voice was indeed lowered, but all the emperors present and even the 9 turns Yen could clearly hear the sentence. If all the people present are mortals, then you may not be able to hear it. But the one here is not a super strong person. Even if the sound is as loud as a mosquito, you can still hear it from there. What's more, these words were spoken by Qishui Traveler, and the words spoken by a 4th-order peak emperor. If they were in a small world, they could all be said to follow the law. Especially the sentence just now, it was almost impossible for people outside the region to know. If you really don't want them to hear, just a barrier will completely isolate them. As soon as the sentence came out, no matter who it was, her heart trembled. No matter whether she believed it or not, she would be isolated. Even the Emperor of the Ion has a crisis of confidence in the wind and rain demon. Okanchu, come, although these people are the overlords of a world, they are peerless powerhouses who stand out among countless arrogances, but they are equally vulnerable in front of the Dao Dao. If you are a person, you will have a comparison. When you hear this sentence, you will compare yourself whether you believe it or not. If you are the wind and rain demon lord and know some information about the Temple of the Gods, such as how to get in, will he tell other people himself? This is to seek the philosophy on the road. Only martial arts is in a single word. The stronger you are, the lonely you will be. This loneliness is reflected in the fierceness of fighting for opportunities. The demon lord of wind and rain is the demon lord. That is, she disdains to do these indiscriminate things and can kill him, so she will never say a word. Qi Shui, you are looking for death. 1. The Ion Tower has infinite power, and it flies out of the palm of the wind and rain demon monarch in an instant, and it is suspended above the head of Qi Shui Traveler in the form of 1,000 battles. I only said this once. Master did not respond to anything in the Temple of Qixin. Fengyu Demon Lord's delicate face revealed a trace of murderous aura. From the outside, it's hard to imagine this girl with a slender body suppressing the major forces in the entire eastern region. Who knows? Qi Shui Walker retreated into the Alliance Hall. Don't worry, since I was recommended by everyone as the leader. I will naturally protect you. You can stand behind me. Today I want to see how strong this wind and rain demon is and how powerful the Ion is. Chapter 5154. Wan Dao, Sword Sovereign. What Qi Shui Traveler said was impassioned, and anyone who didn't understand his character would probably believe it. First, the Wind and Rain Demon Lord was placed, and now all the forces in the alliance were used as a shield. If you really want to fight the Wind and Rain Monarch, just go out and fight. Why do you have to return to the hall? Everyone was cursing secretly in their hearts, but clearly they had to say that the leader was righteous. This scene made Tongtian Buddha and Zhan Wuyong watch again and again. No Loss is the Fourth Order Peak Emperor, who can do everything without leakage. Under this operation, Tongtian and Zhan Wuyong secretly made up their minds that no one could cooperate with Qi Shui Traveler. This person's shamelessness exceeds the sum of the two of them. There are not a few strong people in Desiu, and only Zhan Wuyong is alone. He is not a big power, he is okay. The Tongtian Buddha is different. He governs 3,000 great worlds, and there are dozens of emperors and powerful under his command. Although Dong Yen and Wu Liang each lead a faction, the general trend is irreversible now, and they can't get over any waves at all. Dong Yen himself fell again, and Dong Yen realm naturally fell into his hands. Boundless' own strength was still much worse, and he was also needed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he can just unify his own forces. But under the premise of all this, he still has to focus on the Temple of Qixin. Behind Qi Shui Xingzhe appeared 6 Fourth Order Emperors. 2 of them were top level. He faced Wind and Rain Demon Lord alone. The chance of winning was only 10%, and his life was 100% certain. Although he was not afraid of Wind and Rain Demon Lord, at this time he must not let other people in the Qi Shui alliance stand on the mountain and watch the tiger fight. Brother Qi Shui, I'll wait to help you. Several emperors began to speak one after another. Although they didn't say anything in words, Xinli was extremely contemptuous of Qi Shui's behavior. Wind and Rain Devil, don't think that our small forces are easy to bully. Then several Third Order Emperors appeared one after another, standing behind Qi Shui and several Fourth Order Emperors. Seeing this, the strong on the Ion side also appeared one after another. Several Tier 4 Emperors and dozens of Tier 3 Emperors appeared behind Feng Yumajuan, and they also exuded powerful pressure. Although these monarchs were dissatisfied with Fenjia's sudden action, but Fenyu Demon Lord was the person in charge of the Ion, and at this time, even if he was dissatisfied, he had to take action. Wind and Rain, wait a minute. When the battle was about to start, Qi Shui Traveler suddenly called a halt, letting everyone breathe a sigh of relief. Now that the Temple of Qixin is right in front of you, no benefits are gained. None of them want to have a conflict at this time. The melee of so many powerful people will definitely fall. The Emperor and the strong are not easy to cultivate, and no one wants to fall, let alone. I fell myself. The melee of so many powerhouses, even the Fourth Order Emperor may fall accidentally, let alone those Third Order and Second Order Emperors. As for ordinary First Order Emperors and Immortals, they don't even have the ability to participate in the war. The battle of the top emperors, any aftermath of the battle can annihilate them. Let alone participate in this level of battle, they don't even have the right to watch. Fenyu Demon Lord glanced back and glanced to her own powerhouse. She could feel that these people didn't want to fight now, so she calmed down and said, Qi Shui, what else do you have to say? Wind and Rain. Everyone knows that we will fight sooner or later, but before the fight, we'd better stand in line. Qi Shui said and glanced at the Tongtian Buddha and Zhan Wuyong, as well as the immeasurable Buddha and others who have returned. There was a curse in everyone's hearts, and they knew that the old guy hadn't acted well. However, this sentence did arouse the attention of Fenyu Demon Lord, and he also glanced at everyone, especially the 2 of Zhan Wuyong and Tongtian Buddha. Tier 4 top emperors. There are only less than 10 in the entire eastern quarter of the universe. This is an absolute top combat power. Especially Tier 5 emperors have not returned, and their Ion cannot be ranked in the peak power. Mao. Mainly because of the eternal treasure, if you can win 2 Tier 4 top emperors at this time, you will be able to stabilize the Qi Shui alliance when there is a fight in the future. If this is the case, then you all express your opinion. I absolutely welcome those who are willing to come to my Ion. My master will return soon. In the end, the battle for the Temple of the Gods will still be the choice of the Fifth Order Emperors. You have to consider it carefully. The Wind and Rain Demon Lord said with some threats and warnings. It was not only to Zhan Wuang and the others, but also to shake the confidence within the Qishui alliance. The Fifth Order Emperor is heaven to them, irreversible existence. If in the end they get nothing and offend the Fifth Order Emperor, it is better to take refuge in the Ion as soon as possible. Qishui traveler snorted coldly, and his expression was a bit embarrassing, and he glanced at the real Wuyang and Tongtian Buddha, and then looked at the powerhouses in the Qishui alliance. I won't hide you guys either. The Chang Shengshan of the Northern Territory has contacted me secretly. They still have position of the supreme guest if I am willing to take refuge at any time. But I will give up. Qishui's voice was generous, and then he said loudly, None of us is not the proud child of heaven. It is not easy to practice, and we still have to be oppressed by the peak forces. Don't be fooled by their rhetoric. If you take refuge in these pinnacle forces at this time, you will be cannon fodder if you go. Even if the Fifth Order Emperor returns and grabs the Temple of the Gods, you really believe that they will share the meat with you with no background, no strength juniors. Don't dream now. The chance is grabbed, not allocated. Qishui traveler shouted angrily, and he actually bluffed several lonely emperors with ideas. However, most of what he said was true. At this time, he would take refuge in the pinnacle power that is a cannon fodder. In the future, he will get the Temple of the Gods, and the Fifth Order Emperor will pick first, and then a group of disciples and grandchildren. Then they will be given their turn. Although Wind and Rain Demon Lord is the leader of one party, he is not very good at talking. Seeing this situation, he can only briefly appease and describe the power of the Fifth Order Emperor. But the stronger the Fifth Order Emperor, the more afraid they are, afraid that they will not even have the ability to resist in the future. Zhan Wuang secretly considered that he had no power and no background, and relied purely on his own strength. It would be a wise choice to take refuge in the Ion at this time. With his strength, he is second only to Wind and Rain in the Ion. Existence, even if you are a cannon fodder, you still have the strength to save your life. As for the Qishui alliance, he didn't think about it. One is because the distribution of benefits is not suitable for him, and the other is that Qishui traveler may run away at any time, which is too unreliable. Wind and Rain dominate. Under Zhan Wuang, I am willing to enter the Ion. After Zhan Wuang has considered it clearly, he will pay directly to Fengyu Demon Lord without any ink marks. Even the Demon Lord has also been replaced by a more comfortable master. Chapter 51-55 Wan Dao Sword Sovereign, Zhan Wuang. You can think about it clearly. You are only going to seek refuge in the Ion Tower alone. They will definitely squeeze you out. It's better to join me in the Qishui alliance. Tongtian Buddha shouted anxiously, apparently from outsiders. Care about the look of your friends. Only Zhan Wuang and Six Crows knew that this Tongtian Buddha was definitely not at ease. Zhan Wuang, you alas! Qishui traveler was cunning. How could he not know the mind of the Buddha? And he sighed. Zhan Wuang, your choice is very wise. I swear by Wind and Rain that I will never let you go to death if you lose. In the future, if the master returns, I will also recommend you to see my master, and to see you I will also be protected by the Ion Tower. Fengyu Demon Lord is always pragmatic and directly gave Zhan Wuang a reassurance. What Tongtian Buddha saw was envious and jealous, but he still couldn't show it. He is not like Zhan Wuang alone who can choose at will. If he is also a person, he will also choose the Ion, let alone the future. He will talk about the present form. Following the Wind and Rain is definitely more reliable than following the Qishui traveler. But behind him, there are a large group of emperors and Immortals who can only go to the Qishui alliance, and according to the alliance's interests, he can also take advantage. Zhan Wuang heard Fengyu Demon's promise and repeatedly thanked him. Thank you for the rule of the wind and rain. I will dominate the front and back of the horse in the next day." What this said was also extremely popular with Wind and Rain Demon Lord. Although he is in the Ion Tower, the power in the hands of several Tier 4 top emperors under his command is not small. These emperors are all old subordinates of the Emperor Zhutian, and she is not easy to suppress. Now that Zhan Wuiyang joins, she naturally want to win Jin Wuiyang into his confidant. Several veterans in the Ion can also be contained in the future. Zhan Wuiyang moved directly to the Ion Tower. His position was close to the ruler of the wind and rain, but he was half a step slower than the other Tier 4 top emperors, in order to show respect. A few old brand powerhouses of the Ion, although they don't know much about Zhan Wuiyang, but now they seem to be people who are aware of current affairs. They have leaked smiles and congratulated them. "Qi Shui League Master, I am willing to bring the strong under his command into the alliance." Tongtian Buddha's expression was extremely sincere, and he brought everyone into the hall of the Qi Shui Alliance. This is not surprising. Tongtian is indeed suitable for the Qi Shui Alliance, and when Zhan Wuiyang said to take refuge in the Ion, he expressed his stance. The powerhouses in the world of Tongtian Buddhism have no choice at all and can only follow Tongtian Buddha. Even if they have the choice, their strength is so weak that no one would appreciate it. It is better to follow the Tongtian Buddha with the shelter of the Fourth Order Emperor, at least not to be bullied in the Qi Shui Alliance. The Qi Shui Alliance is extremely large, and the number of powerhouses is more than that of the Ion. However, the top powerhouses are evenly divided. As a Tier 4 top powerhouse, the Qi Shui Alliance is also a super powerhouse that can be ranked in the top 3. This made the powerhouses in the world of Tongtian Buddhism also dazzled, and they were directly arranged at the top of Qi Shui Hall as soon as they took refuge, second only to the other top powers. Although the Tongtian Buddha has a Tier 4 top combat power, the forces under his command failed to reach the top power, which is barely a big power. This is also because the Tongtian Buddha is powerful. If there is no Tongtian Buddha, their seats would not be so forward. After the two of them stood in line, everyone's eyes became sharp. Or kill the two of them first. Qi Shui Walker looked at Lu Crow and Dao Gong, who were bound. Feng Yu Majuan also nodded, expressing his approval. Lu Ye and Dao Gong, the two inheritors of the Temple of the Forbidden Gods, are reluctant to say a specific message in the Temple of the Forbidden City. "You scumbags, you don't deserve to be bestowed by a great god, a group of superficial ways and deeds, and you dare to kill me." Dao Gong was a little crazy. In the ancient times, they were unwilling to bow their heads to Zhan Wuiyang. Now it is the same. Since they can't get it, no one should try to get the Temple of God. The light that swallowed the avenue instantly covered his whole body, and he had to carry a few cushions when he died. Boom! A power no less than Donglin's dominating self-destruction instantly swept the entire void. "Enter the Ion Tower, hurry!" Fenyu Mojin's face turned pale, and he hurriedly collected some second-tier and third-tier monarchs behind him into the Ion. As for the Fourth Order Emperor, he is already teleported to a distant place. Although Dao Gong's self-detonation can't kill them, it will also cause them to be injured. At this time, it is the critical moment to compete for the Temple of Discrimination. The second and third steps of the Ion Tower are sheltered, and the many powerhouses in the Qi Shui Temple are miserable. No matter how the Qi Shui traveler took shelter, countless powerful air currents rushed into the Qi Shui Hall, killing a large number of Dayan Immortals, and several unlucky First Order Emperors fell. After a few breaths, Dao Gong's aura completely disappeared. This time he really fell, will never have the opportunity to recover anymore, and the original power of the avenues, Tilt, has also turned into Yanli returns to the origin of the universe. With the lessons learned from the past, Qi Shui Traveler and Fenyu Demon rushed to Lu Crow for the first time. "Don't force me. Don't forget that this is my dojo." Lu Crow shouted angrily, and with the help of the Origin in the Great Desolation, he broke free from the shackles and then held the origin of the great desolation in one hand and the desolate avenue in the other. Qi Shui Walker's figure paused. Dao Gong was just an ordinary tier for emperor. Lu Crow touched the top tier for emperor and controlled the great wilderness. He was the Dao ancestor of this place. If he blew himself up, they would also have to be injured. Why do you have to kill me? I can take refuge in either of you and I can talk about it. Luya frowned. He had already died once, and he didn't want to die again. He couldn't tolerate the slightest difference in the accumulation of billions of years. He gave up the devouring Tao of the Qixin and took control of the great wilderness. He was different from himself in the Wangu era. He just wanted to survive now, and then became stronger with the help of the Qixin temple. He didn't dare to hope to become the Lord of the universe, and he was satisfied to be able to become a fifth-order emperor. This is also the reason why he gave up the road of Qixin. Oh, what are you going to talk about? Qi Shui Traveler asked with great interest. If Lu Crow can really tell some useful information, it's not impossible not to kill it. Mainly, the two of them are different from Zhenliang, Tongtian Buddha. Liuya and Dao Gong are both inheritors of the Qixin temple, and they don't want to say anything. If it is kept in case they enter the Qixin temple again and run away with the Qixin temple. When the time comes, they are in big trouble. They can feel the power of the Qixin temple. If they want to leave, let alone them. Even the fifth-order emperor can't stop it. When the flesh of the mouth flies, when the fifth-order emperor returns, he must kill them. Chapter 5156. Wan Dao, Sword Sovereign, after all. The Temple of Qixin has never stopped and has never heard of an inheritor. This opportunity is the only one in countless chaos era. Lu Crow, you can talk about it. If it is useful to us, it is not impossible to spare your life. Feng Yu Majuan also stopped his figure. The two looked at Lu Crow together, afraid of what he would do. Two people, the Temple of Qixin is not as good as you think. Lu Ye swallowed and said everything in the Temple of Qixin. Just as he said, there is really no benefit in the Temple of Qixin. The only benefit may be the Tao of the Qixin, which is very powerful. As long as you cultivate to a certain level, the Lord of the Universe is by no means asking the Tao, but the key question is that he doesn't think there are people able to reproduce the avenue of the gods and reach the top of the universe. I know so much. If I don't believe it, then I can only blew myself up. Qi Shui and Feng Yu were silent. If it was what Lu Crow said, it seemed that Qixin Temple didn't need emperors like them to come, but those dying immortals would just be there. This was just a little help for Hadao. In the crevice of the void, Wu Zhua, who was hiding in it, watched all this quietly and sneered, "Yes, it's not suitable for you at all. Get out of here." When the trial begins, even if these people go in, they won't get much. From Wu Zhua's point of view, these people's aptitudes are too bad, and they won't be valued by the true spirits at all. Feng Yu, what do you think? Qi Shui looked at the Feng Yu demon lord, who really didn't know what to do now. Obviously, they are a little disappointed in the Temple of the Gods. What they want to hear is not this, but how powerful the Temple of the Gods is. They even hope that the 6 crows will explode in place. Only then will they be more sure that the treasures of the Temple of the Gods are amazing and force the inheritors to explode, not willing to say any useful information. But none of this has progressed as they imagined. Leave him alive for the time being, but he wants to be suppressed in my Ion Tower. Don't you have any comments? Feng Yu Demon, Lord said lightly. Qi Shui Walker also understands that in case of a business trip, the pool is not good for anyone. Although Lu Crow is not right, since they have inherited the Temple of Qixin for so many years, let alone the 5th Order Emperor. Even the 4th Order top failed to cultivate one. Either they were useless or the Qixin Temple was really not as powerful as the legend. This is natural. The Ion Tower has infinite power just to suppress this person, so as not to make any mistakes. Qi Shui Traveler smiled slightly. The relationship between the two has also been eased. Lu Crow breathed out even more. At least he saved his life. But thinking back to them, It didn't take long for these talents to recover, and he was the only one who died, and it was a bit sad. If you know that this'll happen, you might as well take refuge in Jinwuyang in the Wango era. With Zhenwuyang's amazing talents, maybe they are all tier 5 emperors at this time, and they can also protect them. Maybe their strength is stronger than now. Many. All this is to blame for the Daogong. A person who really regards the gods as gods is a mad believer at all, just like the head of the monk in the world of the Buddha, and stubborn. The 6 crows, who had seen everything, smiled slightly at Zhenwuyang when they entered the Ion Tower. From the smile, Zhenwuyang could feel that Lu Crow was sincere. With this smile, the last lingering light of Dai Sai Yuang's ancient times also completely dissipated. Zhenwuyang didn't feel like it. After all, he was a strong man in the Great Siyu, although he hated these old guys in his heart. But now the only surviving emperor in ancient times was suppressed by the Ion, and he also took refuge in the Ion. How sad! It would be great if he could control the Temple of Qi in the ancient times. Even if these emperors were able to make him a messenger in the Temple of Qixin, he would not suppress them all and go to the present situation. Since then, the ancient times have not been there, and Siyu has also entered the era of Ion Shelter, and his Zhenwuyang has also become a powerhouse on the Ion side. And the entire universe is also changing at this moment. The ancient melee has long since disappeared, and the age of ease, where countless chaos eras have been deposited, is also shattered at this moment. Now the age of the gods will begin. A looming aurora shot out from the Temple of Qixin, and an ancient call spread throughout the universe. The creatures in every corner are aware of the call at this moment. It was the brilliance of ancient times, and a huge picture appeared in the minds of these creatures. At this moment, all the evangelists in the universe have taken a step, stepping into the world of the gods. In the Temple of Qixin, to outsiders, the Qixin Temple is divided into internal and external halls, but it is not. The outer hall of the Qixin was born automatically from the origin of the Qixin Temple after the fall of the Qixin, and it contains the ways of the Qixin and the 3 gods. Today's Qixin Temple is already a universe. Not only does it contain the origin of the universe, but it can also continuously create subsidiary worlds. These subsidiary worlds are the outer temples. These outer halls are connected with the inner halls, and the inner halls can be regarded as the true temples of the gods, but the inner halls are only the tip of the iceberg of the temples, and the real core is the main hall of origin. The origin of the universe is incomparably magnificent. It carries the movement of the entire universe. As for the practitioner, it is nothing more than an additional product. Its power is beyond the imagination of the practitioner. This is why the Lord of the Universe is so pitiful in the long river of time and space. Temple of Origin. The core of the Temple of Qixin. An old man with a looming figure is floating in the vortex of origin, holding an ancient book in one hand and behind the other. Unexpectedly, I actually fell asleep for so long. The ancient times are like last night. The illusory old man sighed while flipping through the ancient books. He is the true spirit of the Qixin Temple, and at the same time a powerful existence that controls the origin of the entire Qixin Temple. His strength is comparable to the Lord of the Universe. This is also the reason why the Qixin Temple is drifting in several long rivers of time and space, and the Lords of the Universe are not conquered. Master True Spirit, are you really ready to start the highest trial in the primitive universe? This seems to be different from the Master's arrangement back then. The spirit guard stood respectfully and bowed his head. He was indeed puzzled, but he was just a spirit guard, and at most he would come out to ask, the real treasure of the entire Temple of the Gods is still the real spirit. Hearing his doubts, Zhenling said patiently, Aki, you don't understand that. The Master did not arrange it like that back then, but the Master also told me that letting things go is more than everything. Let's go with the flow. What do you mean? Achi, the spirit guard, was a little puzzled. Life is like a play, idiot. Zhanling cursed with a smile. Chapter 51-57. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign. As the true spirit of the Qixin Temple, he also controls the power of the source. His wisdom surpasses the practitioner. Even if he sleeps for so long, he is still like life, with joys and sorrows, laughs and sorrow. If the spirit watcher was thoughtful, he was originally the servant of the old master. After the of Qi fell, he became a spirit watcher, guarding the tomb of the of Qi for many years, and there were 8 other people who existed like him. By the way, after those immortal capitals have been included in the attached world, they are temporarily prohibited from fighting. The creatures of this primitive universe are far from enough to initiate the highest trial, Jinling said calmly, and the number of immortals from the primitive universe was not enough. Satisfaction. If these emperors know this, I am afraid they will be crazy instantly. The fairy of the entire primitive universe. Just say that the fairy tales in a big division can be counted in hundreds of millions. How much does the entire primitive universe cost? Yes, but the origins of other universes are too strong to be plundered. The guardian was a little cautious. After all, he was just a guardian. This time he was transferred out by Master Origin True Spirit, and only then began to accept the management of some of the temples of the gods. He hadn't figured out many things now, and suddenly let him go to other universes to plunder the immortals, and he didn't know what to do. The fairy cultivating in the original universe is okay. He can use the phantom of the gods, transformed by the source, to directly move all the fairy cultivating to the affiliated world of the temple of the gods. But if he wants to go to the fairy cultivating in other universes, it will be troublesome. The origin of the primitive universe has been swallowed by the taboo demon lord. The origin is very weak. The universe origin of the Temple of Forbidding can suppress the opponent at will. Coupled with the acquiescence of the supreme rules, he can easily summon all the gods into the attached world. But others, the origin of the universe is very complete, and the supreme rule has no emotion at all. Your original universe is going to be destroyed, and everything I should help, as for inserting my hand into other universes, don't even think about it. Anything can be changed. Since you can't take them all away, then take away those Tianjiao who have realized the 3rd stage Tao. Isn't that 90% less? The universe that is too far away will plunder the 2nd stage Tao, the evolving immortal that plunders the ultimate way no matter how far away. There is also the evolving immortal of that ultimate way in the universe. This should be very simple. As long as these people are taken away, the burden on you shouldn't be too big. Jinling looked at the spirit guard. It's easy, but the adults are clever. Although the spirit guard is not good at it, he can still shoot. Haha, if you can do it, then go ahead. I have to think about how to deal with those Dayan immortals and monarchs. Jinling smiled and continued to look at the ancient book in his hand. The guardian immediately bowed and retired and left the Yuan hall. In the vast source, only true spirit remained. He turned the book and frowned. This universe is really interesting. It's probably because of the taboo demon lord that so many Tianjios were born at the same time. Jinling muttered to himself. Well, not bad. This list is finally made. Zhan Ling frowned and was quite satisfied with the list he made, and then directly reprinted all the contents of that ancient book on a huge stone monument. The stone steel exudes an ancient atmosphere. The surface of the steel is very smooth. Don't look at it as a stone steel. Its value is no less than a supreme eternal treasure. You must know that the only eternal treasure in the primitive universe, the Ion Tower, it is a low grade. This is also the famous protection of Emperor Zhutian. When he left, his apprentice and old subordinates were not worried. So he left an eternal treasure that could help him to his apprentice. In the long river of time and space, many fifth-order emperors did not have eternal treasures. When the Emperor Zhutian was still a fourth-order emperor, he first entered the long river of time and space and received the remains of an ancient civilization. He not only obtained 3 eternal treasures, Jibao also inherited the true biography of that existence, and directly became the fifth-order emperor, and was still an extremely powerful existence among the fifth-order emperors. This was the only way to generously leave the Ion Tower to the apprentice. It also caused quite a stir that year. However, this kind of thing would not arouse the attention of the God Temple at all, even if the treasure of the universe was born in the original universe. I am afraid that the true spirit would not blink. The ancient and powerful, the treasures of the universe are ashes-eating existences in the Chishin Temple, not to mention the eternal treasures. That is to say, some special gadgets will be used by the true spirits. As for the other treasures, they are all left to the inheritors. As for the gifts Lu Crow and others received, it was nothing more than a self-operating program within the Temple of Chishin, and the true spirit had not seen them directly. Zhanling was very satisfied with the stone tablet at this time. Although it was only the best eternal treasure, he still carefully re-engraved the name engraved on the book on the stone tablet. Wow! Zhanling waved his hand, and the names of countless people appeared on the stone tablet. You have to give it a resounding name. The real spirit began to struggle. He will be satisfied with everything. This is also the reason for the delay in opening up the gods. Now the outside world is about to fight. He is still here to name a list. If this is to let the outside emperor know, I'm afraid I will scold my mother angrily. Today's outside world has indeed reached the point of tension. What? All the fairy gods have disappeared? The Taoist temple of the Tongtian Buddha is the closest to this place, even closer than the Great Siu. Yu reading at www.okanshu.com. He has just received a letter from his disciple, and all the immortals of the 3,000 great worlds have disappeared. If it were put in normal, it would be fine even after death, but when the Temple of Chishin opened, all the fairy gods disappeared silently. This must be someone who did it against him. Leader, many of my disciples have sent letters to me. It is true. Tongtian Buddha said with some excitement. He understood the meaning of Tongtian. It was nothing more than suspicion that some emperors had used the 3 indiscriminate methods, and immediately jumped out of the hall. Wind and rain, explain it. Chishui Walker looked angry. Tongtian just took refuge in him. This kind of thing happened. There must be someone secretly revenge, otherwise who would be bored to kill all the immortals in the 3,000 worlds. Explanation? Is there anything I want explained to you? Fenyu Demon Lord was a little puzzled. She didn't understand what other conspiracy and tricks this Scarlet Water Walker had done. Just as the two were at war, Zhanliang also received a letter from Yu Chang, and the Yenxian in the Daisai domain disappeared. Jinwu Yangdang even reported this matter to the Wind and Rain Demon Lord. At this time, everyone exploded and received a letter from Home World one after another, and all Yenxian disappeared. This must be done by Chishin Temple. Chishui Walker almost laughed. This is simply a big deal. All the fairy cultivators in the entire universe have disappeared, let alone whether these fairy cultivators are still alive. Just to say that this method is simply a masterpiece and no emperor can do it. As for whether he died or not, Chishui really didn't care. An ancient breath suddenly rose. The breath was emitted from the Temple of Chishin, but it appeared in the void of the entire universe. A huge stone monument descended from the void, and people in the entire universe could see it. Universal Gods and Demons List. Chapter 5158. Wan Dao, Sword, Sovereign Primitive Universe. Countless practitioners looked up at the starry sky, and the huge stone stele was like 2 stars of yin and yang, which could be seen by practitioners anywhere. At the same time, those Yenxian who stepped into the subordinate world of the Chishin Temple also saw that list. The universe of gods and demons is divided into heaven, earth, and man. Tianbang corresponds to the emperor and strong. The earth list corresponds to Dayanxian, and the human list naturally corresponds to those Yenxian. However, the current immortal Yen has been taken into the subordinate world of the Temple of Chishin. As for immortal Dayan has already escaped from the shackles of the world, the Temple of the Chishin cannot do a big surprise, but with such a great opportunity, even if you don't take it, these Dayan immortals will also come by themselves. As for the emperor, let alone, they are all beyond the universe. No one can control them. But they are also more eager for the temple of the gods. The ranking of the 3 lists, from top to bottom. There are tens of thousands of strong emperors on the Tianban. This list is arranged according to the strong in the original universe. If there are emperors from other universes, they will also be accurately judged by the gods and demons and enter the list. This is the ultimate eternal treasure. Not only has unlimited power, but also can accurately calculate the strength of the emperor. Look, there is the name of the ancestor on the sky list. The Big Dream girl, standing behind the Big Dream ancestor, shouted in surprise. This shout made everyone's eyes catch up. Dream Dao ancestor, the 97th in the sky ranking. The 4th tier top comes from the middle world, Big Dream world. In addition to the name, there is a series of introductions below, and even the world of strength and Taoism are clearly marked. Another place, in the Great Wilderness, Jian Wushuang and the others also discovered this list, but they didn't have time to read it. If the emperor of the world of Tongtian Buddhism does not come again, they will all fall here today. Brother Jiyu, when will the assisting emperor arrive? We really can't stand it. The Jinghang Tianjiao of Dongyan realm, panting heavily, they have been fighting with those ghosts for a day. The energy in the body has been exhausted. If it hadn't been for this time because of the gods, they had replaced all their belongings with pill, they would have all fallen. Now that the medicine is finished, the reinforcements will not come, and they can only fall here today. In addition to dealing with these ghosts, some of them have to protect the 2 oil bottles, Jian Wushuang and Huiqing. Luo Shui, you come back to me. You don't have to protect those 2 wastes. Hurry up and take my place. I can't hold on to it anymore. Jiyu didn't pay attention to him at all. He could only give up Huiqing and Jian Wushuang. Now it's a matter of life and death. Even if the emperor will blame him in the future, he can still defend himself. After all, the road is difficult to walk, and he has achieved the 9th revolution consummation Dayan Immortal. It is not easy to practice all the way, and he can't die for others just because of a word from the emperor. If he knew that Emperor Dongyan had fallen, he didn't know whether it would be happy or sad. The situation on Luo Shui's side is also not very good, although the powerful ghosts are all those Dayan Immortals who have completed the 9th rank. But she still has to deal with 2 9th rank ghosts here, although she is only a 4th rank road. Can deal with these 2 9th rank ghosts without any consciousness. They can still barely deal with it. But at this time it was also very difficult for her to get away. The things that the emperor explained were naturally greater than the Tianjiao of the East Yen world. How can you give up what the emperor explained? Luo Shui's voice was soft, but with a strong voice he dealt with the 2 ghosts wholeheartedly after speaking, and ignored the Tianjiao. Jian Wushuang hid behind Luo Shui, but his eyes were fixed on the list of cosmic gods and demons, and Huiqing did the same. The 2 of them had planned to help, but they happened to see the list of gods and demons, and they were stunned on the spot for a while. This sudden appearance of the stone tablet made everyone stunned for a moment, not knowing what happened. But these people were desperately looking at it at this time, and they fell into the fight again. Jian Wushuang and Huiqing have their eyes fixed on the list of universe gods and demons. I don't know whether it was because of their own induction or the universal gods and demons list that helped them lock their rankings, which caused them to see their names at first sight. Huiqing, rank 6 Dayan Immortal, 160 million, from the higher world, the world of Tongtian Buddhism. Higher world? It seems that before not knowing it, the Tongtian Buddha has restored the origin of the heavens. Huiqing's eyes narrowed. This list can reveal the true strength of many people. For example, Tongtian Buddha is now not the ancestor of Taoism, but the ruler. He himself is ranked 160 million. This ranking is already very high in the entire universe, especially when he is only rank 6 Dayan Immortal. Most of the ranks ahead of him are rank 9 consummation, only a few. Count to 9 turns Dayan Immortal. Jian Wushuang's ranking here is about the same as Huiqing's, but he is only ranked 3. At the same time, many powerhouses have paid attention to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang ranked 166,784,099, the third realm of Dian Immortal, from the middle world big division domain. Rank 3 Dian Immortal can actually be ranked at the position of 160 million www. Until novel. This makes many Dian Immortals start to wonder if the list is wrong. We must know that almost all of the top 500 million Dian Immortals are rank 9. Only a few of them are rank 6 Dian Immortals. Which one of these is not shocking Tianjiao, especially rank 6 Dian Immortals that can be ranked in the top 200 million? They're all the peerless Tianjiao of the ultimate way. But a tier 3 Dian Immortal actually ranked 160 million, which made everyone couldn't believe it. The names on the list are endless, but only the top 1 trillion shows the rankings. In the top 1 trillion, there are no more than 10% of Dian Immortals at the level 3, and most of them are at the 6th level. One can imagine how exaggerated Jian Wushuang's ranking is. Jian Wushuang himself was not surprised by the rankings. He knew very well that his strength was much stronger than rank 9 Dian Immortal, and much weaker than rank 9 Perfection. Look up and keep seeing the top. The information of hundreds of millions of people all appeared in their minds. This kind of memory is easy for Jian Wushuang at the Dianxian level, and even Yanxian can do it easily. Luo Shui, rank 9 Dian Immortal, ranks more than 400 million. Jian Wushuang shook his head with a wry smile. His eyes were not on the ordinary Dian Immortals at all. He was directly concerned with the top 10,000 rankings. Juyu ranked 456, with the 9th revolution of the realm of the great Dian Immortal, from the higher world of the Buddha realm. Jian Wushuang was still quite surprised at this ranking. He didn't expect Jiu to be so powerful, although he heard that he merged several Daos. This was the ranking of the entire universe, and he could actually rank in the top 500. Chapter 51-59. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign, the Advent of the Cosmic Gods and Demons. List first made everyone wonder, and then shocked. What is puzzled is why such a list suddenly appeared, and then shocked by the power of this ranking. Such a large handwriting, plus all the fairy tales disappeared together. This made the remaining Dian's celestial guesses. It's okay for those with a background, knowing that the Temple of Qixin was born, and linking these two things together, the lone travelers without a background have entered some dangerous places or some remote areas one after another, taking the opportunity to retreat in an attempt to escape the dispute. But they don't know that the coming of the list this time is the fairest assessment for practitioners in the entire universe. Even those with weak strength can get a lot of treasures from the Temple of Fortune. It's like Yanxian, who has now stepped into the affiliated world of the Qixin Temple. As soon as they entered the subordinate world of the Qixin Temple, they began to realize the epiphany, which made the whole universe evolve into an epiphany. This was just a means by the true spirits to prevent them from fighting with each other. Such a large handwriting is unprecedented. The 97th subsidiary world, a ring-shaped world, is filled with countless starry sky continents, on which not only the looted immortals, but also some powerful wild beasts born in the world. However, these desolate beasts or native cultivators seem to be unable to detect the immortals who have been moved in, still living their own leisurely lives. Soon, a voice spread throughout the universe. The Temple of Qixin officially opened. This magnificent voice appeared in everyone's heart. Jiu and the others also felt the call in the battle in the great desolate void. But now they are still struggling on the verge of life and death, and they don't even care about it. On Jiu's side, one person alone fought against hundreds of ghosts of the Nineth rank consummation Dian Immortal level, and had reached the state where the oil was exhausted and the lamp was dry. Damn it, why isn't the Emperor coming? Jiu, who has always been calm, couldn't help cursing. There are too many ghosts. Even if he flips over his hands, he can kill a ghost of the Nineth rank perfect Dian Immortal level. Can't hold up a large number. Boom! A 9-rank Yen Xian could no longer hold it anymore. He could only burn his own avenue and perform the strongest blow. Then his entire body began to collapse and finally disappeared into the void. Do not. There are 1 and 2. The remaining Dayan immortals burned their own origins, one after another. They couldn't escape and couldn't kill them. They could only choose to burn the origin road and make the last contribution to others. Jian Wushuang also recovered from the roar. After turning his head and looking at Hui Qing, he quickly said, "Don't look, they can't stand it anymore." After hearing the shout, Hui Qing's eyes suddenly became sober for a few minutes, and a void crack just appeared behind him. A ghost with an illusory body was desperately breaking free from the devouring in the crack. "Be careful!" Luo Shui on the side exclaimed, wanting to withdraw back to help. This panic instantly caused the ghost to seize the opportunity and pounce directly on Luo Shui's neck. Tsang! Wow! A beautiful sword energy, and its strange angle slashed towards Luo Shui's chest. The sharpness of the sword aura made people shudder. The power of the sword was stronger and more stable than when it was against Xiang Bingyun. Puff! The 3 rank 9 Dayan immortal level ghosts that had been entangled in Luo Shui directly turned into a wisp of black smoke and then disappeared completely. Luo Shui was a little stunned where she stood. When Jian Wushuang shot her hand, she clearly saw only a random sword and did not feel any sword containing the power of Tao at all. But when the sword energy passed by her, she but felt a terrifying breath. She can be sure that if that sword cut her, it would definitely fall. How could he be so strong? Luo Shui was puzzled, but there was no time to ask her at this time. Hui Qing, you stay here to protect Luo Shui Dao friends, and I will help others. After Jian Wushuang finished speaking, he smiled slightly when he passed Luo Shui. Good fellow, be careful, Hui Qing exhorted, and then suddenly turned her head. A long brown stick directly penetrated the ghost that wanted to crawl out of the void. Jian Wushuang's figure was tall, and after looking around, he launched the rescue. Ha! 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 The number of swords cleaved out and instantly annihilated a number of monsters of the rank 9 Dayan immortal level. Strange, these ghosts are obviously not conscious. Why are they so afraid of their minds? Although he hadn't deliberately instilled mental strength with the number of swords he had just shot at random, he had already realized the swordsmanship of the heart sword world, and a random strike contained a little mental strength. Puff! Dozens of ghosts collapsed one after another, alleviating the pressure on the local battlefield in an instant. Regardless of whether it is the head of the monk in the world of Tongtian Buddhism or other practitioners, they all look incredible. Rank 3 Dayan Immortal. Count the swords at will, and directly wipe out the 19th rank Dayan Immortal ghosts. This strength is too great. Especially the former Tianjiao of the Eastian realm even dropped his chin. At this time he was in the void, and he didn't know what to do without his opponent. Leave it to me here, and you can help others. Jian Wushuang's eyes were sharp, and these swords still didn't really use their minds. If you use the heart sword world of the 5th layer of the ultimate way is afraid, 9-turn consummation Dayan immortal level ghosts can be killed. Jian Wushuang's words sounded, and everyone was relieved, and after nodding quickly, they rushed towards the cracks in several other battles. The Tianjiao of Dongyan realm didn't understand now. He clearly felt Jian Wushuang's way is very weak. Why is his strength so strong? Others have the same idea, but now there is no time to discuss this. Isn't he the 3rd rank Dayan Immortal? How could he be so strong? It should be hidden strength. His swordsmanship is very special. He is very restrained from these ghosts. Please don't think too much. First go to help other people, and try to drag the emperor to help. Great. Yes. The crowd scattered around and went to help other practitioners. These people had just evacuated from this area, and a large group of ghosts swept in again. And this time there was also a ghost of the 9th rank consummation Dayan immortal level. Its whole body exudes a gloomy pale golden light, and its illusory and ethereal body contains the imperfect avenue of the emperor, and its empty eyes are like black holes. Because these ghosts contain the imperfect avenues of the emperor, they can also use some of the tricks learned by the emperor before his death. Of course, because they are incomplete avenues, the moves they perform are naturally not as powerful as the emperor, but they still surprise Jian Wushuang. Fortunately, the ghosts of the ranks 9 and 9 Dian Immortal level gave him no less sense than the dead Xiang Bingyan. But dealing with these ghosts and monsters now was much easier than dealing with Xiang Bingyan. No matter how weak Xiang Bingyan is, it is estimated that he can rank in the top 100 million among the Dian Immortals in the entire universe. This 9-turn complete Dian Immortal ghost can only be comparable to Xiang Bingyun in terms of strength. Chapter 5160. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign. Fortunately, speed and defense are far behind. Jian Wushuang's long sword wandered, first cleaned up those weak ghosts, and then went to deal with the 9-rank Consummation Dian Immortal level ghost. No matter how young ants are, they are afraid of too many ants. Jian Wushuang still understands this. He is not afraid of fighting, nor is he afraid of the trials of life and death. Although the quality of the ghosts that appeared after the emperor's fall is much stronger than the army of corpses, they are much weaker in number, and these ghosts will not exist for long. As the Dahuang Tiandao gradually becomes stronger, these ghosts will be swallowed into the source. These ghosts and monsters are all formed by the origin avenue of the emperors, and they are a great supplement to the origin of the world. These people have killed so many, and now they are all about to fall. In the end, the most profitable is the origin of the great wilderness. Jian Wushuang suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Dawang's heavenly origin has just formed, and he can't personally come to suppress these ghosts. Wouldn't he be able to swallow all the ghosts in the universe if he casts a thought on the universe? Jian Wu's eyes leaked joy. If it were true his ultimate source had absorbed so many incomplete emperor avenues, it would definitely strengthen a lot, and even hope to break through. Now his mental strength has become stronger again, and his soul realm has already reached the rank 6 level. This ordinary, small realm can't hinder him at all. If it hadn't been for fear of unstable foundation, he would have broken through to rank 6 Dian Immortal in one fell swoop in the starry sky. This is also the reason why Hui Qing was able to step into the 9th revolution in one step and finally fell to the 6th revolution. 6 turns is a slope, and 9 turns is the vertical height, which is also the limit of evolving immortals. Able to advance to the Dian Immortal, even if he has been in seclusion, he can still become a rank 6 Dian Immortal by virtue of his understanding of the Tao, but the 9th rank Dian Immortal has a certain resistance and requires opportunity and battle. As for the 9th turn Consummation Dian Immortal, this is a hurdle before Hadao Consummation. If you can't even reach the 9th turn Consummation, it is a death to go to Hadao. Consummation can lead to harmony, but most of the 9th turn Consummation is just to cultivate one's own origin road to consummation. It is too difficult to cultivate the body, soul, and state of mind to consummation. Able to perfect these practices, it may not be able to succeed in harmony. Therefore, most of the 9th rank Consummation Dian Immortals are looking for an opportunity to take advantage of the situation and start to unite, trying to use the air to wash themselves. But in the end, countless Dian Immortals have fallen on this step. The 9th turn of the 5-rank Yuan Avenue is the easiest way to achieve great Yen Immortal. But the simplest way is only 1 in 10,000 chance. If it is so easy to become an emperor, there will not be so few emperors on the list of universe gods and demons. The current primitive universe can be considered to have reached the maturity stage. It is the time when the strongest are the most, and various avenues have already been included. Anyone who is a bit ambitious would not choose the 5-rank Origin Avenue as his own life avenue. The evangelists who feel that they have average savvy and self-knowledge will choose the 4th stage Tao, and in the future will be able to become the elite of one force. The origin of the 3rd stage is the backbone of a party's power and the high level in the future. The 2nd rank Origin Road is rather vague, there are ordinary second-rank origins, and some are relatively special. For example, the Emperor Donglin was also an emperor who achieved the second-rank road. After he took control of the higher world and became the ruler, his strength was still regarded as an ordinary rank among the fourth-order emperors. Zhan Wuyang Jinwu Dao was also the second-rank origin Dao, but he only mastered the middle world and had Tier 4 top strength. In the second grade Benyuan Avenue, the distance between ordinary and special avenues sometimes differs, and can even be separated by hundreds of thousands of miles. Some emperors on the second stage avenue are still at the top of the third stage, and some emperors on the second stage avenue can become the fifth stage. This is the gap. When there is a gap, it is naturally difficult. Don't look at so many Dayan immortals with the 9 ranks of consummation on the list of gods and demons, but there may be only a few who can become emperors in the end. The Dayan immortal with the 9th rank consummation is already very difficult to fall in the primitive universe, and most of them died on Hadao. Jian Wushuang has also learned through the cipher text that he himself is the ultimate way, and the difficulty of combining Dao is even greater. Now that the Ji Dao is added, the pressure of combining Dao instantly suffocates him. Fortunately, the mental strength has reached the 4th level, and the mood is stronger than the average emperor. Don't smooth the haze of just a moment. Hidao! Jian Wushuang shook his head. He is still far away from Hidao. If you don't count the time in the starry sky, it hasn't been a few days since he broke through from Yenxian to Dayanxian, and now he considers Kodao it's too early. From the breakthrough to the present, he hasn't even had time to stabilize his realm. He is either recovering his divine body or fighting. Now, let's first practice with the ghost of the 9th rank perfect Dayan immortal level in front of you. Maybe, just as he thought, he would really send it out by then. This time he was almost beaten to death by Xiang Bingyan, and even all the treasures on his body were destroyed, even the divine sword in his hand. Now it's in dilapidated condition. Those who don't know thought that the Excalibur was just like this, although the sword body was severely damaged. Fortunately, the roots of Kendo were still there. The ghost's fangs slashed along the divine sword, and an extremely uncomfortable sound came from the ghost's mouth. Jian Wushuang's figure hurried back, holding the long sword upside down and barely stabilizing his figure. Heart Sword World. The 5th level of Ultimate Kendo is also Jian Wushuang's most satisfying sword so far. This sword once caused the 9th rank Dayan Immortal Guyuan to kneel and worship, and also made Xiang Bingyan, who had completed the 9 ranks consummation, tremble. Wow! The huge world of swords descended from the void, and countless swordsmanships containing mental strength pounced on the ghost like a hungry wolf. Chi-chi! Countless sword shadows pass through the ghost's illusory body, and every time it passes, the ghost's body is exposed to black mist. This is the horror of the heart. As long as it is contaminated, it can burn its soul. These ghosts were originally soul bodies, and Jian Wushuang understood why these ghosts were so scared of their minds. If there is no ghost in the heart, there will be no ghost in this world. The scope of the world of swords began to expand, directly including everyone. How is this going? Jiyu turned around and looked to the rear. Jian Wushuang participated in the battle. He did not pay attention. After all, there were only a few weak ghosts in the rear. He brought dozens of 9-turn consummation Dayan immortals at the forefront. Most of the ghosts here are 9-point consummation, and even those with 9-turn consummation are common. The moment the projection of the entire heart sword world descended, the ghosts suddenly took a step back. They have no consciousness, but the fear of mental power is inherent. This is set by the supreme rule, let alone they are unaware as long as the soul is afraid of mental power. Chapter 5161. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign, there was no fear in the ghost's hollow eyes. Although they were born with fear, they rushed into the world of swords. Brother Ji, what's going on? The few people who didn't know the situation of the 9th rank consummation Dayan immortal thought it was Juyu and asked. It's him. Jiyu looked at Jian Wushuang behind, his eyes condensed. Numerous sword auras surrounded the heart sword world. And Jiyu grabbed it casually, and a strand of sword intent was pinched in his hand. The white sword intent is very gentle in Jiyu's hands, like a swimming fish. Mental cultivator, the hiding is deep enough. Now we are relaxed. Jiyu released the sword intent in his hand, raised his head to look at Jian Wushuang, and nodded. Mind strength? The powerhouses in other worlds still have some doubts. Unexpectedly, there are still people under the Emperor who can cultivate their minds to such a level. Good. The heads of the monks of the immeasurable world put their hands together, and in the immeasurable world, second only to the immeasurable Buddha, is the Lord of the Heart Buddha. The Lord of the Heart Buddha is very powerful, and his methods are weird, and he has left several secret methods of mental energy practice on Mount Wuliang. But few Dayan immortals can cultivate their mind strength, let alone practice the secret method of mind strength. In their opinion, it is impossible for Dayan immortal to cultivate mental energy. They didn't know that on Wuliang Mountain, a third-ranked Dayan immortal had touched the threshold of heart strength, but it was a pity that he fell into the wilderness. The white pure monk once inadvertently received inheritance from the mind and Buddha. The immeasurable Buddha gave him a piece of bodhicitta in the face of the mind and Buddha. It is often accompanied by the body to improve the state of mind and has a great influence on the cultivation of the mind. Help. It's a pity that this pure, white monk finally fell. Before he died, he gave Jian Wushuang the greatest opportunity in his life, the Bodhi heart tree. At that time, Jian Wushuang had an epiphany in the battle, coupled with the effect of the Bodhi heart tree, directly led him out of his body and into the starry sky. After Jian Wushuang knew all this, he was also very grateful to the white monk head, but he sighed that the man was dead and his body was incomplete. From Huiqing, he learned the name of the white and pure Sangha. If he had the opportunity, he would go to the immeasurable world to see the white and pure Sangha's Dhamma. Law name. Wanya, Huiqing protected fairy Luo Shui behind him, turned to look at Jian Wushuang in the air and muttered in a low voice, Uncle Master, if you are still alive, there's hope that you will cultivate your strength in the future. Fairy Luo Shui, who was standing behind him, also looked up at the void. Wu Shuang Taoist is so powerful. Even you, the little monk, is also hidden because I have desperately protected you for so long. Luo Shui akimbo his hips, glanced at Huiqing's head, and wanted to go up. There was an impulse, but she endured it in the end. Shan. Huiqing folded her hands and lowered her head. Void. Jian Wushuang raised one hand and held the void. The endless sword intent filled the void, and the world of Heart Sword was several times stronger than the last time. Exit. As the sword intent rose, the burst of Jian Rin turned into a huge cage, trapping the ghosts that had just rushed into the Heart Sword world. There are millions of these ghosts. Among them, there are hundreds of ghosts of the 9th rank, perfect Dayan immortal level. With so many ghosts, the avenues contained in their bodies add up to the origin of a small world. After all, the fall of more than a dozen emperors, coupled with the origins of 2 fourth-order emperors, is more than normal in a small world. Jia Jia! Millions of ghosts wailed in bursts, and their illusory body was completely burned by the heart power in their sword intent. Although they were unconscious, the pain in the depths of their souls still made them miserable. Like the weaker 3rd rank and 6th rank Dayan immortal level ghosts, they were directly killed by sword aura. Those who were able to resist sword aura were all 9th rank or 9th ranked perfect Dayan immortal level ghosts. Although he resisted the sword aura, it was more painful than those ghosts that were directly obliterated. It's okay to be beheaded directly, at least it's a pleasure. They are able to resist the sword chi, but they have to be tortured by their heart power all the time, and it is simply painful. Some powerful ghosts began to struggle, go mad, and madly pounce on Jian Wushuang. Be careful. Their strength hasn't been weakened much. Jiyu shook his figure, but was stopped by Jian Wushuang. I have a treasure to deal with these ghosts. You go first. I will come to the back of the palace. Jian Wushuang said sincerely. In fact, he is indeed very sincere. As long as these people leave first, he can not only bring these ghosts into the origin of the universe in an open manner, but also get rid of these people and take the opportunity to quickly slip away. As for the Temple of Qixin, he really did not want to fight in the past. Although I learned from Jiyu that there were secrets in the Temple of Qixin that became the pinnacle of existence, these were too far away from them. A large group of emperors kept staring at him, and it was good for him to be a great Yanxian, and it would be a cannon fodder if he went. Therefore, Jian Wushuang decided to get rid of these people right now. Now he has the power of Dayanxian. He can also travel the entire universe, taking advantage of the whole opportunity to escape to other big worlds. There are other treasures. Jiyu didn't believe it, but at this time they stay here. Once those ghosts break through the heart sword world, they have to be trapped here. It's better to listen to Jian Wushuang. Take the opportunity to feel fleeing and believe him once. At this time, most of the people had the same thoughts as Jian Wushuang, and they all wanted to leave the great wilderness as soon as possible. But their strength was not enough. They would encounter ghosts halfway through, and would not be able to survive without so many powerhouses. Now I can only follow Jiyu temporarily. Hurry up. The world of swords can't stop it for long. My treasure can only kill this batch of ghosts. Once the next batch of ghosts emerge from the void, I can't escape anyone. Anxiously, he was quite a rugged monk when he tried to persuade him to escape. Hui Qing's figure was mixed in the crowd. He kept staring at Jian Wushuang, and he also understood Jian Wushuang's thoughts. Now he is no longer the little novice monk, and everything in the world is like a mirror to him. Brother Jiyu, listen to him. If we don't leave, we will die more people. Hui Qing took a step and appeared beside Jiyu. Then he glanced at Jian Wushuang again, and the two of them met each other's eyes and instantly understood what they were thinking. Since you insist on doing this, then we will take the first step and remember to flee in the direction where we left if we lose. Maybe the emperors are already here. Before Jiyu left, he did not forget to comfort. Jian Wushuang did leak a bit of bitter smile. Their location was very close to the Temple of Qixin. If the emperor really came to rescue them, I am afraid he would have come long ago. Even the emperor can't get out of his body. One can imagine how dangerous that direction is. Chapter 5162. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign. When Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing flee desperately, they did escape very far. Even if Jian Wushuang flew with full strength or kept teleporting, it would take a day to reach the Temple of Qixin. But the emperor is different. If the emperor really wants to rescue them, I am afraid that a teleport will be able to come. And when they were fighting with ghosts, he could also feel a terrifying aura emanating from the direction of the Qixin Temple. The existence that burst out of this breath has either already fallen, or an unprecedented battle has taken place. Such a powerful existence can be felt at such a distance. If you get closer, I'm afraid it will be shattered by the aura fluctuations on the spot. Jian Wushuang didn't know that this was still the situation where Qi Shui Walker and Fenyu Demon were suppressed. If Daogong were not suppressed, the waves of air would spread, enough to cause their divine bodies to be injured. Looking at the disappearing figure of everyone, Jian Wushuang's eyes leaked sharp. At this moment, he no longer concealed his strength. The world of swords was even bigger and stronger than before, and the sword forbearance turned into sword intent, reaping those weak ghosts at will, comparable to the origin of a small world. Jian Wushuang couldn't help licking his lips. If he could really absorb the Emperor Origin Avenue contained in the bodies of these ghosts, his strength might immediately skyrocket hundreds of times. It is stronger than practicing hundreds of millions of years in the starry sky. Call! Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. Success or failure once again. If he can't swallow it, he has the ability to escape. Otherwise, he can swallow these origins. He won't leave the great wasteland so quickly. This is simply his treasure. One thought of the universe. A bubble is the size of a pinhole, expanding from Jian Wushuang's mind. Boom! A mighty power erupted from his body, and the bubbles continued to expand, rushing out of his mind, only to instantly encompass the world of swords in the void. And Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. When his thought power just ascended, he was extremely excited, and he seemed to be very interested in those ghosts. The bubbles, under the control of the power of thought, continued to expand and gradually spread to the entire void. 100,000 miles, 300,000 miles, 800,000 miles, millions of miles. It has exceeded the scale of his first display, and the origin of the universe is like a baby waking up at this time, constantly hovering around the bubble, and the scope of the universe is still expanding. Boom! 2 million miles away, stars suddenly appeared in the originally dying universe. Although these stars were illusory, they contained Jian Wushuang's extreme way. 3 million miles. The bubble is still expanding, and it still doesn't mean to stop. This range surpassed some mortal world continents, and if it expanded further, Jian Wushuang's thought power was somewhat unbearable. Boom! At 5 million miles, the bubble stopped, and the origin of Yin Yan universe also returned to Jian Wushuang's body. Call. I can actually exclude the Tao of heaven in the great wilderness. Jian Wushuang was shocked. He actually excluded a middle world avenue. Although the other party was just born, it was a middle world avenue after all, so he was blocked. It's incredible, Jian Wushuang exclaimed. If the scope of the universe exceeds the great wilderness itself, wouldn't he be able to swallow the entire great wilderness? As soon as this idea appeared in his mind, a warning from the supreme rule appeared in his mind. Obviously, this would not work. The Dahuang heavenly Tao belonged to the primitive universe, and he couldn't swallow it no matter how strong it was, only to swallow those origins stored in the world. But this origin, either in the secret realm of the universe, or in the cave world of some superpower, is not his turn at all. This time there was also a battle between emperors and monarchs, so he could have the opportunity to fish in troubled waters and take the opportunity to devour the origin of these monarchs, although these also belong to the origin of the primitive universe. But this is a small advantage. The origin of the primitive universe is simply insignificant. Jian Wushuang looked at the sky. At the top of the universe, if my universe was comparable to the original universe that day, I am afraid it would be the peak of the universe that the emperors dream of. If he wants to think that the universe is comparable to the original universe, he will probably have to cultivate to the 8th level of the ultimate sword, and he'll have to be in harmony with the 7th level of the ultimate sword practice. I am afraid that he will have to be in harmony when he cultivates to the 6th floor. Hedao, a yoke that crossed the peak of life. How much Jinghong Tianjiao was trapped in this step. He had no certainty to join the road. Let's accept all the benefits now. Jian Wushuang mobilized his strength within 5 million miles, and his strength once again crossed several thresholds, and his current strength was about 9 times complete. He didn't notice that his name on the list of universe gods and demons kept beating. However, many Dayan immortals from the outside have noticed that Jian Wushuang's ranking is beating, especially the ghosts and monsters who have escaped. Brother Jiyu, you are ranked in the top 500 in the universe. Many Dayan immortals exclaimed at Juyu's strength. The Tongtian Buddhist realm recognized that the Jinghong Tianjiao, who was second only to Jiyu, could only be ranked in the top 100,000. The distance between this gap was too exaggerated. I am afraid that if he really started his hands, he could not hold Juyu's breath. Jiyu also relaxed at this time, looking at the world-shattering list of cosmic gods and demons. He doesn't have much interest in rankings. The ones that rank ahead of him are almost the ultimate Tao, and he is not satisfied with the current Tao. He is still merging into more Taos. The second-class Tao alone comprehending a few, he walked in the unity of 10,000 ways, and it is still far away. Once all the ways are united, the power of other ways is no less powerful than any ultimate way. Look, it's Brother Wushuang. His ranking is changing. Everyone looked at the situation, and those present were all powerhouses of the Dian Immortal level, and the hundreds of millions of rankings were all earning money at a glance. 150 million. It is estimated that it is a temporary breakthrough. He also said that there is a special treasure. It is estimated that he could break through with that treasure, but he can surpass tens of millions of people at a time. It seems that his strength has changed a lot. Dongyan Jie Tianjiao said casually. His strength ranks in the top 10 million, and he is the top powerhouse in the 9th rank perfect Dian Immortal. This includes the rankings of the entire universe. There are thousands of higher worlds in the entire universe and countless medium worlds. There are so many Dian Immortals born in these big worlds. Even if it is difficult for the 9th round of perfect Dian Immortals, they have accumulated hundreds of millions. He is indeed proud to be ranked among the top 10 million among the hundreds of millions of powerhouses. No, it's still changing. What? This is the top 100 million. Luo Shui exclaimed. The first 100 million is nothing to others, but for the 3-turned Dian Immortal Jian Wushuang, he is the only one in the entire universe. Juyu's eyes turned, feeling incredible. Is this the ultimate way? 3 turns is comparable to 9 turns to consummation. He is very confident in his unity of 10,000 ways, but even at the 9th revolution, he dare not feel that he is comparable to the 9th revolution. Chapter 5163. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign. All the ways are first class, and the more powerful they are, the ultimate way can reach the level of the ultimate way. Little novice Hui Qing did not pay attention to their surprise, but looked at the top list. He is looking for acquaintances in his memory. Since stepping into the Tao, a series of memories have emerged in his mind, and these memories have taught him a lot of cosmic secrets. For example, the process of reaching the top of the universe, or how the heavens collapsed back then. The master of this memory has the strength of a Tier 5 top emperor, and he was also the #1 powerhouse in the universe back then. Brother Jiyu, can you see the usefulness of this cosmos gods and demons board? Why does it suddenly appear here? Dongyan Jie Tianjiao turned off the topic and looked at Jiyu. Jiyu shook his head and said, I don't know, but this should be related to the temple of Qixin mentioned by the emperor. Indeed, apart from the temple of Qixin, no one in the entire primitive universe has such a big hand. Everyone calmed down when they heard it. Originally, I was still discussing whose handwriting, but now I think about who else besides the temple of Qixin. It seems that this time is the right one. Although it is dangerous, there are endless opportunities. The list of gods and demons is just the beginning. Suddenly, a strong light burst out of the pitch-black void, and the stinging people couldn't open their eyes. Look, it's the direction we are fleeing. Everyone blocked the glare, squinting to look in the direction of the fleeing. This is probably the treasure of Brother Wushuang. It is strong enough, and he deserves to be a practitioner of the ultimate way. Hui Qing, you should work hard too. Brother Wushuang is so strong in rank 3. You are also the ultimate way, and you are still rank 6, but the strength is still a bit worse than Brother Wushuang. Luo Shui covered his face and followed his fingers, looking at the place where the strong light came from, while still nagging little novice Hui Qing. Shan. Hui Qing closed her eyes and didn't look, and slowly said, Brother Wushuang has always been stronger than me, and I admire it too. The dazzling light is the eruption of Jian Wushuang's origin. The origin of his body has undergone unprecedented changes at this moment, and countless rays of light have also appeared in the entire universe. These rays are all cracks. This is a precursor to the rupture of the universe. But those ghosts have not been swallowed up yet. If the universe bursts, he will be seriously injured and he will not be able to run. In the bubble-shaped universe, numerous cracks have emerged. These gaps are like rivers, constantly producing tributaries, spreading to the entire universe. Jian Wushuang couldn't control so much at this time, desperately suppressing the source of the extreme path. The power of the source was flowing along his body. Now he has reached the point where he is not suppressing the source, but he is overwhelmed by the source. The power of the origin, Tao, surpassed his own power. This is the backlash of the Ji Tao. Fortunately, his soul has reached the 6th rank because of the accumulation of mind power, so he can barely control this power. No, I still can't hold it. Jian Wushuang endured tremendous torture, and the strength of the origin Tao made his container about to burst, still overestimating his own strength. Now that the arrow is on the line, he has to change direction temporarily, bathed in the original breakthrough. Let it die and live afterwards. The power flows within the body, and the exterior is surrounded by origin. He wants to use these two forces to contain each other and let himself break through. Jian Wushuang closed his eyes, and a full view of the universe appeared in his mind. The golden origin was like quicksand falling down the top of the circular universe, and the golden quicksand almost covered the entire universe. Ah! Jian Wushuang endured the pain and began to break through. The difference between Dianxian and Yanxian is that the great avenues appear in the body and the source leaks out. The wider the avenue, the stronger the strength of evolving immortals. In the 3rd revolution, the avenue has a high height in the body, and the 6th revolution will raise the avenue to 100 feet. This is the best and most to achieve. The threshold of 3 to 6 turns is actually not high. It is not as high as the threshold of becoming an immortal. The former is only a tens of times improvement, while the latter needs to be increased 10,000 times. Since ancient times, the number of Yanxians leapfrog battles of Dianxian is much less than that of 3-turn and 6-turn. This is also caused by the large gap in the level of Tao. Therefore, it is much easier to break through rank 3 and rank 6 than when Yanxian broke through Dianxian. But now Jian Wushuang is both internally and externally troubled. At this time, the difficulty of his breakthrough is not much different from when Yanxian broke through Dianxian. With golden light, Jian Wushuang thought about it with his heart. He thought of the giants he encountered in the starry sky. When he broke through the cage, golden light appeared in his chest. Finally, the liberation of life made him break through. One great axe, one force breaks 10,000 laws and breaks the supreme rules. In the end, the star cage was broken. Although this was nothing to Jian Wushuang at the time, he could not do it even if he was a giant who could give up his life, break through 10,000 ways, and get out of the cage. Later, when he left the starry sky, it was also a breakthrough in the extreme way. He took the diametrically opposite path to the giant. At first, he felt that he was right. It seemed that he was stupid enough to fail to comprehend even the biggest gift Shinkong gave him. Wow! The golden quicksand slid down the universe, trying to cover the entire universe, and Jian Wushuang's body was being swallowed by the golden origin and then stood up. Jian Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes, his breath reversed. The divine sword in his hand has long been eroded and clean. But at the moment there is no sword in his hand. There is a sword in his heart. The power of thinking is real. Swords are everywhere. He stands proudly in his own universe. At this moment, he is the master of this world. Origin, avenue, universe, it's all vain. He wants to break all this. Ran 6, you can break it in a blink of an eye. A powerful breath broke out from him. This is the power of rank 6, but Jian Wushuang didn't take it seriously. He calmly raised his hand, and a sword appeared in his hand, and it simply slashed it from above. Wow! This sword is very ordinary, but also very scary. This sword is called Immortality. Jian Wushuang yelled, and Jian Ying slashed down the universe. Silence! Then a dazzling light burst out, and the universe turned into 2 halves with a thought, and he reappeared in the void. The golden origin of the body and the quicksand outside the original universe instantly transformed into a new universe. This universe expanded faster, spreading directly to thousands of miles away. This is breaking and then standing, first breaking through one's own cage and then building one's own world. Yin Yen universe reformed, and Jian Wushuang's origin avenue also rose to a level. The fourth layer of the Jidao immortality, he did it. Not only did he break through to rank 6 Dian Immortal, but he also elevated Jidao to the 4th level. The ultimate way is also loosened at this moment, and it will soon reach the 6th level. The benefits of swallowing the origin are boundless, although this is also related to him. But without these ghosts, he would not be able to break through so quickly. Complement each other. Chapter 5164. Wan Dao Sword Sovereign, however, it would be better not to devour this path in the future. As long as there is one mistake in devouring this time, he will have to account for this great famine. The biggest stumbling block on the road to enlightenment is not the creatures in the universe, but himself. This made Jian Wushuang a bit funny. He felt that he had escaped from the universe. The strength of the ghosts wrapped below has been weakened by 90%, and the suppression of the source of the extreme path makes them immobile. Especially the heart power. Jian Wushuang's heart power has become stronger than before, which is also part of the reason. As for the power of thought, these ghosts were originally the countless thoughts of the emperor, and these thoughts turned into ghosts, and the powerful thought power could still deal with them. Dao stepped into the 4th level. His thought power surpassed the emperor, and the ghosts of these emperor thoughts turned into were naturally not his opponents. Exit. At the first thought, all ghosts are perished. Countless ghosts are not struggling, but standing still in the universe, and then their bodies dissipated, leaving only the incomplete origin road. These incomplete origins appeared in Jian Wushuang's universe, and they were naturally swallowed by his origin. If there is no such source as Jian Wushuang, it will return to the Dahuang, heavenly Dao, and now it is considered as being cut by Jian Wushuang. If Lu Crow knew that these origins were swallowed by him, I am afraid that he would be squeezed to death. So many emperors died in his dojo. He still wanted to take the opportunity to break through, but he did not expect to die so many emperors. The ultimate benefit will be all a Dian Immortal was taken. However, the current 6 crows are being suppressed by the Ion Tower, and they can't get involved to compete for these origins. Call! Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and opened his hands to quietly absorb those origins. These origins contain the emperor's unique knowledge. Jian Wushuang has carefully understood it. After all, is the emperor's unique knowledge. His current kendo skills are entirely based on his own creation, but he has not yet obtained the geniuses under the control of his physical body and generative power. This time he has learned about the emperor's geniuses, and it will be easier to cultivate after he obtains such geniuses. The power of the source is like the ocean, and Jian Wushuang is like a black hole swallowing the ocean. Now that he has enough strength, he naturally wants to absorb all these sources to stabilize his own source. The origin of Jidao quickly reached the peak of the 4th level, and the origin of Kendo directly broke through to the 6th level. After absorbing all these origins, the origin of Kendo has reached the 6th peak. The receipt of the goods this time exceeded Jian Wushuang's prediction. He really thanked Shen Weiyang for all this, for sending himself to the great wilderness, and he was able to break through so many in just a few years. This time the great wilderness changes. Maybe Zhen Weiyang is also here. Thank you after encountering it. It's time to go. Jian Wushuang's thought power moved slightly, putting away Yin Yen universe. After looking around, he locked a direction and prepared to leave. At the same time, in the direction of the Qixin temple, an emperor was stepping forward. Thousands of hands, go there! Pick up all these little guys. Tongtian Buddha's voice sounded in his ears. At the same time, he reminded him that Huiqing and Jian Wushuang must be brought here. In just one step, he came to the void where Jian Wushuang had previously devoured ghosts. With cause and effect, his golden eyes pierced the void, passing through the endless void with one hand, grabbing Xiang Jian Wushuang, with the other hand grabbing Xiang Jiyu and others. The people like Juyu are okay. They can feel that they are the thousand-handed Buddha, Lord in the world of Tongtian Buddhism. And they did not resist the situation and fell into the huge palm of their hands. Jian Wushuang is a bit miserable here. He desperately wants to escape from the palm of his hand, but no matter how he escapes, he can't escape from the palm of his hand. The Thousand Hands Buddha, Lord, was also a little annoyed, and immediately grabbed Jian Wushuang. The palm of his hand hadn't returned yet, and the figure of Thousand Hands Buddha once again took a step, and his figure had reached the Qishui Hall. The two palms that shuttled through the void met and fell onto the other palm. Brother Wushuang, we meet again. Juyu smiled slightly and reached out to help Jian Wushuang on the ground. Are you all right? Luo Shui and Xiaomi Huiqing hurriedly walked towards Jian Wushuang. This is... Jian Wushuang was a little confused. Don't panic, it's the Emperor Thousand Hands. We are saved. Juyu, as an ancient nine, turns perfect Dian Immortal, naturally knew that this was the magical power of the Thousand Hands Buddha Lord. Jian Wushuang understood it instantly and cursed in his heart. After finally getting rid of these people, and now being arrested again, he really didn't want to go with these emperors to the so-called Temple of Qishan. In his opinion, even if the Qishan Temple has the opportunity to make the 9th rank consummation Dian Immortal become the emperor, this is probably only a partial chance, and it has no effect on him. He has just rank 6 now, and he wants to reach the 9th rank. Yanxian is a chop. Isn't it just a cannon fodder to go to the Temple of Qishan? Unfortunately, the emperor personally brought him back, but he couldn't leave if he wanted to. Then I have to thank the emperor. Jian Wushuang stood firm, his expression sincere. Seeing his sincere expression, Ju calmly said, "The Lord Thousand Hands Buddha is very talkative. I will recommend you later." Jian Wushuang's flushed face said in a low voice, "No, Yu reads www.okanshu.com. The emperor has a lot of opportunities, and now he's fighting for opportunities. I still don't bother." He couldn't forget the scene where he had just fled several times and was caught back with a big hand. I am afraid that seeing the Thousand Hands Buddha, Lord will not give him a good face, so he will not touch the brow. Although he could say that he didn't know that it was the emperor's method. But there was no need to spread the panic. Let's take a step and look at it. The huge palm soon passed through the pitch-black void, and there was a bright light in front of it. Wow! The void was torn and closed again. Jian Wushuang and his party fell in a hall. "Come to me." A stern voice sounded. Jian Wushuang and the others looked up and saw the towering Buddha standing in front of them. Before everyone could say more, they were moved behind the Buddha, looking at the majestic figure and then at the huge pair of palms. It should be that the Lord Thousand-Handed Buddha didn't run away. After falling into the seat behind the towering Buddha, they could see the surroundings clearly. In addition to the Thousand-Handed Buddha, there are hundreds of extremely powerful auras in this hall, each of which is a powerful emperor. Everyone took a breath. It was the first time for him to see such a big scene, and it would be difficult to see the emperor as if it were ascending to the sky. Now, so many emperors have gathered together. They can't believe it. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang had seen dozens of emperors in the world of Tongtian Buddhism, and he could still accept this scene at this time. Dozens of emperors came to a world of Tongtian Buddhism. He wanted to come in the hall, and there were other world emperors. But he looked around and found no real Wuyang. It stands to reason that Desiyu is also very close here. So why should Zhen Wuyang be here too? Jian Wushuang was a little puzzled. But when he saw the void outside the hall, there was still an eternal cave floating. He thought he was on the wrong team. Chapter 5165. Inside the Qishui Hall, the arrival of Jian Wushuang and the others was inconspicuous. At this time, emperors continued to arrive at the hall with Dian Immortal. Ancestor, the emperor of the Great Dream Realm, has already brought some Dian Immortals. A Great Dream Clan emperor respectfully said, "Well, first bring all these good seedlings. Let them find a way to come over the rest. The distance to the big dream is not too far. If they can't get through this, they don't need to enter the Temple of the Gods." Dameng Daozu arbitrarily ordered. Please help me, Mimi Reading App, can steal book tickets like stealing food. Come steal the book tickets of your friends and vote for me. He himself brought all the elite Dian Immortals of the Big Dream clan, and many of them had several Tianjiao who ranked in the top 1,000 of the universe's gods and demons. As for the other Dian Immortals, he can help too, and the rest is up to himself. In the hall at this time, the number of emperors continued to increase, and soon there were thousands of emperors, and Dian Xian even exceeded 10 million. The Dian Immortals who can be here are almost all the powerhouses of rank 9 or rank 9 consummation. Only a few are rank 6, and there are none at rank 3. Everyone, it's almost there. As a lone traveler, Qishui Walker had no ethnic group or influence under his command. Only some special beings in the secret realm he controlled were his subordinates. Each of these special beings possessed the second rank avenue. Their physical bodies were extremely powerful, and their life levels were thousands of times higher than that of ordinary races. However, their cultivation is also more difficult. Only dozens of them can become Dian Immortals, and only 2 of them can achieve consummation in rank 9. 2 special beings, a man and a woman, stood behind Qishui Traveler. Both of them are ranked in the top 1,000 in the Cosmic Gods and Demons list. In addition, Qishui Walker has no ethnic group or power, so some treasures that are of little use to him are given to these 2 subordinate. Said to be subordinates, in fact, Qishui Traveler has always regarded them as his own children. Leader, I'm all here. Qishui, you can start. I don't have many evangelists under my command, and I have brought them all this time. Many emperors spoke one after another, and they couldn't wait. After all Yanxian disappeared, the Temple of Qishan released a message, telling them that the trial of the Temple of Qishan was about to begin. According to the message, the trial is divided into 3 steps. The first step is the great screening of Yanxian. The immortals of the entire universe have gathered in the subsidiary world of the Qishan Temple. They are the first people to accept the inheritance, and the trials given by the Qishan Temple are also quite harsh. The fairy cultivating in each affiliated world can only survive one success, and the one with the top 1,000 can accept the next round of trials. The rest are all sent back to their respective worlds and will be bestowed by the source of the attached world. As for what is bestowed, it depends on the ranking. This is the first trial, and the second step is the screening of Dian Immortals. At last, it will be the Emperor's turn. Click. The ancient and quiet Temple of the Gods. Gradually punch the door. Now that they are all together, let's go in. After almost understanding the structure of the Temple of Fortune, the emperors of them were relieved, and they were not starting a fight for the time being. Dian Immortal enters the first passage, and Emperor enters the second. The voice of Qishui Traveler spread throughout the entire hall. Many Dian Immortals began to enter the Temple of Qishan in a panic. Wait to enter the Temple of Qishan. Don't be careless. This is a great opportunity. Take it well, and strive to become the Emperor. All kinds of encouraging words sounded, but as they said, this opportunity is unprecedented. If you don't cherish it, I'm afraid you will regret it for a lifetime. Yes. Everyone answered in unison, and then left the Qishui Hall, walked towards the void, and entered the Qishan Hall. Inside the Ion, Feng Yumajuan looked at the outside world sharply. Sure enough, the Dian Immortal Passage was opened first. It seems that the Qishan Temple will not let us in without waiting for the emperors of other regions to arrive. Fenyu Emperor said coldly, "This is also very normal. The Temple of Qishan was built by the power of ancient civilization. It is a relic of screening inheritors. Xianxian and Dianxian are just trying to try their luck. What we really need are emperors and powerful people like me." Zhan Wuang thoughtfully. This is the same as they speculated. From the point of view of the Qishan Temple, it is necessary to have a strong source to enter the Qishan Temple. So all the gods will be recruited into the Qishan Temple. As for how many Dian Immortals can come, the Qixin Temple is true. I don't care about this. From the perspective of Qixin Temple, Yanxian is no different from Dianxian. What they select is the Tianjiao among Tianjiao. As for the strength, these can be cultivated later, as long as the comprehension is high and the great Tao is strong. These are all cultivated on their own, and there are many foreign objects in the temple. Moreover, the trial opened by the Temple of Fortune is the highest trial, and many inheritors are needed. According to the framework, it is more like training a space army. Each affiliated world selects 1,000 eternal immortals, and there are millions of them in total. To cultivate 1,000,000 eternal immortals at a time, such a big handwork is by no means as simple as cultivating 1 or 2 inheritors. You guys go in too. Feng Yu Majuan opened the portal of the Ion Tower. Everyone in the tower bowed, shouting in unison, "Thanks, Monarch!" The Ion Tower and the tens of millions of Dian immortals in the Qishui Hall were crushed in black, and they entered the Qixin Hall together. Taozuwi! Juyu and the others looked anxiously at the people who continued to enter the Temple of Qixin. Don't worry, it's not that whoever gets advanced will get the benefits. The majestic voice of Thousand Hands Buddha rang. The Tongtian Buddha and the Immeasurable Buddha were talking with other emperors. As for Jian Wushuang, he was even less worried. He also learned a lot about the Qixin Temple from other people. Although his heart moved, he knew what he needed. Although the Qixin Temple was magical, he might not be able to help him. With this time, he might as well devour those ghosts, so many ghosts in the entire great wilderness, maybe taking advantage of the fact that the emperor is paying attention to the Temple of the Gods this time. He can step into the 9th rank consummation in one fell swoop. This is a great opportunity. Tong Tian, your people can also go in. Qi Shui Xingzhi smiled. So many Dian immortals naturally have to enter in batches. Although the Temple of Qixin does not distinguish between before and after, these emperors still strive to let their disciples go in first. The principle of first in, first served has been embedded in their bones, and various relics are usually the secret realm is dominated by first movers. Although the Temple of Qixin is different this time, it still uses the old one. Thank you, Lord. Tongtian Buddha's face was full of smiles. Then directly transmit the sound thousands of hands. Tongtian Buddha doesn't care when his subordinates will enter. He now cares more about himself. Since joining the Qishui alliance, he has been wooing all the forces. He has at least reached an alliance with several forces in secret. Especially for those who are alone, he is even more personally wooed. As long as he has Tier 4 strength, he almost reached an alliance. Chapter 5166. Although the Qishui alliance is now hugging each other, they understand the truth of the disaster. They have now begun to plan what happened after the collapse of the Scarlet Water Alliance. For this, Qishui Traveler also closed one eye, and since he learned how to enter the Temple of Qixin, he didn't care about Qishui Alliance anymore. Several Tier 4 top emperors he has greeted him, and he can form alliances after entering the Temple of Qixin. He doesn't care about the rest of the strong, because he can't help him anymore. As a third-order emperor, Qianshou Buddha had different circles. Naturally, he didn't know what Tongtian Buddha was talking about, but after receiving the transmission, he hurriedly greeted everyone to prepare to enter the Temple of Qixin. Juyu, you are the strongest, and you were the same generation as me back then. You are an elder. You enter the Temple of Qixin and protect other people a lot. Thousand-handed Buddha is also, as Juyu said, with a good temper and no other emperor. So high above. This is rare among the third-order emperors. The third-order emperors are generally the leaders of a large force. How can they be so easy to talk? Especially those second-tier emperors with their nostrils facing the sky. The weaker their strength is in the same tier, the more they like to show off in front of Dian. Most of these emperors have reached the end of the avenue, and there is no hope to improve their strength. Before they merged, the origin avenue was very weak. They were all ordinary 4th-rank avenues or 5th-rank avenues. Jealous. This can also be said in the past, and even some emperors with gloomy hearts specially hunted down those Qinjiao among the dying immortals. Fortunately, there were so many emperors this time, and those evil emperors didn't dare to rush into action. After all, the dying immortal present were all Tianjiao elites in a world, and no one dared to arouse public outrage at this time. Xia Dijuan, I will pay attention. There was light in Zhu Yes' eyes. His peers are all third-order emperors, and he is still the 9th turn consummation, saying that he is not in a hurry and has been merging many great avenues. In fact, he is more anxious than anyone, but the unity of 10,000 ways is so easy. If he does not reach the original consummation in one day, he will not be able to unite. And let's go in. Thousand-handed Buddha, Master waved his hand, and everyone had been moved out of the Qishui hall. Juyu, I hope that when you come back, you will succeed in harmony. Juyu in the void turned his head. He received the voice transmission from the Lord Thousand Hands Buddha, nodded, and muttered silently in his heart, Definitely, Brother Qianshou. He can't forget the happy appearance of his friends who once stood side by side after the success of Hadao. On the Tongtian mountain that year, one of their generation's arrogances was successful, and the other was not in harmony. Go. Jiu turned his head, his eyes revealed madness, and said sharply. Hundreds of people from Tongtian Buddha world entered the Qishan temple together. Since Jian Wushuang was not a practitioner of the world of Tongtian Buddhism, he followed at the end and went with Huiqing. Before entering the temple of Qishan, Jian Wushuang felt a pair of huge eyes looking at him, turned his head, and looked at the Ion Tower floating in the void. A stalwart figure appeared in his mind. It's Zhen Wuyang. Jian Wushuang stepped quickly and directly entered the temple of Qishan. He also learned about the previous battle in Qishui Hall. Several emperors have fallen, and the ancestors of the Dongyan realm have fallen. There are also several emperors he has heard of, those who were powerful in the ancient times of Desiu. Just after being glanced at by Zhan Wuyang, he felt that his back was chilling, but he wasn't considered a betrayal. He was not a person from Zhen Wuyang. Zhen Wuyang retracted his eyes, closed his eyes, and said in his heart, Good luck, little guy. He also managed to move some of the 9th ranks of Desiu, but few had potential. It was cannon fodder when they entered, but Jian Wushuang gave him a big surprise. In a short period of time, he broke through to rank 6 Dian Immortal, which is still the ultimate way, and even ranked in the top 100 million of the universe gods and demons. Rank 6 is the first 100 million, and when the 9th rank is complete, he will be able to enter the top 1,000. Although he does not understand the rules of Dian Immortal, the top 1,000 of all Dian Immortals are also worthy of training in the Temple of Qishan. It may be a big help for him. However, it is too difficult to combine the ultimate way. There is only one ultimate emperor in the universe. He can't believe that Jian Wushuang will be able to succeed. However, as the only practitioner of the ultimate way in Desiu, he prefers swords. Wushuang can succeed together. Call! Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief when he entered the Qishan temple. He was really afraid that Zhen Wuyang would cut him with a single knife. In the darkness, Jian Wushuang couldn't see where he was. He was a little dazed, his eyes were pitch black, but he looked up at the sky, but it was a starry sky. The ancient breath came to his face, and then he disappeared in place. Original star codenamed Jiajiao. Before Jian Wushuang could react, there was a deep voice in his ears. As a strong light flashed, it was no longer pitch black before his eyes, and he could see the scene clearly. After looking around, he found that it was a desolate star, a bare mountain, a gray-white continent, and a depleted lake. Only a small part of the people who entered the Temple of Qishan with him moved to this primordial star, and he couldn't feel the breath of the others. There is a world in the Temple of Qishan. Jian Wushuang's figure flickered and appeared in the sky above primordial star, a barrier blocking his figure. He can see other primitive stars through the barrier talk, and there are 36 primitive stars in this world. Brother Wushuang, the little novice, Huiqing flew from a distance. The little novice monk now is no longer the kind-hearted little novice monk who knows everything. The original monk's robes were also changed into loose, long robes, but his white face contained a pair of sharp eyes. After seeing the little novice monk, Jian Wushuang nodded and didn't say much. The two fell on the ground, and other practitioners also found them, but because they didn't know each other, they were far apart and they were very guarded. Ding! A crisp voice sounded, and an old man with a rickety figure appeared above the primordial star. He was carrying a light lantern, his face was full of folds, and a white eyelid in his eyelid turned. I recommend that the novel app I'm using recently, Myriad app, Android, and Apple phones support it. Temple of Qixin, the highest trial, now begins. The rickety old man's voice was hoarse, and after leaving a simple sentence, he disappeared into this Jiajiu primordial star. When everyone heard it, they were taken aback for a moment, and then each of their eyes revealed the killing intent. After Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing looked at each other, they quickly moved towards the nearest mountain pulse. Before the rickety old man left, he also passed a message to them. After entering the mountains, the two of them were considered to have put down their guard, and at the same time the sky tilted countless beams of light. In each beam of light, there is a white token. The rickety old man walked forward and summoned all. Once he got his token, he could start killing. Chapter 5167. The gray-white primordial star, except for the mountains, is a bare continent which is easy to be besieged. Jian Wushuang and Hui Qing can meet, and other forces are not sure how many people are on this primordial star. Once they hold a group, they will definitely besiege and kill those alone. That's why Jian Wushuang took the little novice monk and quickly hid in the mountains, hiding his breath here. First get the token to understand the rules. Although the two of them are abnormal in strength, the ranking in the universe is nothing. The tens of millions of Dian immortals who entered the Temple of Qixin this time are all powerhouses ranked in the top 100 million, and the lowest threshold is rank 9 strength. This is only 1/5 of the entire universe. I believe it won't be long before Dian immortals from other worlds will come. After getting the identity token, the two of them moved again and came to a dark canyon. The entire gorge is bare, except for some messy old wooden branches and the corpses of some wild beasts. Hui Qing's figure fell beside Jian Wushuang. Looking at the corpses, lowered her head and muttered, "Goodness!" Although these corpses looked very long, they may have been extinct in the original universe, but they could feel how long these corpses should have not been dead. The flesh and blood on it was swallowed by a certain technique. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and opened a simple cave. For the highest trial, all primordial stars were probably forcibly opened up by a certain mighty person. These wild beasts, dry lakes, vegetation, and forests were all drained of life, and the originally vibrant planets were made into primordial stars. However, it is the Temple of Qixin, a small world, has been transformed into a battlefield of Shura. The two were sitting cross-legged in the cave. Let's take a look at the rules first. Jian Wushuang said lightly, "Now that you have entered the Temple of Qixin, no matter how you live, it would be great if you can still reap some benefits." Holding the white token, a trace of power was injected, and countless information appeared in his mind instantly. The highest trial of the Qixin Temple is divided into 5 regions, and each world has 36 primitive stars, and there are millions of Dian immortals in the unclassified primitive stars. Wufang Realm. Jian Wushuang was a little surprised. According to the Dian immortal of their eastern region, 1 domain is enough, and now there are 5 domains. That is to say, most of the Dian immortals in the entire universe have entered the Temple of Qixin. But isn't Qixin Temple in the Great Desolation? No. Jian Wushuang reacted, and the Temple of Qixin may have appeared in other big worlds. No wonder the supreme trial of Dian immortal by Qixin Temple is so fast. Divided into 5 domains, then they will not encounter it now, and it will not affect him at all. The screening of Dian immortal is much lower than the screening requirements of Immortal Yen, which is the top 1,000 in every world, but the trial of Dian Immortal has different requirements. The Dian Immortal with the top 10,000 primordial stars can be bestowed by the gods, and the first 1,000 can accept the inheritance contained in the primordial stars. Then a small ranking appeared in his mind. The first Lei Wanha, 9th round, completed Dianxian with a record of 330. The second Chong Lingxian, Nineth rank, completed Dianxian with a record of 110. Ranked 769,358. Jian Wushuang, record 0. Division of record. Identity token 100 points. The 9th revolving consummation Dianxian 1,000 points. Rank 9 Dian Immortal 100 points. Note, you can get 10 times points for killing by higher order. The trial time is 30 years. Jian Wushuang suddenly opened his eyes. He was planning to hide here and wait for the trial to end before going out. Now it seems that he can really make a profit. The trial of the Qixin Temple places great importance on stepping up, and under the temptation of 10 times the reward, this is forcing those 9th rank Dian Immortals to deal with 9 ranks consummation. Insert one sentence. Mic reading app. It's really good, it's worth installing. Even Android and Apple phones support it. However, there is no 10-fold reward for the 9th rank consummation, and it is necessary to continue to hunt down the 9 ranks or kill the same rank. Under such rules, the entire primordial star will really become a sure field. Brother Wushuang. Huiqing put away the identity token. His eyes were a little hot. The siege of 9 turns is complete. Jian Wushuang's voice trembled a little. Both of them are rank 6 Dian Immortals. If they can really encircle rank 9 consummation, they will get 100-fold reward. One rank 9 perfect Dian Immortal has a record of 1,000, and 100-fold is a record of 100,000. As long as a few rounds of 9 consummation are achieved, the two of them will be among the best, waiting for the end of the trial to reap the benefits. After Huiqing heard what he said, she hesitated, as if 2 consciousnesses were fighting in her mind, and finally nodded. Good. Jian Wushuang leaked a smile. He could see that the little novice Huiqing had changed a lot, but everyone had a secret, and he didn't even bother to ask. The two made a plan. First set up a large formation in the valley, and one person went out to lure the 9th rank consummation Dian Immortal to pursue and kill, and then besieged. As for the distribution of the record, Yu reading book www. Okanshu.com is calculated by the Temple of Qi, who contributes more, the more records you get. At the same time, an unprecedented battle broke out on Primordial Star, and the ranking of this Primordial Star is constantly changing. Numerous rank 9 Dian Immortals competed for helmets, and the rank 9 Dian Immortals did not dare to show up on all continents. These 9th turned consummation Dian Immortals have already become popular. In the first year, the 9th ranked Dian Immortal is almost the target of all the 9th ranked consummation Dian Immortals. Fortunately, the lone 9th rank Dian Immortal starts bout 1 can barely survive. However, there are also many powerful 9th rank Dian Immortals that can match 9 ranks consummation. For example, the top 1,000 Lord of the Years is rank 9 Dian Immortal. He once killed a severely injured rank 9 perfect Dian Immortal in a big melee, and then successively killed several rank 9 Dian Immortals. The ranking has surpassed a lot of rank 9 perfect Dian Immortals. In a blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. The big dog fights in the original star no longer appeared, and the rankings began to solidify. Then their battles became extremely difficult. It was no longer a battle of strength, but more of a battle of wits and courage. No one who could survive was the weak. They are all the 9th ranked consummation, or the real strong in the 9th rank. In the past 3 years, Jian Wushuang and Huiqing finally arranged the next powerful formation. This was arranged by Huiqing based on the simplified version of Wuliang Mountain's Wuliang Grand Formation. Although it is a simplified version, it can be used as a defensive formation for Emperor Jun's dojo. most Dayan immortals who have completed the 9th revolution. Finally, the arrangement is complete. It just so happens that now those 9 ranks perfect Dayan immortals have accumulated a lot of achievements. We can start. Jian Wushuang's eyes were sharp, and now the trial has passed 1/10 of the time, and the rest time is not too much and time is not much. Chapter 5168. The weak points of the 9th turn consummation have also fallen. Now they are left with some strong people in the 9th turn consummation Dayan immortal. They really want to besieged and kill the strong in the 9th turn consummation Dayan immortal. The time they need it's not short. After all, it is common for the strong to fight and fight for thousands of years. In the case of not much difference in strength, if you want to quickly kill the opponent, you can only rely on some big formations or burning divine bodies. Hui Qing, you hide the big formation. I will seduce. Remember that once I enter the big formation, be careful not to hurt me. Jian Wushuang solemnly confessed. Even if it's a simplified version, this big formation is still infinitely powerful. The 2 of them can barely guard it. Hui Qing hides the big formation alone. He is the same when launching the big formation. It is difficult to control the power of the big formation. Once there is any, the difference may cause both of them to suffer backlash. Relax. Hui Qing nodded with firm eyes. Jian Wushuang's figure was already out of the canyon. After looking around, he could slightly feel a wave of power fluctuations in the nearby mountains. After hiding the power of his body, he quickly flew in the direction of the fluctuations. Primordial Star, said to be a planet, is comparable in size to some small domains. Even if the 9-turn complete Dayan immortal travels around the Primordial Star, it will take a year, and it cannot be teleported within the Primordial Star. Flying all the way, Jian Wushuang also observed the surroundings. Primordial Star, as Dayan Immortal's Shura field, has a very peculiar geological structure, and the surface of the stars is also extremely tough. It is difficult to destroy those mountains by ordinary means, but now after several battles, many mountains all were chopped down, and the power of the source was still burning everywhere in the ruins. Jian Wushuang has also seen the path of immortal bones accumulated by hundreds of millions of immortal bones, and he can accept all of this. After all, this is the Temple of Qixin. If you want to get the benefits, you have to fight. Even in some cosmic secret realms, a lot of Dayan immortals would fall away a lot. However, the appearance of the Temple of Qixin this time was a feast for the entire universe, and it was also a killing. After this opportunity, the powerhouses of the primitive universe will probably be reduced by more than half. The reduction in number is a good thing for the origin of the universe and can reduce the burden. Although the quantity has been reduced by half, the quality can be increased several times. I am afraid that by then the primitive universe will truly rise in the long river of time and space, dazzling an entire era. On the Primordial Star, in a defeated mountain range, a sturdy middle-aged man, bare-armed, with a spear in one hand. There are several scars on his face, and there are several cracks in his strong upper body. This was formed by causing indelible damage to the divine body, and he stood motionless on the ruined battlefield. That wave radiated from him. Jian Wushuang had a keen sense of smell, and the closer he was, the more he could lock the target position. With the effort of a cup of tea, he came to this dilapidated battlefield. Jian Wushuang turned sharply, fell into the battlefield, and was 3 feet off the ground. Floating in the air after looking around, he looked at the weak Aura Dayan Immortal standing on the battlefield. 9 primitive star, ranks in the 9th revolution of 7,867 to complete Dayan Immortal, Zhongsheng. He comes from a small world, the number 1 strong in that small world, and the master of that world. But he is the 2nd-order emperor, and the whole world is a 2nd-order emperor. There are not many 9-rank Dayan Immortals, reaching 9. There are only 3 Dayan Immortals who have reached consummation, and he is one of them. They're not only the strong, but also the weak. They have no background and no power, and they are fighting alone when they enter the primitive star. Want to unite, his strength is ordinary in the same level, and he has no background, and there is no alliance to ask him to form an alliance with the 9th rank, which is to die. Rank 9 Dian Immortal has already formed an alliance, looking for the weak Rank 9 Dian Immortal, trying to besieged. Such a strong man who is a great master in any big world is now, like a prey on the battlefield, being hunted everywhere. Jian Wushuang held his identity token, which contained more than 30,000 points. My luck won't be so good. Picking up the corpse as soon as I came out. Jian Wushuang pinched the opponent's token, and he could clearly feel that the opponent's injuries were very serious, not like pretending. Now he has even the identity token in his hand. Even if he pretends, he doesn't need to hang the identity token around his waist at will. He could feel that clear fluctuation from hundreds of millions of miles away, and he didn't believe that such a good thing would make him run into it. So this is a very poor quality set. Jian Wushuang threw the token on the ground. His figure quickly backed away. At the moment he retreated, the hidden Dian Immortals appeared one after another. 17 Rank 9 Dian Immortals appeared together around this battlefield. Sure enough, just like Jian Wushuang thought, this is a trap. He can think of encircling and suppressing the 9th revolution to complete Dian Immortal, and other people must also be able to think of it. After all, no one who comes here is a fool, but the traps of these people are too bad. This is the first time he went out. If other Daexians were likely to find something strange when they approached, they would leave this place directly. Brother, this person's realm is a bit vague. It shouldn't be the 9th turn consummation. A rough man stared at a pair of tiger eyes. His body size was 7 or 8 battles. Jian Wushuang squinted to look to the rear, and the 7 Dian Immortals blocked his retreat with murderous expressions. There were 3 9 Rank Dian Immortals in front of him, and the rest surrounded on both sides. Although there is no big formation, but in this posture, if the 9 ranks consummation Dian Immortal is really deceived, I am afraid it is really difficult to get out. The estimation of strength and weakness must be explained here. Dear friends, everyone is rank 9. Why bother? Jian Wushuang's aura revolved. The divine sword had long been broken, and he didn't even have a treasure on his body now. Among these 17 people, there is 1 2nd-rank roots Dao strong. The weakest remaining are the 3rd-rank roots, and several others are extremely powerful Dao in the 3rd-rank roots. The leading young man, dressed in luxurious robes with indifference in his triangular eyes, said lightly, "Kill him." If they had encountered rank 9 Dian Immortal before, they might be recruited under their command, but now they're more fleshy young wolves. Kill this kid, well, change places, and go to the Flame Demon Canyon. There is no more fish here. The triangular-eyed man's voice was negative. He has also caught a lot of strong players here, and the record he has obtained is also considerable. The rankings of everyone present are in the top 20,000, and he himself is ranked in the top 10,000. The reason is that the 9th rank consummation Dian Immortal, they first besieged him and severely injured him, and after leaving a sigh of relief, they sealed it here to lure other Dian Immortals. Because of this strategy, he was also promoted to be the eldest brother by these people. Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed. These people were not weak, and it was not easy to solve them all at once. The most important thing is that if these people can't be solved at a time and a half and cause other strong people to come over, it's not good.